Hey everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. I am looking forward to the weekend. Oh, what a week it has been. Has anybody else felt like this entire week has been a full moon? There's just something's been in the air lately. I don't know what it is, but it has been a crazy, never-ending week of insanity. Good morning, Mike, Ashley, Cranky, Sue, Stone Fox, A Story to Tell, Proud Mimi, Handmade with Love by Dawn, Darling Tammy. Am I crazy? Yes, I am. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. Hey, Sword Words, Proud Fur Mom, Reliable Soul. Listen, I privated my stream yesterday for several reasons. One, because I was greatly distracted. I didn't realize that the guy would be coming when he came to check the air conditioner. But I also knew that somebody was sent in as a trap. That little narc trying to get their fix, right? They can't stand being ignored. So I knew that was a trap. So I hit it, but of course it still didn't matter. Oh man, you can't escape, right? It's almost like, oh, let me stop there. But yeah. So I know. I thought you said you haven't heard about it. So it's not really going around as much as I would expect it to. Of course, because now Taylor Swift's involved, it's getting a little more attention. But I want to know. I want to know. Is this like some Rex Humerman copycat shit, or is this some weird Hollywood stuff? I'm just saying. I mean, it's the type of area it's in. Hey, Jason. Naomi with 21. Thank you so much. Okie. LaRue. Yeah, that was definitely a setup. Yeah, that's because Taylor Swift was involved, right? Have you heard about it before this? It's insane that the cops are denying that there's like anything to fear. I don't know. Have any of you had 8 bodies surface in your area? And the police say, yeah, nothing to fear here. No big deal. Well, she's not really involved, but is she? Is she? She may not be, but is she? Yeah. Yeah. Never heard, Marshall. Wow. Hey, Agent 99. Yeah, they try to set your girl up, Cheech. I knew it. I knew it was a setup. I've not heard about this. Well, we are going to deep dive it. Hey, Stephanie. And I appreciate you all being here. Good morning, Preppy. So, and I wanted to show you guys this news article. So let's start with that first, and then we'll go ahead and get into the actual topic. I'll try to stay on topic because I've been really biting my tongue a lot, like more than I should. Okay. Midwest with the 2 months. Good morning to you. Jem, I live in Rhode Island. Didn't pay attention to this till Taylor Instant. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It was kind of hushed. That's right, Agent. Hey, Tinkerbug. We'll go all down that Lee the Bee. I'm trying so hard, Marshall. I'm trying. But look, so this article came out, and I'm so annoyed because it's like, do these people even know what they filed? So Media PA, television personality Dog the Bounty Hunter, has appealed what is thought to be the first successful use of free speech defense offered by a new Pennsylvania law. Dog, real name Dwayne Chapman, and several others on May 12th filed their notice of appeal to the state Superior Court after Delaware County Judge Kelly Eckel in April protected 2 true crime YouTubers from their lawsuit. The anti-SLAPP law was passed in Pennsylvania in 2024. SLAPP stands for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation, and the law offers defendants making free speech arguments an early way to fight claims like defamation. Dog and others sued Barbecue and myself in October with an 83-page complaint making racketeering and cyberbullying claims. The 2 defendants, who live in Pennsylvania, host true crime podcasts on YouTube and moderate online discussions. The complaint can be viewed here. One of their subjects is the disappearance of Sebastian, who was 15 years old when he went missing, Hendersonville. His father, Seth, is one of the plaintiffs and claims content creators have a goal of destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. Going on. Barbecue is accused of interfering with the investigation and using GoFundMe campaigns to deceive the public. Myself, I use social media to twist Seth Rogers' words during interviews to make him seem insincere. Do you know how ridiculous it is to say that somebody's being sued because they twist your words to make you appear insincere? What a joke that is. There are plenty of other accusations, like the two have labeled Seth Rogers a pedophile in a lengthy complaint, but yet no proof of that, right? Not a singular proof of that. Judge Eckel rejected all of them, knowing when she granted the anti-slap motion filed by Jessica and Barbecue, who have started fundraising for legal fees. Let me see, what does that do? Watch out, because they'll probably have that GoFundMe taken down. Hell, post my shit. I want mine posted. That's pretty cool they did that. When considering whether a lawsuit was brought with the intention of silencing protected speech, Eckel looked at one key text exchange between the parties. So that's not true. She didn't look at the one thing. There were dozens and dozens of reasons that were noted. It wasn't just one thing, but whatever. Tony Mathis, the spokesman, national spokesman. No, being a national spokesman, you have a larger burden to meet when you send somebody a cease and desist claiming defamation. Can you believe that I'm in active litigation with Tony Mathis and he just sent me a cease and desist? Can you believe that? Not through Lesniak. Didn't send me one 9 months ago when you started litigation against me, but you send me one now? You should have sent it to my lawyer. It's where you should have sent it. Feels like legal harassment because you just lost litigation, but I'll digress on that for right now. Oh, yeah. Heavy burden to prove. Yep. I don't think they meant that's the only thing she looked at. Yeah, well, yeah. The court concludes that the defendant's YouTube broadcast podcasts fall well within the freedom of speech protections afforded by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the judge wrote. Moreover, defendant's speech on their YouTube podcast can be fairly considered as relating to a matter of concern to the community because it's the search for a missing child and are subjects of legitimate news interests. The plaintiff's response to the anti-slap motion was anemic, she added. Surprisingly, given the length and breadth of the complaint's wild allegations and its 47 supposed counts, the response to the anti-slap motions contained no reference whatsoever to any of those allegations and no analysis of how any of those allegations established any prima facie claim. So basically, you didn't even do what you needed. Yeah, it was interesting. Artist Creek, good morning. And the behemoth complaint was so cumbersome that it prevented the defendants from knowing exactly what was being alleged, Eckel wrote, and it referenced more than 50 exhibits that weren't even attached when it was filed. The repeated references to criminal conduct, criminal liability, and the alleged involvement of the former Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania suggests that it was the intent of at least some of the Scriveners to scare the defendants into believing that there could be or might be criminal charges filed against them. Now, this is major because that's exactly what they did. It's exactly what they did is they really tried to hammer down, and even in Tony's cease and desist, it says the same thing, that it would be a misdemeanor charge for defamation. Well, then watch out, Tony, because you defamed a lot of people. What he's trying to do is mitigate his damages. That's what he's trying to do. He said it was laughable. I'm causing them physical harm. Bullshit. Not only that, but I'm not the first one that came out with the quick deed information, nor am I the first one that came out and said he was sued by a hospital. Matter of fact, I'll show you all where I got it from because you're going to have to go to the right person there, Tony. But there's a reason you don't. There's a reason you don't, and I wonder what that is. Let's see. Why doesn't he go after the person who put this information out first. Little afraid of them or something. Hold on, let me find it. Do. Right here, Tony Mathis ran everybody off. We're getting closer. Right here. Right here. Tony Mathis is a habitual scam artist and criminal who has been sued over 25 times in Oklahoma and Missouri for fraud and breach of contract. Even a church and school sued him and his wife Dana numerous times. The guy did a whole thing on it. But yet, for some reason, right, Tony, you go after a person you're already in active litigation with. What are you trying to mitigate your damages? We know exactly what you're doing. And yeah, we'll make sure that attorney knows too that he's helping you with that. Anyway, moving forward. Winners of the anti-SLAPP motions are entitled to a legal cost, including attorney fees from the plaintiffs. Also possible punitive damages, with both myself and Barbecue filed motions for them. Without a doubt, the actions of plaintiffs are outrageous and brought with evil and malicious motive. My motion says, my attorney says. They have previously covered a pending anti-SLAPP motion in Washington County case involving Charlo business owner suing a critic who speaks against his practice of hiring Haitian help. Court records showed that motion, which caused 4th Street barbecue owner David Barb a big baby, is still pending. But I like the idea that it says Dog the Bounty Hunter searching after YouTube beat lawsuit. Where are you searching? Where's he searching? Right. Well, this particular cease and desist has a lot of issues with it. So, yeah, very interesting stuff. Make sure the right person gets it next time, too. Now, I missed the membership. First off, I missed Midwest. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for being with us. Divine with the 4 months as well. Good morning, beautiful humans. And Brenda DJ has joined the MFers. Welcome. Thank you so much. He's searching for that cash from his book sales, right? He's searching phone numbers, calling SF, asking him what he knows about it. Like, these people are weird. Oh, is that how you took it? I didn't take it that way at all. You took it that he's searching to win the appeal? I didn't. And the idea of them winning the appeal is it's as amusing as them winning this at all. And look where we're at today. Never seen a parent try so hard to stop everyone from looking for their kiddo. Would you ever see somebody self-label themselves a national spokesman and then cry that they're losing rights to their privacy? You ever see that? Me neither. Maybe you should think twice before you go on national news with a national title. You're looking at a misdemeanor in Oklahoma. Yeah, start with jurisdiction. I can see what you're saying. I just don't take it that way. Hey, Danny. So this non-serial killer, which is unbelievable that the police are saying after finding 8 bodies and now a human leg that there is not a serial killer. I did, Divine. I was baffled at the idea of this. So how many of you think after finding 8 bodies in an area that there's likely a serial killer? I mean, put a 1 in the chat if you think, come on, 8 bodies. That's pretty big. It's not like you're finding 1. I'm so over it too. I'm so glad I'm not alone in that because I'm like so done with it. Like you don't have the power you thought you had. Stop it. Enough. No, his lawyer wrote it like by Oklahoma laws. I don't give a shit by Oklahoma laws. Not only that, but I don't know what's true and what's not. I go off what other people said. I'm not the one that said it first. Go figure out who the source was. Tell me defamation has to be done knowingly that what you're saying is untrue. I believe what I was saying. Just saying. I've lived in all 3 states. Yeah, I mean, come on. They're trying to like gaslight the community. Oh no, it's not. Well, and that's what I was saying, Divine. I'm being serious when I asked that. Is this a Rex Humerman copycat, or is this some HollyWEIRD weird shit? Seriously, think about it. Everything we know about HollyWEIRD and all the stuff that's come out, the P. Diddy parties and all the weird shit. No, you didn't, Jason. No worries. Austin, Texas says they don't have one either, but lots of young men are being killed. See, I haven't even heard of that, Stephanie. That's horrible. Right. Anything after 3. I mean, in this case, we have 8. So, all right, let's check it out. So the okay, so this is what they're saying about the human remains that were found near Taylor Swift. Okay. This is what they're saying about that. That is being investigated by the Westerly Police Department, but no foul play is currently suspected. They just found a dang leg, a human leg, after finding 8 bodies, and they're saying they don't suspect foul play? What do you suspect? Somebody just, was walking a beach one day and lost a leg? What do you suspect? I mean, what the hell? All right. Let's pull it up. I couldn't believe they said we don't suspect foul play. Lord bless it, babe. I mean, what do you suspect?
It kind of alarmed me.
It's a spot known for its $1 million views.
It was just something very out of the ordinary.
Keep that in mind too. $1 million views. These people got monies. They got, we all know the HollyWEIRD stories. We know what we are told. Look into the Austin Lady Bird Lake. It will shock you. Okay. Cops never want to admit there's a serial killer. I know. What I mean, the fuck? There's a time to put aside your pride. No, because it's fresh. So it's not an old cemetery. They're fresh. It's like the worst thing ever. One time I was walking and a pinky toe fell off. I mean, what the fuck are they saying? There's no, excuse my language, but come on. Come on.
For Westerly.
But Wednesday morning, Westerly police made a chilling discovery.
I saw 3 police cars, one undercover, 2 looked like Westerly town police officers, and there was a medical examiner pulling in behind me.
Investigators called to Everett Avenue just before 9:30 in the morning for reports of human remains. Police tell NBC 10 they found what appeared to be a human leg bone. Taylor Day lives nearby. She was driving by as investigators arrived.
Scary for Westerly, because Westerly's, I consider a very safe town.
Police aren't releasing any names yet, and they don't suspect foul play.
They don't suspect foul play. I can't accept that. Like, what do you mean you don't suspect foul play? What are you saying here? I don't know, Marshall Dove, but I hope not, because in the eyes of Nikki Pooh over there, that would mean, well, you get what you asked for. She should. It needs more. Thank you. Can you email me so I don't forget, Artist Creek? I'd really appreciate that. I can't believe how many people they've pulled out of it and don't think. Oh, maybe we can intertwine it today. Hold on. We're not going to let the police gaslight us. Let me see this one. A series of bodies have been recovered from Lady Bird Lake in Austin, Texas. And again, at least 12 bodies recovered, and they're saying no foul play. Maybe a shark threw up in the lake. Yeah. Maybe an alligator took a big dump. I mean, this is insane. And listen, while we're doing having a little fun, a little jokes with it, this is some serious stuff. These are people's loved ones. This is like, no, because it's fresh, Cricket. I'm with you. If it was like, it seemed like the bodies were older, I even said, could it have been leftover victims from Rex Humerman? But it's so fresh that there's no way it can be. Y'all going to get me in trouble with the jokes, but you got to put a little lightheartedness to this type of serious topics, because it's like, that's what I'm saying, Scott H. Have you ever not found the body part and thought, yeah, there's no foul play, moving about? This seems like Smiley Face Killer 2.0. Really, I keep getting Humorman 2.0. No, Vivian. And in this case, in Rhode Island, they're primarily women. But it sounds like in Lady Bird Lake, you guys are saying it's primarily men. Now that would be Smiley Face. All right, we'll mix the two today.
I think finding just a leg is very suspicious.
You may not recognize Everett Avenue, but just up the road is the iconic Ocean House, the luxury landmark, now the backdrop of this disturbing discovery.
Probably
not a Swifty home.
A couple football fields away from Taylor Swift's house in the Ocean House. I would never expect anything like that.
It's the latest in a string of grim discoveries and debunked rumors of a serial killer in southern New England.
How are they debunking the rumors? The only way to debunk it is to stop finding bodies. Oh, thank you so much, Sailor. I really appreciate that. It's really sweet of you. It's all young men in Austin, like the Smiley Face. Yeah. There were parts of people from where bodies were donated for research found. I think they were trained scent dogs. Where's that at, Robin? There were parts of people from where bodies were donated for research. You never know. Oh, I did not, Mona Lisa. I'm sorry. This is Rhode Island. You never know. Like, have you ever gone down like the deep hole of what they do with donated bodies? You never know what's really happening to your loved one's body. How about that one person that was found out to have kept body parts? Like they were high up on the ladder at one of these places and they kept like a human head and stuff. Ooh. Trev's goofy Uber customer. Bless your heart. I'm in Austin. Way more bodies than 12. It's a lake you're not allowed to swim in. Well, thank goodness nobody was swimming in it. All these body parts. I just did a quick Google and it said 12 in the past 22 months. Recently was a white female body was found near the Congress Bridge in March of 2025. Oh, it's an older story, Robin. Okay, I thought you were saying combined with this one. I've seen her house. I've been to Exact Beach so many times. It's crazy. Haven't been there in a few years, but I don't hear as much happening. My friend has a skeleton in his house. He is a doctor, though. A human skeleton. Do you know that you walk past in your lifetime? You walk past, what did it study? I was just listening to a show last night. And I think it says like 15 serial killers in your lifetime. Maybe. Oh, Snap Ginger, good morning. I know, right? And it's getting to be summertime, Rebel Soul, and oof.
My mind immediately went to all the theories that are being thrown around.
Still, many residents like Taylor are on edge.
I'm more aware of my surroundings. I don't go places that are, kind of dim or where I could be alone. Just trying to stay out in public and just be vigilant.
I'm an artist that works with animal bones, and there are groups on Facebook that sell human bones and organs. We've just become that public with it. I know there's like the black market and stuff, but come on. They're now just publicly flexing around these body parts for sale. Remains of 8th person found in New England in just weeks. 8th person found. And they're still saying there's nothing to fear here, folks. Have no fear. Revival, thank you for coming in, hitting that thumbs up. Can we get the thumbs up a little bit higher? I was baited yesterday, so we need to beat that goal. Can we beat that goal? That bar in Nashville, Jason Aldean's, has a rep for being a dangerous place for roofies. Well, listen, isn't there a dangerous rep with a lot of these celebrities? You know, like, how do we know this isn't some, like, did you ever hear about George Washington? You know that George Washington's house, they found a crap ton of human bones where George Washington lived. And everything from 2-year-old skeleton bones. That scared me when that popped up on the screen. Everything from 2-year-old skeleton bones, like babies, to grown adults. Tons and tons of bones. He had bodies. He sure did. But there's always been this thing that said that the actual elite, not the wannabe elite or social media elite or pretend, but the actual elite, that they did some weird stuff, some weird human rituals. His teeth weren't made of wood. They were made of slaves' teeth. I want to doubt it. It was Ben Franklin's house, and I believe they were all dug up and he used for medical stuff. Well, maybe it was Ben Franklin and George Washington, because I watched a whole documentary on George Washington. Yeah. All right, so eighth person found in New England in just weeks. But police tell people they believe foul play was not involved in at least 3 of the deaths. All right, so 3 of them. The other 5, yeah, maybe foul play, but hey, have no fear, no serial killer here. The body of a woman was recently discovered on a riverfront bike path in Massachusetts. Again, fueling online rumors that a serial killer or killers may be targeting New England residents. This could be a whole nother, like somebody says, smiley face cult. Digging up bodies and selling them to scientists. What the I don't know. Since early March, the bodies of 8 people, mostly women, have been found in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. The most recent discoveries made at 8 a.m. Tuesday, April 22nd. Now, there's been another discovery since. When officers with the Springfield Police Department responded to calls about an unresponsive person, an adult woman found near the 1500 block of Hall of Fame Avenue. The woman was pronounced dead shortly after she was found. The homicide department will conduct an unattended death investigation. Unattended death investigation? What does that even mean? Like, because nobody was there when she died? Hold on. I mean, it's pretty obvious what it would mean, but let's just see. Process undertaken when someone is found dead and there were no witnesses to the death. Yeah, okay. Besides the killer. Authorities in many of these cases have said that they have not found any evidence connecting the deaths to each other. Now, given the close, proximity of it, are we really going to say there's no connection? 57 and fat with the gifted membership. Thank you so much. Much, much, much appreciated. Hey, Arctic Timber. You know they all do, Scott. I mean, come on. They all do. I don't think there's one of them out there that don't, including little innocent Taylor Swift. But the public is still worried. The Facebook. All right. Let's see if we can get in it. Let's see if we can join. Let us in. They hid the group. Oh my gosh, look at this. Looky here. Somebody's saying in the New England serial killer page, there was a poetic confession. There's some sick people in this world. There are some sick people in this world. A poetic confession. All right. Speculation about a possible serial killer began swirling on social media in late March after a number of bodies began turning up in the area. On March 6th, a human skull was found in the woods off Route 3 in Plymouth on the Massachusetts coast. March 6th, the remains of a woman identified as Paige Fannin, 35, were found in Norwalk, Connecticut. Here's two of the victims. I say they're victims. Based on our investigation, there is no indication of foul play or relation to any other death or serial killer. They will never tell you if there were. You know why? Because it would create big panic. They would never tell you that, yes, we suspect. They should, but they rather keep everything quiet and hush hush. Does anybody want to come up and converse with me? I'm in MA and they aren't saying anything except no big deal. That's what I'm saying. Like, how does that make you feel? I'd be furious. How dare you? Like, don't play with me and mine. There's something going on here. We're not just having all these bodies appear and believing nothing's taking place. Oh, they issued an Amber Alert. It was just canceled. That's good. We're going to get into that as well, Cricket. I never heard of it either. Yes, my friend found her dad and was alone. She had an investigation. Sit down after Ellie arrived at the house and body taken. Yeah, that makes sense. I know, yoga is scary. Look up the statistics of how often you walk past one. Ooh. Gonna have me out here doing my little walking down the street. I'll be side-eyeing everybody going forward. A man hunted mushrooms, found a human leg bone. They had to show police area they found mushrooms. Wow. What if they were like cooking those mushrooms and the mushrooms were growing because of the body part? Right? The thought alone. The thought alone. Let me do this. All right. What do we know about the victims? Any connections there? No, they're saying there's none at all. Well, I didn't mean grow on the corpse. That's a gross thought, but yeah, I didn't mean that. God of War, serpent religion, false greedy God word, warning of gold oil drugs. All right, moving on. On March 19th, human remains were found in a suitcase. You still going to tell us no foul play in a suitcase? The remains belonged to a female between the ages of 40 and 60 and were left near the cemetery. Authorities are investigating, but cautioning the public not to jump to conclusions. I would tell people, don't rush to judgment. We just found a body in a suitcase, but don't you worry, folks. What? Hello, Winnie. On March 21st, the public became further alarmed when the body of another Connecticut woman, Denise Leary, 59, was found in New Haven, where she lived. She was reported missing in September. The medical examiner did an autopsy. It was inconclusive what caused her death, but they were able to say it did not appear to be any trauma. Oh, okay. Based on the circumstances where she was found and given everything we knew about the investigation, there was nothing to indicate that she was murdered. Oh, please. Leary had struggled with mental health issues before her death. What? Shut up. What? Because she struggled with mental health issues? She's like the sixth body you found? What a lazy excuse. 5 days later, public fears grew when the body of Michelle Romano, 56, was reported missing from the coastal town, and August was found in Rhode Island on March 26. So we're up to what? 6 bodies in a short time frame? And they're still like, yeah, nothing to think about here. On Facebook, her family wrote, in light of the recent comments being made, we know that Michelle's passing is in no way related to any type of serial killer. We have complete faith in Rhode Island State Police and our private investigator that the person responsible will be brought to justice sooner than later. Then more human remains were found on April 9th. The Connecticut State Police told people. This investigation is in the early stages, remains active and ongoing, and there is no information at this time suggesting any connection to similar remains discoveries actively under investigation, blah, blah, blah. There's no known threat to the public at this time. Y'all feeling safe? Anybody feeling safe? There's no threat to the public, just all these bodies appearing. Come on. Then another body was found on April 10th. They're still trying to determine the cause and manner of all these deaths, but hey, have no fear. He understands the public's fascination with these cases. There's a mystique about serial killers. People are fascinated by them and the possibility of them, but they do exist. Right, they do exist. So why are you telling us that they don't? That this has nothing to, it does. I don't believe for 1 minute it doesn't. Unless tinfoil hats. Can everybody grab their tinfoil hats? Tell me when you got your tinfoil hat on. Drop an emoji in the chat. We're about to go down. That's Jeopardy. Never mind. I don't know the Twilight Zone song. Maybe I got that tune a little wrong there. I don't know. Ooh, I like that better. Make me one too. I want a foil crown. What the hell is the Twilight song? Twilight Zone. Hold on. Now it's going to drive me nuts. I know it has a catchy little tune to it. Sailor's coming in with the army helmet. Hold on. We got to hear it now. Okay, yeah. See, I was more like, dun, dun. That's like the waiting time for, you're out of time. You lose. All right, so we got it. Everybody got your tinfoil hats on? What if this is a massive cover-up by the local police because they know that the elite in the area are doing some whack shit? Right? What if this is what if they're all part of it? What if all the people there, the Taylor Swifts, the millionaires, the multi-billionaires that live in that area, what if they're having some funky ass P. Diddy type of parties, but afterwards they're sacrificing? And niece, that is really gross to say during this discussion, my friend, because I was going to say, what if they're cooking the bodies? Now, listen, I know. I mean, I'll put the song back on. I know. It's a crazy thought, but it's really not. Because why else are they saying there's nothing to fear? Hell yeah, there's something to fear here. You think they'd hide them better, but what better way to not hide them, but then to hide it in the public view? Reverse psychology. If we hide it in the public, there's going to be somebody like Artist Creek who says, well, they would have hid them better. See? Tinfoil hat on. It's a little tight for me, but as you can tell. But seriously, think about it. Artist Creek said no. All right, then. I'll take the tinfoil off, but I'm just saying, Artist Creek, you never know. Between Rhode Island and, I can't say I doubt celebs live here. Well, listen. Wouldn't it be the first time, Miss Jess? I told you all, go back to Ben Franklin, George Washington. They were in some really weird shit. If you know what frazzle drip is, then you'll believe anything can happen. What is frazzle drip? I do not. Do I want to know? Well, that's what I'm saying. Is this a Rex Humerman 2.0, a copycat, if you will? Or is this, I don't know. Did you ever see that movie? What was that movie where it was based off the people going to eat for that really, he was like elite, excuse me, Nelly, good golly, scaring me. He was the, whatchamacallit, he was a chef, the movie, what is it called? It's something obvious. Like the restaurant or something like that. But basically, these people that are the elite people, they get invited. They get it. The menu. Thank you. The menu. Yes. Yes, the menu. Sloan Bell has some juicy deets on Blake Lively at a Diddy-type party doing frazzle drip on a special needs child, allegedly. Well, that doesn't sound good. I don't even know what it is. Yes, we are, Artist Creek. We played the tune. We are in it. The Menu. That was a great movie. But I believe stuff like that can and will happen. Not kidding. But I am a little bit, but I'm not. I think there are some freaky people out there, and the more money you have, the more you can be freaky, and I wouldn't doubt some freaky things are taking place. Do I really think in this case, I mean, to be honest with you, do I really think that's the case here? No. But is there always that possibility? Yes. All right, so let's... Human remains found near Taylor Swift's Rhode Island mansion, police say. Oh, people got jokes over there. They're like, rest in peace, Travis. Dover Lowe's Early's playing with us to entertain themselves. Think Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets Hannibal, but oh my gosh, what the hell? That's what that drip stuff is? Money makes your true self come out. We have absolute shambles. No, come back in. I took the tinfoil hat off. We're good. Come back in. Come back in, my friend. Everybody remove your tinfoil hats. Undo the Twilight music. We are good here. But it really is, I mean, all jokes aside, it's really concerning that they're saying there's no big deal here. So now we're going to check out what everybody was saying with this Lady Bird Lake, because this seems to be pretty identical. In recent months, a series of bodies have been recovered from Lady Bird Lake in Austin, Texas, leading to public concern and speculation, including rumors of a serial killer. However, authorities have stated that the deaths do not appear to be connected and are not being investigated as homicides. So you just have all these bodies in a lake, and what are they? Suicides? What do you mean they're not homicides? I can't understand this. Oh, I remember doing it. I remember touching on this before. Hold on. I do remember touching on this. This has been going on for years. For literal years, right? So what is there, a recent uptick in bodies being found? Never know famous people live here. Although where the bodies were found, you would expect bodies to be found. They're like perfect hiding spots for bodies. Right, for years. Okay. So I do recall looking into this a little bit ago. At least 12 bodies have been recovered from Lady Bird Lake and the surrounding area within the past 22 months. A white female was found in March. The frequent discoveries have led to public speculation, including rumors of serial killer. So what do they think this is? Like a high suicide rate place? Accidental drownings. One has been ruled as a suicide. So all these people accidentally drowned except for one? What do you guys... Oh, God, I hate these ad blocker things. Leave me alone. Oh... Let me take the ad blocker off. I forget how to do it again. You know what? I'll just read different articles. All right. Extension bar with an extension menu, puzzle piece icon beneath, block ads on. Click the large toggle next to this website. All right, block ads on. All right, got it. Got it. Now refresh the page. excuse me, all young men in Austin. When you see the frequency of dates, symbols in the area, etc., 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 you will see the connections. It's not all coincidence. They have meanings to those involved. It's not random. I don't believe this is random either, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't believe for 1 minute that there are bodies being found that are, like you just said, Marshall Dove, bound and taped. No, come on. All these people accidentally drowned except for one. One was a suicide. I don't believe it. It seems like people that go to the bathroom across to another bar that disappeared and were pulled out of that lake. Right. So there's probably a serial killer sitting there waiting for people that are drunk or roofying. I watched a video on Lady Bird Lake, could be tied to a group of killers. It's all interesting to watch. Some were beat. Good morning, Northern Light. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that there's serial killers that are causing these. Hey, I just turned that off. You don't get to do it again. So here's the most recent one for Lady Bird Lake. Struggling paddleboard without a life vest in the water.
We start KVUE News at 5:30 with breaking news. As we come onto the air tonight, we're learning that the Austin Fire Department has recovered a body out of Lady Bird Lake. Yesterday, we told you that someone on a paddleboard had been missing since 6 last night. Officials with Austin Travis County EMS say they received calls of an adult going underwater near I-35 and didn't resurface. Search efforts resumed this morning, and the dive team located the person's body just after noon today. That person has not yet been identified.
How do you know it wasn't the killer that called and said, oh, I think I saw somebody drowning. Where's the paddleboard? I thought I don't believe them. All right, so let's get into the rest of them. So, like I said, this says that they found 12 bodies in the past 22 months. I mean, that's a pretty damn big deal. I am not paying for your website, although you do deserve payment. I will not be the one. Another body discovered at Lady Bird Lake, Austin. Police investigate. Says you can listen here. Let's hear it. Well, that's like our Twilight music, huh?
Another body discovered at Lady Bird Lake. Austin police investigate. Written by Robin Bradshaw. This article is being read by an automated voice, generated by Everlit. Another body was found near Lady Bird Lake in Austin on Thursday morning.
Can you
March
guys hear
27th.
it? Can you hear the speaker? There's a lot of damn bodies, Joe Madre. I mean, all these people are drunk, and read about the one that was tied up. Oh, bless it. Hold on. All right. And is that the one they're claiming was a suicide? Because they're saying only one. The rest were just drownings. You can hear it. Thank you. All right.
Officials initiated a welfare check after someone jogging around the lake called the police after seeing someone face down in the water. Toza Mendez, with the Austin Police Department, stated on Thursday, officials responded to the scene and recovered a white female in the water, who was later pronounced deceased. Homicide detectives were on the scene and crime scene specialists to determine the cause of death, Mendez stated while addressing the public. However, while receiving information midstream during the public address, Mendez noted that the death was an isolated incident.
An isolated incident? Who are you talking to? Isolated. Come on now. Look at the satanic woman priestess from the 70s. Looks like Taylor Swift's identical twin. Satanic woman priestess? All right, let's see. Come on, Nelly, stop. I mean, I don't know if I landed across the right woman. Is this her? Well, no, they're not all white females, but it seems like the Lady Bird Lake is primarily men besides this woman we're hearing of now. And then this, excuse me, over in New England, it seems like it's just all different women. It's not just white women. All right, back over to this. So I feel like something weird's going on here. Yeah, okay.
Common thread from Austin officials when a body is found near Lady Bird Lake because of the accusations of a serial killer.
We do got to tread a little carefully, right? Because Swifties are real. And they don't play when it comes to their Taylor. And I don't want no Swifties after me. So I happen to agree with you, me. She does not look like Taylor Swift to I. And Taylor Swift is a lovely young lady. Don't come after me, Swifties.
In the area with the coined name Rainy Lake Killer. Multiple bodies
Rainy
under
Lake
Lady
Killer.
Bird Lake because of the accusations of a serial killer in the area with the coined name Rainy Lake Killer. Multiple bodies have been found around the lake in recent years, creating a public outcry for more answers.
Yeah.
Mendez urged the public to come forward if anyone saw something that led to the woman's death on Wednesday night or early Thursday. At the same time, investigators continue to review security cameras in the area. Last summer, a Change.org petition started expressing public outcry for the 20-plus bodies found in recent years.
20-plus bodies found in recent years. Vivian, I'm not getting this. I'm not having Swifties come after me. Girl. I've seen them in
The
action.
petition requests that the city improve safety measures with enhanced proper lighting, trail cameras, and barricades along the lake.
Now, if they thought nothing was wrong, why would they do all of that?
In addition, it calls on officials to reopen the cases categorized as accidents and investigate them as criminal incidents.
Yeah.
The petition also references 3 cases after speaking with families of the deceased, which included Martin Gutierrez, whose body was pulled from Lady Bird Lake in November 2018, the assault of Christian Pugh in November 2019, and the death of Christopher Hayes Clark, whose body was discovered in the lake in April of 2023.
Oh. See? Primarily men, and their bodies were beat up, so... Oh, I got a super sticker. Jax Wolf, thank you so much. It isn't adding up. Why would the police just brush these off? Could they be involved? That's what I'm saying. Could it be Illuminati? I don't know. Doing the devil's work for fame, for money, for fun. Who knows? What I do know, what I will say, is we ain't messing with the Swifties, all right? But on a serious note, what I will say is this is concerning. They're wanting everybody to believe this is no big deal. I don't believe that. I think it's a very big deal. And what bothers me is that Alabama mama, if it wasn't for the fact this was found near Taylor Swift's home, most people wouldn't even know about this. Most people wouldn't know about this. Now, this one we mixed up 2 cases here. We were talking about Lady Bird Lake. Getting back into the New England serial killer. So what's happening here, Alabama mama, is a human leg was just found near Taylor Swift's home. But have no fear. They're telling us there's no fear to be had. They do not suspect foul play. Okay. Appears to be a human leg bone has sparked both concern in the community and rampant online speculation. The speculation's been there. The Westerly Police Department received a call around 9:30 a.m. on May 14th, reporting the presence of what might be human remains in the Everett Avenue area of Watch Hill. Even the name's kind of creepy. Watch Hill. That's like Silent Hill. Fantastic game, but terrifying. Great movies. Right, because they don't want public panic. That's all. They received the call. Responding officers located what they believe to be a human leg bone roughly 2 football fields away from Swift's mansion, which sits along the scenic Rhode Island coast. The area where the bone was found is part of an upscale neighborhood, exactly, that draws vacationers and houses prominent residents, including Swift. The bone was handed over to the Rhode Island medical examiners for further examination. Police say no foul play. Again, who believes it? No foul play. but the residents disagree. Authorities stated that no foul play is suspected at this time. However, some members of the local community have voiced their unease. Taylor Day, not to be mistaken with Taylor Swift, a Westerly resident, strongly disagreed with the police assessment. I would definitely disagree with that. I think finding a leg is very suspicious. I mean, she's not even a cop. She knows. I mean, come on. We're just finding legs and no foul play. What do you think fucking happened? Nothing to see here, folks. Moving along. Get on out of here. No foul play. Okay. I would definitely disagree. Okay. Day says she happened to drive by the scene just as law enforcement arrived. I saw 3 police cars, 1 undercover, 2 looked like Westerly Town police officers, and there was a medical examiner pulling in behind me. Kind of alarmed me, and it was just something very out of the ordinary for Westerly. Yeah. I would never expect this, not in Watch Hill. My mind immediately went to all the theories that are being thrown around. I'm more aware of my surroundings. I don't go to places that are kind of dim or where I could be alone. Just trying to stay on the public, be vigilant. Serial killer speculation grows online. I mean, of course it does. We ain't messing with the Swifties, damn it. You're not getting me, Jax. You're not getting me, okay? So shake it off. Shake it off. Ooh. We respect the Swifties here. We are not becoming a target. I grew up in a land of 10,000 lakes. Never had that many bodies found in lakes. Nothing. They're great people. They're fantastic. They're lovely. I adore them. Fantastic people. I just want them to know we respect them. Taylor Swift isn't a serial. How do you know, Misty? How do you know? You're brave, Petty. I ain't saying nothing. They know where to find me. Police were called in the coroner. Right, but yeah, nothing to see here. They be Swifting. Look what you made me do. I'm not afraid of no Swifty. I'm not afraid of no ghost. All right, so the finding near Swift's home has added fuel to a wave of viral theories circulating on social media. Of course. Since March, at least 8 bodies have reportedly been found in the tri-state area. Excuse me. Law enforcement agencies have not linked the deaths or confirmed them as homicides. Bullshit. Several police departments in the region have had to address the growing fear, with some launching searches for suspected hidden burial sites. Excuse me, is there a hidden burial site here? They're fresh bodies. What do you mean a hidden burial site? No, because they're not telling anybody anything. They don't want anybody to know nothing. They just want everybody to think all is good and dandy. Sheesh. Can the elite go help them? Can we volunteer to send the very, very smart private intelligence group to go help them? Oh, that's a way to look at it. Hold on. Harley here says they won't say because if they say the killer may move on to somewhere else or stop killing. So they're going to go, oh, I see what you're saying there. That's like when I tell my kids maybe, so they stop asking, but the truth is no. Maybe the police are playing a game. Like, yeah, no, we don't suspect a serial killer. Keep killing, motherfucker. We'll catch you eventually. Let's swiftly make it go away. I see what you did there, Divine. That's a drum roll. That's a drum roll. How far from Lady Bird Lake was Caleb Harris found? Do you mean Riley Strain or Caleb Harris? Because wasn't Caleb found in his yard not far away? Ryan and Blake did it because they're pissed about Taylor Swift turn on Blakey. Did she turn? I was wondering if she would. Dude, Blake Lively's a POS. Taylor's exes are not just a song anymore. That's what somebody was saying. It's not funny. But I heard she's nuts. I heard that like when she's like dating somebody, she moves near them. And stuff. I am Sapphire. Do you have anything to add? Would you like a link? If anybody would like to come up and share your thoughts, you're more than welcome to. Do you know what I just remembered when you said that? Do y'all remember early in Sebastian's case? Reminds me of that song. Do you remember? I don't know the rest. Something way back in September. I might be making that up. Do y'all remember early in Sebastian's case, a leg with a sock on foot was found in a lake near Memphis? Was that ever proven or just another rumor? I don't even recall that at all. That's how the song goes, right, Agent? Back in September, do you all remember? That must have played on the radio or something. And it's stuck in my head now. But yes, that is what we were speaking about. We're speaking about the 8 bodies that were found, now a leg, and police are still saying, no, nothing to see, no serial killer. I don't believe it. I believe that we are dealing with a serial killer. Oh, Earth, Wind, and Fire. It's the name of the band, I suppose, huh? You never heard that song? Or you never heard that rumor, right? Is Kelsey okay? Can we get a wellness check? Does she? I'm actually 31 weeks and 1 fat today. What the hell's that mean? Now, I done went into labor and they stopped it, so we are doing everything to keep him in a little longer. Oh, that's exciting. You're close. Oh, the rumor. Yeah, I've never heard of that either. Did he had his peeps empty one of his tunnels or some shit? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking, Lindsay. I mean, seriously, could be. Do you remember the 21st night of September? There it is. Yeah. Thank you. There are active serial killer. Yeah, we walk. Do you know how often you walk past a serial killer? Let me just go ahead and tell you what Google says. Listen, if anything ever happens and they have to check like my Google searches, I'm going down. I'm going down. You better tell them that you all have me Googling this stuff, okay? Because they're going to think I'm a complete wackadoo. Talking about severed legs. Do you know what? I'm not even going to tell you what I Googled the other day. While some figures suggest the average person may walk past 36 murderers in their lifetime, it's unlikely that a significant percentage of those would be serial killers. All right, just regular murderers then. Some sources estimate 3 or 5 of those could be serial killers. 36 murderers. This is why I'm a homebody. What if you were being stalked by one right now? You didn't even know it. That's it. Better have my back when the time comes, all right? We would all be going down if we ever got our phones searched for Google. I mean, seriously. The way I tear some people apart, they be tearing me apart. Like, did you see that weird bitch's Google search? She is guilty. She is guilty. That's why we shouldn't be so judgmental. The average person can unknowingly walk past 36 murderers in their lifetime. Think about the stranger who you brush shoulders with on the bus, the person standing in front of you in line to grab a coffee, or the passenger who sat next to you on a plane. They could all be killers. A TT driver? What would a TT? Tow truck driver. You know a few murderers, Angela. Oh my goodness. I remember when I was younger. Here's a true story for you. When I was younger, I remember my parents, my uncle had a friend. So he's kind of my parents' friend, but he was really my uncle's friend. So he'd come in, with my uncle and everything. And he was like, he was scary. He always wore like the leather jacket. He had the big beard. He scared the shit out of me all the time. Always had a bad vibe from him. And he'd always say to me, oh, what do you think? I'm going to kill you. And I'm like this little petite thing. Like I'm a child. Yes, I think you're going to kill me, sir. You are what my nightmares are made of. You ever see the movie Little Monster? How the monster wears like that jacket? That was my favorite movie at the time. And this guy reminded me, he gave me bad vibes. Anyway, he stopped coming around. And I never knew what happened to him. Why'd he stop coming around? Anything. So one day I did. I asked my parents, my mom particularly, and I said, whatever happened to Uncle so-and-so's friend, blank? He went to jail for stabbing somebody to death with an ice pick. I knew he was a fucking murderer. He was creepy, Colleen. He was creepy. You know, like my grandfather used to joke with me and say, "What do you think? I'm going to bite you?" But this guy was like, "What do you think? I'm going to kill you?" Yes, I do. And it turned out he did, in fact, kill somebody. Yes, I trust my vibes as well. Absolutely. They're obviously scary, but what really scares me, maybe even more so, are people like Ariel Castro, who had those 3 women held captive in his house for multiple years and nobody knew. Yeah. I go to church with a woman whose brother-in-law was a serial killer. All I ever see in her is bad. Nothing goes ever on the news, right? Could be a trucker, right? I mean, absolutely could be, but they're not that far apart. Creeptown, right? This guy I disrespect, though. I'll tell you that. But you're right. Like, look at Jeffrey Dahmer. Everybody commentates on how polite he was, how nice he was. We're middle-aged white men. Not sure. I think that is still true. I think it is. Oh my gosh, I got to do something with this cat. Give me just a quick, swifty second. You guys want me to play Taylor Swift as we wait? Come on, Ellie. Really playing with me here, aren't you? You know just how to annoy me and when. Hold on, my friends. I'm telling you, this cat knows that if she bothers me enough, she'll just get fed to leave me alone. She is that clever. She has fake. Well, cats are clever. They're freaky little things, aren't they? I fell for it once. I said, "Oh my God, are you that hungry that you're bothering me? Let me just feed you." And now she knows. Where's the music? Well, you know what? I want to keep my monetization for today. I've lost it a lot this week by playing music, so I need that ad revenue, babies. Just being honest here. This appeal is not going to appeal itself. You know what I'm saying? Plus, now I got to worry about Tony Baloney over here sending me a cease and desist. You know what Tony said? You guys want to know what Tony said? Tony said he did not quick deed his house. That he actually sold part of his property to his in-laws for $30,000. And he attached a copy of the check, but the check was for 2022. So it's not. I don't even care what you did. You're changing over stuff while you're in active litigation. You lost. So he might want to tell his attorney about this litigation in PA, and that my attorney listens to everything I say, and nothing I've said has surpassed anything. Because not only that, but I believe it. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Tony did something. What was it called? Fraudulent conveyance or something. Anybody remember the exact word? It was. I swear to God, check was from 2022. We're in 2025. I don't know what you're showing me. That could have been for anything. I could go get, I can have somebody write me a check right now too and just not cash it. So that's not really proof of anything. Conveyance, right? Fraudulent conveyance. What did I say? Who knows? I say shit wrong all the time. We don't even correct me anymore. Unless you're Chloe. Chloe's just over there like making fun of me all day and night. I can't even come up around. Yeah, I mean, I still believe that that's what he did. So I believe that with my heart, which makes it not defamatory. It might make me uneducated, but it's not defamation. Anyway, apparently I've caused him physical harm too, so that's rich. Conveyance. No shit. What am I saying? Conveyance. See, I'm thinking of all this weird shit because these murderers, man. I mean, I don't even know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking these serial killers are trans. I can't get it out of my head. Something's going on. How so? How so what? I'm sorry. I wonder if there are a lot of missing women in that area. I bet there is. Clairvoyant, conveyance. which is, I mean, I'm telling you, you don't know. You don't know, Petty. Yeah. I still feel that way. I'm not changing it. Anybody want to come up and talk with me? I don't know, Casual Art, but I hope that's not the case. Garbage Pail Kid card on Twitter is so cute. I'm not a tweeter myself, but Queen Bee showed it last night. I didn't see it. I don't use Twitter. You know, I think I was one of the first to deem people Garbage Pail Kids. Like years ago, I used to turn people into Garbage Pail Kids for thumbnails. Did Tony ever talk about his eyes on that live stream a while back? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe his eyes are because of me. Well, that's what my attorney said. Like, sorry, Tony, but your finances are public record. Oh, was it? What did I look like? Who made it? I feel special now. That's so cool. Can we get 500 thumbs up? Are there unsolved or bodies found where he's lived? I still have mine from the 90s. One of the 8 involved is a missing person. Is believed to be connected. Really, Sapphire? So, oh, man. Do you know that Taylor Swift did not give any statements? Which is weird. Isn't it weird for Taylor Swift to not give any statements? That's weird. I grew up in the middle of Texas, killing fields between Houston and Galveston. Don't be scared. It actually just guides you right through. So you click the link, it will tell you to allow your camera, allow your audio, and then make sure you turn off the stream YouTube behind you so that there's no echo. But there's also the camera button to turn that off. What are you doing, Nelly? They are lacking, aren't they? It's because it's not drama, May. It's not drama, so they don't come and hit the thumbs. Hey, Katie, I hope you are as well. We're just talking about the fact that there's all these bodies appearing, and they're saying there's no serial killer. We don't believe them. So let me show you the map of where these bodies are being found. I think it's very suspicious. I hate that Google made it so that when you click things, you can't even blow it up anymore. Like it's just like a tiny little image. I strongly dislike that. But this is what we have. Okay. 8 bodies and a leg. Totally on brand. She'll have Tree to go over what she says to be sure it's got a respectful and compassionate tone. Yeah, it's true. I guess. Maybe she'll turn it into a song. Woo! Pretty in Pink. Thank you for helping me hit my goal. 8 bodies found in New England. Okay. 8 bodies found in New England. On March 6th, we have a human skull. And Paige Fannon's remains. March 19th, we have Susan Wormster. March 20th, Denise Leary. March 26th, Michelle Romano. April 9th, unidentified male skeletal remains. April 10th, unidentified remains. April 24th, Megan Meredith. And then now we have a leg. Thank you, Anastasia. There's definitely a serial killer, and I believe they're just saying no because they want the killer to think, oh, I am good, so he doesn't stop killing. I mean, that's what I would do if I was the FBI. Yeah, but here's the thing, though. I get what you're saying about that, Harley, but you still have to consider the safety of your residents. Okay? And while they may want to keep the serial killer thinking like, oh, all's good, you have to tell the residents if you believe they're in danger or not. It's not right not to. Hey, Robin.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, cool. Okay. Wow, this is my first time. Sorry, guys.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Pretty
You
good.
hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm trying. What do you think about all of this? You think any topic?
I'm I've been watching you since the whole Sebastian thing and watching what you've been going through. I don't know. I tend to be a skeptic.
Yeah.
I'd like to know more on like the history of all the girls, but that's probably not my business. So
Right, to see if there's any connection, like, I get
Y-
what you're saying.
yeah, like I think I saw JLR do something on one, and she was like supposedly like a Facebook selling type person, and
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, though, Elizabeth, there is no foul play according to them, right? But I'm sorry, we don't believe them. We don't believe, majority do not believe them. Yeah, the victimology of them all. I agree. That would be nice to know. I'm sure
yeah,
their
it's
family hasn't. I don't know, Tootie. That's a weird question.
it's not much of a cooling off period if you think
Right.
about it. 8 weeks potentially.
I mean, look,
Am I right on that?
I believe you are right on that. I mean, 8 bodies we have from March 6th to April 24th, all the way up till now, May 14th. They find a leg. I'm sorry.
So 10
Um,
weeks,
10 weeks.
8
It's a
bodies.
lot.
It's a lot.
It's like one a week.
And you said the leg was fresh?
Well, no, I'm sorry. The leg was just it was a bone leg. So I don't know
Okay.
if it's fresh or not, but
Okay.
yeah.
So, I mean, that could have been like a boating accident from a while ago. It could have. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, of course, right? Of course it could have. It could be a billion different things. I just think when you put the totality of the
Oh,
photo
yeah.
out there of all of these bodies, and it becomes a little more like, well, wait a minute. We can, 1 or 2, sure. 3 or
Yeah, it's
4
odd.
is odd, right?
Yeah, it is. And I mean, there's spree killers too. So somebody could just be doing this until they get shut down.
Mm.
If it's something like that.
Was it on the water, the leg? No, it was not on the water.
Oh, so it didn't wash up from the water?
I don't let me check how close to water it
I
was
can't
found.
see chat, so I hope I'm not making a ton of people mad or anything.
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm
Um,
in California, so getting ready for work.
yeah, no, you're fine.
I
Let's
used
see,
to
water.
work for this Beverly Hills cosmetic doctor, right? And I worked for him for about a year. And in that year, he was using, right? And he spent $1 million on escorts through PayPal.
Wow.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
doing some really nasty stuff. And I would have to go and clean up like the side room
Oof.
that he would have them come visit him in at work.
While he
And
was
I heard
working?
stories.
What
I
a
heard
pig.
stories.
Did you ever hear about that dentist that would walk around nude in front of his employees and stuff?
And that wouldn't surprise me. Some dentists are really kind of just, but I haven't heard of that. Tell me more.
Yeah. So, well, first I want to answer that the leg was found along a coastal path leading to the water. So, um, I guess it kind of was on a path of water. But yeah, so there was this dentist, and he had a thing about being nude and performing sexual acts in front of his employees.
Oh, God.
Yeah, listen,
That sounds about right.
pretty freaking weird. So look, let's check it out really quick. Here he is. That dentist was in your town? Oh my golly. So
Where
there
was
he
it?
is, walking around. He's in Arkansas, walking around nude. He would literally get like, doing all the things. In the video, doctor can be seen walking around naked, including in the hallway between patient rooms. One of the video clips showed Devine walking around the receptionist's office naked in front of 3 women. He performed a sexual act directly on one of the women.
Oh,
According to the
gross.
documents obtained from the medical board, the women not only worked in his office as lab tech for another company, but was also one of his patients.
Oh,
And this was all during business hours.
Yeah. So are
The
his, actually.
Oh my gosh. They say that
Yeah.
he uses his position of power, sexual grooming, salary increases to groom employees and patients into repulsive sexual acts.
Oh, I had to
Holy
clean up
shit.
like bandages, like wrappings that he would use, like as
Oh,
restraints.
yes. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I heard about some pretty bad recordings, and I don't know. It almost sounds like the P. Diddy stuff.
Did he get in trouble? Did he get caught?
Nope,
No?
nope. He has
Oh.
really good lawyers. He's like old Beverly Hills money.
Mm.
Maybe one day they'll make a documentary about him.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I know. People are like, I'm scared enough of the dentist. Right. Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
and I signed a non-disclosure, of course, because I was an employee, so I'm not
Right.
gonna out that, but maybe
Ew.
somebody will one day. I hope so. He was horrible.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it could be. So, what did all the victims do really quick? And then I'll hop off because I'm sure I'm annoying everybody.
No, you're not. But no, that's a good question. I don't know the victimology of the victims or the people that were found yet.
Oh, so they're not releasing anything.
I think that they're pretty much just trying to settle rumors that there's a serial killer. I think they want people to. No, did you say you worked at a dentist office?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So it was a dentist. Wow, these dentists are freaky, huh? Who would have
They
thought?
are, yeah, and they have kind of a reputation.
Oh my
They like to
goodness.
party. Yeah.
Wow. I'll never look at my dentist the same again.
No. I mean, he's the one that did like the veneers. Like, I can kind of like nick the hats, but it probably would have looked better.
Yeah. Just faking the funk here.
Yeah. And he
Well,
never
that's
actually did it himself. What he would do is put him to sleep, and then he would have like an assistant come in and do it.
Jesus Christmas.
But they're expensive though. Like sometimes, like up to 500,000 if you wanted like the gold, and the diamonds and everything on your teeth.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there was a dentist that came out. He got arrested twice for DUI, and the one time they opened up his trunk and there was like a ton of laughing gas, and he admitted he has an addiction to it. That's
Oh
crazy.
yeah, that's a big thing too. Yeah,
Dentists have the highest suicide rate. I did not know that.
I've heard that too. Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt it. And I might know a little bit about the Kanye West dentist arrest that took place with the nitrous.
Mm.
Not much, but a little bit.
Harley, are you talking about the Manchester when the Manchester police had a press conference? That one? I'll play it if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I think
Love
I
me
can see
some laughing
comments
gas,
now.
right? Oh, so several people in the chat did say that the NDA would be void if there was a crime. So you wouldn't have to worry about the NDA. Somebody said, "Did you get paid extra?"
I did get tipped for
Oh
cleaning
my
the room.
gosh!
Yeah, which I used with a lot of gloves and wipes. And
Yeah, that's
anytime
gross.
somebody's relative would go in there to wait, while a surgery was taking place for the veneers, I would
Ew.
just cringe because I knew what had happened in there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Pops and Stas says, my dentist as a child tried to give my sister and I laughing gas for no reason. He later killed his wife by pushing her off a cliff on a hike.
Oh my God, was that recent? I think I heard about that. If
I
it
don't
was
know. Was
recent.
that recent? Many years ago, I went on a medical call to a dentist's house. Oh my God, the Coca-Cola was all over the place, was
Yep,
passed
that
out
was his
people.
favorite.
Coca-Cola? Is that like
Oh,
meaning
yes.
really soda are you guys talking about? Or is that like a code?
Code.
Wow.
Code.
I
We
worked for
had
a
to
dentist.
go and find him a couple times, and he wasn't in a good condition.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people are remembering your story, Pops and Sass, but you're saying it wasn't recent.
Oh, God, then maybe it was. I might be mixing things up. You consume so much that I
Oh,
don't know if we're like
duh.
over it or what.
That's why I said, you guys talking about soda, and she said yes. No, you're talking about cocaine.
Yeah.
Cocaina. Oh, I
Yes.
get it. Okay, duh. I'm like, what? I'm sitting here trying to think, well, what does Coke have to do with it? Come on. Listen,
Number 1 by Dennis recommended.
well, while we may be felon friendly over here, some of us truly are reformed and our minds are now pure and innocent. Excuse me for thinking it was really soda.
I agree with you.
I'm a good girl now. This is crazy though, because I don't see how these people are trying to say that there's nothing to fear here, nothing to see here. It's like, no, there definitely is. And the more they're telling people that, there's no serial killers, nothing to fear, the more people are pushing back and saying, we're not buying that. It's like there has to be something going on here.
Yeah. And you know what? They could be right. It just, it's like it's hard to believe some of the sensationalism that comes out of the media now. I don't know if they want us to be scared or they just want to make headlines and shock. I'm just hesitant.
But what would make you hesitant? If they found 8 bodies, why would you think there isn't something going on?
Well,
What's your
in
perspective on that?
LA, I mean, I would think that there's probably 8 bodies found on any given day in, of LA County, let's say.
But this close together, like this,
How many
kind of in a
miles is
pattern.
it? Yeah, no, I agree. It's weird. I'll wait. But you know what? I definitely can see a point in it.
Yeah, I feel like it's just too convenient, right? Like it's just
is.
the odds of it all.
Do you think it's just one person though? Because that really is, they're supposed to have like a cooling off period, and there's no cooling off period.
Well, maybe they cooled off for a few years now, came back.
That could be. Like what you were saying with Rex Heuermann.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, he had long periods. He was almost like BTK.
Well, my first thought was, is this Rex Heuermann? Like, can it be Rex? I'm sorry. Could it be left over from him? But
Yeah,
people are saying no.
that's
So
interesting then.
here's the map, Shelby Lynn. And it's, I mean, granted, they're not so close when you're looking at a map, but when you're, the totality and the timing of it all, and the fact they're not all together, but they're not all far apart. They're all kind of along the same coastal line, if you will.
Oh, so kind of like Gilgo and how they were trying to insinuate that there was several people just randomly putting bodies there.
Uh-huh.
And that didn't seem very probable. Like there's a sign that only some people can see. Dump here.
The time frame is 2 months. Over 2 months, the bodies were found.
That is weird.
Long Island and Rhode Island. Yeah, so I had them a little confused as well, but they actually kind of go into each other. Like Rhode Island isn't so far off, is my understanding. Well, what if he has a copycat? What if his daughter? Stop. But what? Seriously, remember
Yeah.
his daughter was a little creepy. What if his daughter is like picking up daddy's handbook of how to serial kill? I don't know.
That could be a possibility. Although I watched that press conference and that made me really mad what Dr. Gary was sitting there allowing on his
What do you mean?
daughter. Well, I mean, like what you were saying about how all of our searches would look pretty bad.
Yeah, but her dad's
upon
an actual.
inspection.
But her dad's an actual serial killer. She's drawing out drawings that literally matched the murders that were witnessed. Her hair was found on a body. There's a big difference here. Like if my parent was an actual serial killer and my searches and my drawings depicted the way he killed these women, I would suspect to be suspicious as well.
She was so young at the time that I just feel like it was kind of a messed up accusation to come out with.
Well, she was so young that maybe she grew up watching her daddy do it. And thought there was nothing wrong with it. Maybe he was training a serial killer into training, which is why he had a book on it. I believe that she I don't know. I found her to be suspicious.
I I mean, she could be, but I just didn't like how it was done. You know, I'm not innocent myself as far as like, you know, if you looked at my searches, if you look at the stuff I like, it wouldn't look right if it was inspected.
Right, but
Not saying I did anything, but
is your
no,
parent a serial killer?
no, I
Right.
hope not.
Yeah. That's the difference. It's not like this was just an everyday person. I mean, in that case, yeah, okay. People are being too judgmental. It's not like she was a true crime person and spoke about true crime. No, she's literally the daughter of a serial killer who depicted the murders through her drawings.
Weren't all those not hers though?
What do you mean?
I thought that some of the art that he showcased in that little press conference was stuff that she just pinned on Pinterest.
Oh,
And
I don't
maybe
know.
only like one or two of them were hers. And I mean, I don't
It's
know.
not, I mean, it's still too eerie.
Artists are weird.
I get what you're saying, but I just think when you add the whole scene together, it's weird. If she was just your everyday person, okay, yeah, but no, she's literally Rex Humerman's daughter.
She's a strange girl, but I don't want to blame her for anything.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was right. I don't know. It kind of dropped my credibility in Dr. Gary quite a bit.
Well, to be fair, I mean, she's also, you know, an adult. It's not like she's a little kid at this point. I don't know.
I will say too, just of, you know, California and stuff, we've got a bunch of unsolved things here. It's not just the Golden State Killer. There's a guy that was released by my mom's house that's a sexually violent predator. Can I say that? Oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. SVP. And he served all of his time, and now he's being monitored by this medical security company. And it costs $1 million a year for him to live out in the middle of nowhere. And he committed 44 R's that he was caught for. And it was pretty bad.
Was
His
that
name is
me?
Christopher Hubbard. And I mean, who's to say he didn't escalate and do something else?
Huh.
He was in the Atascadero, which was the same time that the Toolbox Killers were there, the same time that Ed Kemper was there, kind of overlapped. Just interesting.
And you're saying they pay for him to live in that area?
Yeah, I looked up the medical service because so it's medical and it's a security monitoring place. And they have this whole program out here in California for it. And I guess I want to say they've done it maybe with like 70 people that have to be monitored 24 hours a day with someone in the house, but they've served their time and nobody else wants them. And it costs $1 million a year to upkeep them.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what California is throwing their money away on. Which I
That's
think is
literally insane.
shitty because it makes the real estate go down. And I've been stuck in probate for 2 years. And I don't even think I'm going to be able to sell the house. So I feel for you with the litigation. It really is just like wrecked me the last 2 years.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, it really is. And it's just
Yeah.
never ending. It makes you not want to open your emails or answer the phone or anything.
Yep. I
Yeah.
completely agree.
Yeah. I've aged 10 years in 2 years.
It's insane.
Right.
Yeah, Summer Girl, I get that they're saying it's not a serial killer. We're saying we don't believe them. I know they want to open up Alcatraz. Newscom is spending, no, that's what Newscom is spending taxpayers' money on.
Gavin Newsom. I agree. I think it's a horrible idea. I think that he should just go back to prison if it's going to cost that much. I mean, what could you do for $1 million a year?
What are they doing? Like studying them? I don't understand.
So he's in this house. My mom's house is in this really rural area of LA County, up on the mountains. You know, there's like, it's like a nice little like retirement kind of home area.
Okay.
And they had to put him somewhere where he wouldn't be, you know, near schools or anything like that, even though he only attacked adult women. And he attacked 44 women in not that long of a span of time because he was mostly in prison. But then he would get out and then he would immediately start doing it. He even attacked one woman on the same day he was paroled.
Wow.
And went right back in. So he's finally done all of his time. They let him out. First time they let him out, he violates his parole by going on the internet with the same service, but they caught him doing it, I guess. So he goes back in for a little while. I think he was evaluated at Tascadero, but like the new one that's not at Tascadero anymore that time. Then they released him back out. And so it's like this medical service, but they're security guards and they just stay with him 24 hours a day to make sure he doesn't do anything.
Why though? Why is he so special that they're paying for this? I don't get it.
Because he's a high risk offender, but he's done his time.
So
Which is
they
shit.
so because he's a high risk offender and he's done his time, they pay for him to live in this special area and keep an eye on him?
Yeah, and it's tanked the real estate there.
That's insane.
Yeah, and actually there's 3 in that particular valley that my mom lives in. His name is Christopher Hubbard. If you want to look, I don't know if you're curious, but I would be shocked if he hadn't killed somebody.
I don't understand, like, who's paying for him to do this?
So it's supposed to be some kind of rehabilitation program that prevents citizens, but also goes along with the old laws that he was originally sentenced with that say that he can't serve any more time. Like, he can't be punished further. He was one of those people that were like staying off site on the prison for a while until they found him a home.
Off-site on the prison for a while.
And there's 3, it's called the Antelope Valley. And there's 3 of them out there being monitored. And $1 million a year is a lot of money out there.
Is my internet cutting out?
Is it mine? I
No,
can drop down.
It's not you, it's me. But I don't know how bad it is. But it's definitely not you, it's definitely me. Because it's showing on my end. I'm trying to look this guy up, but like I said, my internet's cutting out a little bit. But so I still don't understand though. Who's paying for him to do this? The government?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know.
Are they studying him or is it just for...
It's just basically to protect him and protect the residents.
It makes no damn sense.
And there's 3 of them out there. And, there's old ladies that walk all over those hills with, little walking sticks. And, it's peaceful up there for the most part. And there he is. Oh, yeah, the pillowcase rapist. That's him.
Damn, I can't get my internet to search or anything. Like, my internet's just so messed up right now. I don't know what's going on here.
It said no more.
Yeah, it's like
No
we're
more
just
bad
banning you.
searches.
You're nuts. We're banning you from the internet. But yeah, like, no, it won't let me change the setup on my stream right now to fix that you're on the screen in the big way. It's just being weird. This is really weird.
Well,
but you guys can hear me fine, I think.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So I'll head back down and chat because I have to go to work and I'm sure that my internet will be really bad during that, but I'm going to send you a super chat or something.
Oh, you don't have
right
to do
now
that.
For letting me up on my first time. And I'm sorry if I was awkward and weird and nervous. And
No, you did great. No, first off, don't you dare send a super chat.
Yes, I will. Damn it.
No. I'm trying to look up the guy that you're saying. I just,
Well,
like I said, my internet's
I would
freezing,
not
but you weren't awkward or anything.
It could be somebody like him that's in, the New England area, for all we know, right? I mean, this guy could be like another Golden State Killer, and he just didn't get caught for that.
That's
he ramped up really bad. I mean, to attack on the same day of parole, that's insane. Oh, thank you, Sailor.
But somehow he's held. I don't get it.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand that it would be hard on somebody to not be wanted anywhere, but I mean, that's his own mess up, and I don't want him.
Right. No, I get it. I don't know why I can't search them.
I worked for that dentist for about 1.5 years during COVID.
What a creep.
Yeah. The veneers were nice. I did not get any because those veneers break very easily. And then you're left looking like you have piranha teeth.
Oh, yeah, when they shave down your tooth for them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And especially when you have a dentist that might be doing a little bit too much cola and they might shave down too much of your tooth and then hide it.
Ew.
Yep. And then you keep having to have them redone. They say it's lifetime, but it's really not. So then you have to go back and have them redone. Then they shave more down. It's kind of like acrylic nails in a way, how they like shave your nails kind of, and your nails get really, really bad underneath.
Yeah.
But it's permanent because it's your bone.
That's really gross to even think about.
Yeah.
It's giving me chills just thinking about it. Ugh.
So the judge, I think that they were constrained by old laws in California that weren't passed at the time that basically treated, and ours as not being as bad. And this was also during the heydays of all the serial killers that were out. Like I said, he was in there with the toolbox killer, Lawrence Bittaker. That guy scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. He was in there, like he overlapped with Edmund Kemper. So I really, really would not be surprised if he hadn't done more. But unfortunately, because of
So
the
how
laws
old is
that were then,
So
he's
how
like,
old is he?
I want to say he's like 72, but
Oh.
that to me, that doesn't mean anything. Look at how the Golden State Killer was like doing push-ups in his cell. Meanwhile, he's pretending to be all feeble.
Right. Well, what I just don't
Means
understand
nothing.
why they're so okay with this guy. Just like, I don't understand why the state's paying for him.
I don't get it either. And to do it with 70 people, maybe. And that's what I'm thinking off the top of my head. And I could totally be wrong on that. But I want to say it's about 70. And that's, let's say that that's over $50 million that they've spent on this program per year on these people. And their justification is that it's, very successful. Like there's a low percent that go back to prison or reoffend.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
like,
I can.
great. Wow,
Right.
thank you. Send me half that and I'll never offend.
That's insane.
Right? I'll just stay in my house and never leave. Oh yeah, and he was in Santa Barbara doing it. He went up to San Francisco and did it, and then he was down here in LA doing it. So he was all over the place.
I'm trying to reconnect my internet really quick. So if I cut out for a second, that's why.
Well, I guess I can be a little late to work. I'm never late.
No. You can go ahead. Let me go ahead and let you go. I'll get this figured out.
Well, yeah.
I appreciate
Look
you
up
coming
just
up.
the pillowcase guy, and it's interesting. Maybe it's something like that out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to look up now.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Granny.
Thank you for
and
coming
I
up.
appreciate
It was a
you every
pleasure to
day.
meet you. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you too. Thanks.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Sorry, guys. I really don't know what's going on with my internet. But I'm very curious to talk about this pillowcase guy because I just Googled it, but I can't get my internet to work right now. But I do have this video up about the 8 bodies that were found. So I'm going to play this as I fix the internet.
This morning, we're shining a spotlight on the New
Hey,
England
Jay.
region as a serial killer may be at work. An 8th body was recently discovered there. According to reports, the remains have been found since March in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island. And while law enforcement has not yet confirmed.
No! I was just thinking, I'm so glad the video is playing, but I don't know what's going on with my internet. Gosh darn it. It says I'm connected. I'm sorry. Can you guys still hear me? This is annoying. It's a great way to lose viewers. I'm so sorry. I don't know why this is happening all of a sudden. Is that what it is? A solar flare? Because it came out of nowhere. Okay, you can hear me, so all right. Well, then I will do it this way. So the pillowcase rapist, which is what Robin D. Hood, thank you so much for coming up. This is what she's talking about. So, pillowcase rapist released into the Antelope Valley despite residents' concerns. A man known as the pillowcase rapist for his brutal attacks on women in the 1980s and 90s was ordered released into the Antelope Valley despite the protests of hundreds of nearby residents who say their area has become a dumping ground for sex offenders. Christopher Herbert was committed to a state hospital for much of the last 24 years after he admitted to 44 SA assaults over an 18-year period. He would cover his victims' heads with pillowcases while graping and assaulting them. His release to the rural community of Juniper Hills in the Antelope Valley was met with indignation Tuesday, especially because 2 other violent sexual predators were placed in the community in 2021. I'm outraged and extremely frustrated to learn that a 3rd sexually violent predator will be housed in the valley. Hooper was already placed in this region in 2014, only to be removed for violating conditions of release. The bottom line is he belongs in a secure and locked facility. Community integration should never have been on the table. But a judge saw it differently. A Santa Clara County Superior Court judge ruled in 2023 that Hubert was suitable for conditional release, sparking a search for a possible home for the convicted felon. The fuck out of here. So not only does he get out, but he gets free living. He gets paid, expenses paid. Yeah, right. A tree fell. My bad. The tree fell and it flung a caterpillar onto my eyes. This is what the judge said, right? That 2 other sexually violent predators had been released to nearby areas is not relevant to the evaluation of the proposed property, and no alternative placements were suggested by any agency. I think we're all just in a state of shock at the moment. Some of us who have been through this before are not surprised, but still heartbroken. This was a lady who runs a Facebook group. I really thought with public officials coming out against his release here that we might have had a chance this time, but it seems pretty clear that was not planned. This is insane. They're calling it a dumping ground for sex offenders. In 2014, documented 876 registered offenders in the region. Wow. But this guy's like a horrific offender. 44 victims. And they let him out and pay for him to live. That's insane to me. That's why I don't trust these people, man. I don't trust the police. I get it. They're saying, no, we don't suspect there's a serial, killer on the loose. But I do. I don't believe them. I don't know how my StreamYard's working and nothing else. This is weird. They're living in camps here off main roads nestled in the woods. Now that I get though, right? Because they have to have somewhere to live. They do their time, they do their sentence, whatever. They have to, unfortunately, they have rights. They still have human rights. My idea, what I'm upset about with this other guy is that the government is paying for him to live. Like they are homing him. That's crazy. Michelle said, how did he finally get caught? Good question. Let's see. Because somehow my phone works, but my dang computer doesn't. April 2nd, another thing came out about him. Diane Schwick's Royal California homestead. You have to drive 70 miles north of Los Angeles, blah, blah, blah. But a man dubbed the pillowcase rapist had no trouble getting to Pearl Blossom. In fact, he got a court-mandated escort to the community nearly 2 weeks ago. He's 73 years old, and he's now this woman's next-door neighbor. Why don't this next-door neighbor why don't the judge take him in? Let him live near your family. Are you kidding me? We are women, and that's his prey, says the 61-year-old who had heart surgery last year. Oh, my goodness. She says she was depressed last year when she found out he was coming. Now she's mad. I never had to lock my doors for the 28 years I've lived here, and now that's been taken away from us. So Hubert's release has reunited a debate over how the state should handle the most extreme sexual offenders in his custody, including those like Hubert, who attacked again after serving multiple sentences. Ooh, child. So this guy has done this several times, been charged several times for it. He was charged with dozens of sexual assaults dating back to the 1970s and spent 7 years in a state mental hospital after pleading guilty to 1 count of rape and 3 counts of sodomy. Court records show he was released in 1979 to an outpatient program in San Francisco Bay Area, and within a few months, he sexually assaulted about 15 women after breaking into their homes. He would bind the victim's hands, cover her head, and commit forcible sex acts. In 1982, he was sentenced to 16 years in prison and released in 1990 after serving about half of his time. Once free, he raped again. Within a 2-day period, Hubert attempted to sexually assault one woman and actually assaulted another. His parole was revoked and he was returned to prison. Until last month, he was held in a state hospital awaiting placement into a home as part of California's Sexual Violent Predator Conditional Release Program. Oh, fuck out of here. It's designed for predators in state hospitals to safely transition back to being a fully functional member of the community. I have no problem with someone who has gone to prison, done their time, and paid their debt to society, said Linda Adams, who lives across the street. Excuse me. Who lives across the street from Hubert. But how can you pay a debt for that many rapes? It's not something that just goes away. Another woman who lives down the street from him says she now walks with bear spray. Any male Caucasian that I see coming up to me, I'm going to be wary. And if he gets within 30 feet of me, he's getting sprayed. Politicians have also voiced their opposition. A man who has admitted to raping over 40 women and suspected of raping dozens more is not fit for release or community reintegration at any level. This is coming from the district attorney, Catherine. Yeah. He's now a neighbor to a mix of about 24 suburban-style homes and dusty ranches, where many enjoy the peace and pitch black of a country night. Oh my gosh, to top it off, the nearest law enforcement station is 15 miles away. Get the fuck out of here. You're going to put a pedophile, a repeated habitual rapist, in an area where the closest police are 15 miles away? Half of us don't have reliable cell service at all. Oh my gosh. And there's no urgency in repairing it. If Hubert approached my property, none of my neighbors would hear me if I needed assistance. Jesus, Lord. Oh, guess what the judge said, son of a bitch? The judge said he would make the decision based on whether he would put Hubert across from his own family. This guy responded, so he must hate his family. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I would be so angry. What kind of program is this? These serial rapists are not going to be restricted to being in their house all the time. They bring them out to go to doctor's appointments. They go shopping. People don't know who they're standing next to in line. You don't know who's talking to your daughter. Oh my fucking God. So not only does this Hubert guy have security cameras at his home, but he has a private security guard. They're just watching that we don't bother him. The security is to protect him, not to keep him locked up. Jeter says some residents have been the target of restraining orders by other former inmates in the area who felt harassed. But that goal is to protest peacefully. What would you all do if they let this guy live near you and your family, your daughters, and your mother, your aunt, your uncle? Oh my God. So we got this serial rapist out free in the world. No, it's just part of a program they have. Jay, I asked if he was being studied too. It doesn't sound like he's being studied. Now that there's 2 or 3 sexually violent predators in a small community of 3,000 people with one grocery store, how do you protect the community? Wow. The Republican state senator says he believes that they should only be released to structures such as prefab homes on state-owned or operated land. Outside the perimeter of a state institution, in a fire camp, or any other area that is the state's responsibility for the safety and condition of that area. I agree. Oh, look at this, right? Look at this to make people feel better. State audit figures also show fewer crimes committed by people in the SVP release program. Of 56 participants in the last 21 years, 2 were convicted of criminal acts. Oh, so that makes it all better? Geez, good golly. Nope. That's why I don't trust the police. I don't care. They can say, oh, yeah, we nothing to fear here. No serial killer. You have 8 bodies being found. You got them doing these weird programs like this with this weird guy. Pedos can't be rehabilitated, in my opinion. But yeah, in prison, the inmates can't beat them up because they'll get charged with a hate crime. I mean, it's not just that listen, they didn't just put them in an area, right? Because again, do they have human rights? Of course they do. Everybody does in America. I get that. But my whole thing is this is a guy that they put in an area where the closest police station, I don't know why I keep losing my voice, is 15 miles away. Where most of these people don't even have cellular service half the time. I can't. And he gets himself a bodyguard. No, the government should pay for them all to have bodyguards then. Oh, I'd be so angry. No, it cannot be trusted. The Alaskan Avenger? What is he? Somebody goes around and kills them? I remember that one story about the 16-year-old daughter that was being preyed upon by an elderly neighbor guy. The guy went to jail for, performing sexual acts with the daughter. The guy was released from jail. The parents were not notified. Excuse me. The parents were not notified. One night, they hear their family dog barking, and they go and they look, and they realize their daughter's gone. So the father jumps in the car, and he goes looking around for his daughter. She's a teenager. She's gone. It's the middle of the night. He runs into her with the creep. They get in a car accident. Daughter gets out the car. The father tells the daughter, go, move away. He pulls out a gun and he shoots the guy. Anybody remember this? He killed him. Boom, right there on the spot. Then they try charging the guy with it. I don't know. I wonder whatever happened with that. Let me see. Let me see, because my phone's working, my computer isn't. Whatever came of that. I know people really rallied around him. Is it this one? Was it Steven? God, it's sad there's so many of them, to be honest. What is this? Sorry, 1 second. Oh, okay. Sorry. Does anybody know that guy's name? Anyway, I don't know whatever happened with him. I know that, they failed to notify the family that the guy was being released. I think that he was justified. I think the government should pay his neighbors for better internet and security cameras and put a police station closer in the neighborhood. Because it's not just this guy that's there. No, there's a whole bunch of them. They said they have one grocery store in town. Oh, the fucking idea of it. Like, this guy, he brutally raped, snuck in the rooms of over 40 women and brutally raped them over a long period of time. And he's living amongst these people? Fuck out of here, dude. I always hear people saying California, people always do the whole political thing with California. It's so leftist. Listen, this is the one time I'm completely agreeing that California should be, taken off the map as part of the U.S. This is despicable. The thing is now where traffickers are tagging victims' cars with zip ties on the door handle of your car. That type of shit's been going on for forever, Scott H. A little sticker, a little symbol. I can't. He only essayed older women. What a sick son of a bitch. That's like that 15-year-old that was recently arrested for harming his 91-year-old neighbor. 15-year-old. His own mother, his grandmother, was raising him. She sat down. She said, you better tell the fucking truth of what you did to this lady. Sickening. 91 years old. Go your whole fucking life. And your neighbor, your little neighbor boy that used to help you come over and, help you mow the lawn and shit. Ugh. He didn't have a life sentence. What's crazy is that 15-year-old boy will likely get more of a sentence than this Hubert guy. Oh my God, the number's at 666. I'm out of here, you all. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up. I feel like this whole week has been a weird full moon type of thing. We got 666 visitors in the chat. I'm getting the hell out of here. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up. This is all too much. This is creepy. Listen, I personally believe there is a serial killer going on. I do. I know. The police are saying, no, we don't, blah, blah, blah. Everything's good. I don't believe it. But you know what I do believe is good? The Amish market. So I think I'm going to get myself dressed, put some good vibes into the world, and go support the Amish market. I will bring you all along if you like to come. Usually done under members only, where people just spy anyway. But my internet's messing up. There's weird vibes around. The topic's heavy. When I looked up and saw, now it's 644. I'll take that over that. But when I looked up and saw 666, I thought, oh, hell no. Between that, the internet, the topics we're talking about, we ain't doing that. It's a myth to who? To you. I believe in that shit. Well, here's the thing, Kenna. I appreciate all of you being here. Like I said, I know it would be so much easier to put Snoozy Poon on the screen and make a mockery out of her and laugh at her, and I'd make more money. I'd get better views. Not just her. You can do it with anybody. Drama sells. Going at the green team, all of that. But it doesn't, my mental health doesn't want it. I don't even want to, these people make me sick. They don't deserve the attention they're getting. They live for it. They're begging for it. She's sending her Maz over just trying to get me to fucking, pay her attention. I don't want to do it. I can't do it. I turn on every stream. It's there. I'm so over it. I'm so over it. The father killed his daughters. A doctor abuser was in, I don't know how to say that, Lanoke County, Arkansas. Let me see. Do you know whatever happened to him, Corgi Mom? Let me see. Lanoke County. All right. Well, and that's what I'm trying to do, right? I'm trying to just if you guys have any advice, if there's anything you'd like to hear about, if there's any topics you want to do, please feel free to reach out to me. I would love any ideas. I just anything other than the bullshit we have been dealing with. Oh, here we go. Whatever happened with them. All right. Will you accept all of our yeah. And a father in Arkansas allegedly shot and killed a 67-year-old man who he found in a car with his 14-year-old daughter. Yeah. Which ended Fossler being shot and killed. Now, I know there was a big group. Oh, Aaron Spencer. All right, hold on. Let's see if there's an update. Now that we got the number out of here. Listen, I mean, I'm okay with it. All right, update. There's no update to be found. Come on. Oh, no, they haven't reported on it since. So anyway, so the little girl was 14 years old. The predator was 67 years old. He's a 67-year-old child rapist who was out on bond. He violated the no contact order, continued to groom his victim, kidnaps the victim in the middle of the night. Like I said, family dog goes off. Father wakes up. They were never alerted. They were never alerted that this guy was being released. What would you do? I know you're getting a chance of being, arrested, but hell, do you think in that moment he's thinking, I'm going to jail the rest of my life? No, fuck that. This man raped my fucking daughter. I don't get a heads up he's out. I find my daughter's gone in the middle of the night and happens to be in this creep's car. Yeah, I'm killing him too. I absolutely agree with that. But I do know the world rallied together, man. And they said this father did not deserve charges. His GoFundMe was met with a speediness, and the world was backing him up. You're Scott H. Scott H. You're welcome to come up. I've heard of you. Not because I hear you hijack streams, but I recall who you are. It's absolutely ridiculous and disgusting and disgraceful to this community. And now we find out California is housing them. Housing them? There's no Megan law over there. We have Megan law. But what happens all right, so because this guy's daughter was a victim of this man, the moment this man was released on bond, that family should have been notified. And the fact that he wasn't is a big failure on the court system. Texas grand jury did not return an indictment against a father who killed his daughter's abuser. Well, that wouldn't be this one. That would be different, but I respect that. Yes, she did, Scott H. I heard her. I heard her say it. Mm-hmm. Nope, she said it. Don't believe her, Scott. Don't believe her. That lawyer for Trump represented him. Trump has 50 million lawyers in every fucking state. Let me say. Which he defended who? He represented the father or he represented the creep? Well, I guess not the creep. The creep's dead. Yeah, what's up with that, Agent 99? Look, now my internet's like, you're gone, bitch. It won't even let me click your comments. Oh, no. What is going on here? Can you still hear me? The internet guys are blocking me today for some reason. I don't know what it is. There's a reason they're blocking me today. No, the chat is frozen. I don't even know if you can hear me anymore. I'm just floating in the universe now. Where'd everybody go? Where'd you go? Come back. You can blame it all on me. know what happened. I don't even know what happened. I just crashed and burned out. The internet is not letting me internet today. I guess we have big storms coming, it looks like, out there. Solar flares, somebody said. I don't fucking know. Yeah, Clue lied to me. Clue lied to me. Clue's like, oh, we hear you. We hear you. Yeah, no, you didn't, because I was gone. I was gone. They kicked me. Clue's lying to me. Jay's lying to Scott. Ooh, you trouble. You have a great time now. You hear me? Get you some goodies from the market. This is weird. I haven't been on StreamYard in my phone in a long time, and it gives you a lot of weird options here. Nope, you lied. Look, right here. It says delete comment, put user in timeout, ban user, start comment, or show on stage. That's pretty cool. Why you always lying? They're ops. They're ops. That's what they are. Uh-huh. We heard you, then you were gone. I know, it just kicked me right off, but whatever. It didn't really matter, right? Hey, note to self. Oh, Aidens, thank you so much. Yeah, a little sassy today. I think it's been a full moon. Oh, now my internet's working on my computer. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, why did it even crash on me? What is going on? Now it's acting like nothing happened. Like, yeah, gotcha. I'm being trolled. I didn't even realize it was supposed to storm today, but yeah, thunderstorms in effect. Oh, okay. Thunderstorm watch. I believe somebody when they said it was a solar flare. I don't know. I really appreciate that, Eric, because the truth be told, I don't know. I'm tired of all the dumb shit. But I did get a new roll of toilet paper yesterday. It's very interesting. Roll of toilet paper indeed. Yep. Let's see. Sounds very familiar to something I heard about before but never received. There is a solar storm. Well, it's attacking me. Oh, thank you, Tara Lee. So basically, I guess it comes down to, do you believe that there's a serial killer? Do you believe that Rhode Island, New England, currently has a serial killer? No, it's Tony Baloney's. Thinks I make things out of my tinfoil hat. Well, listen, we put on our tinfoil today, Jay. I do have to say, though, somebody said they were making me a tinfoil crown, and I was like, hell yeah, girl. Make me one, too. But we did put it on today because is this some weird Taylor Swift and the millionaires are doing some freaky shit and is washing ashore? I don't know. No, you know what? Pathetically, I got excited for, Chloe. I'm not even going to lie. And I always heard this as a joke. Like, you know you're old or getting old when you get excited for a vacuum. And bitch, let me tell you, I was so excited for this new vacuum. You can't tell me nothing. I'm at this point making a mess just so I can use the new vacuum. I mean, that was like highlight of my life. Give me that vacuum. Oh, we're not messing with the Swifties. We know they ain't doing nothing. Taylor Swift is a very good, sweet-hearted woman. She would never. She would never. Well, here's the thing. So I fell for a I should reach out to him and ask him to give me a brand deal. I fell for sorry, I got distracted by a comment. I fell for one of those what do you call it? Where the people are purposely selling this shit. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now. But I fell for the video. This woman was able to vacuum up cereal, animal hair, wet stuff, dry stuff, and it mopped at the same fucking time. And I said, oh my gosh, they got a vacuum that mops. I need it. I need it. So I'll tell you what brand it is. Hold on. Let me look. Because it's like some weird Chinese brand or something. But it's called a Mova. Mova out the way because Granny got a new vacuum. Ooh, ooh. It was paid publicity or whatever you call it. But I'll tell you, the lady lied a little bit. She's like, it dries up so quick. No, it doesn't. So you know what then I got? You know what I bought after that? I bought little mop shit to put on my feet. I swear to God. Hold on. Tell me I'm lying because I'll show you I'm not. Wait till you see these. There's something wrong with me. I need a life. All right. Check them out. Hold on. Let me make sure no personal identifying stuff is in the scene. All right. Make sure the camera's facing the right way because I will cry. All right. Let's see. Face him back. All right. We got it. We're going to cover the hole just in case. No cam slips happening here. Look, look, look. You put them on your feet while you mop. I got the earbuds in. I got the mop and vacuum. I got these little John things on my feet, and we are in the groove, baby. Get out the way. You ain't seeing no feet print when I'm done. Ooh, love it. Love it. Get you a pair. One size fits most all. They're even pointed at the top like a little, well, which way does the camera go? That way. It's mirrored. Little point at the top like a little elf. Okay? Yeah, you do need them. Everybody needs them. Do I have to demonstrate? I will. All right. There you go. Right on your feet. So when you're mopping and bopping, oh, I need a fucking life. This is terrible. Oh, no lines in my floor, though. Where are they called? I don't even know, if I'm being honest with you. I kind of got them as a gag joke, and then I realized they're absolutely fantastic. So I guess they're called like feet mops. I don't know. Play the cha-cha slide. I will link you if you want me to, but I'm serious. If you don't have a pair, listen, do they feel goofy? Yeah. Do they look goofy? Yeah. Are your floors shining? Fucking right they are. Put cleanliness over style, people. That's why you also need a pair of Crocs. If you don't have a pair of Crocs, you are missing out. Do these fit on your Crocs? You better believe they do. Should they make mop Crocs? They should. Should they sponsor me today? Absolutely. But I'm telling you, seriously, joking aside, those things are fantastic. And if you don't got yourself a pair, you need them. This is the kind of life. Do they actually work good to try? They do. They do. They actually work. Do you want me to demonstrate right now? I will. I will literally demonstrate my new vacuum with my new mop and socks. The weather's been crap. I have to mop anyway. That's it. Let me put on my Crocs so we can get ready to mop. Hold on. 1970s disco afro. I do wear shower caps sometimes. All right. Let me put them on. They're so fucking funny. Every time I die. Hold on. Don't you guys leave me. We're really doing this. Then we're all going to tag this company and tell them they need to sponsor me. We're going to tag them and we're going to tag Crocs. Okay? And if you fail me in my pursuit to be sponsored, don't you play with me. Hold on. Ooh, I'm going to end up having to pee my pants in a minute. But that's the good thing with this mop. You can literally pee and then mop it up. I'm telling you. Clue, you got those pissing dogs. You need this vacuum mop. You put a little cleaner in the back and it self-cleans. The vacuum self-cleans itself. Hold on, you guys think I'm playing. Don't play with me. I'm going to demonstrate how to be a 1960s housewife. First, you put on these slipper socks. Then, oh, look, see? Nelly opened up a bag of popcorn. We're going to vacuum it up. Cordless, bitch. Yes, cordless. Let me move Nelly's little cat thing out of the way. My other pair of Crocs out the way, and here we go. I better be sponsored after this. All right. The floors are a little messy. We've had rainy weather. Check it out. Turn on camera. There we go. Got my crock flops. You give it a little go. Auto mode. It is mopping. Oh, look, look. Here's an example. See, it's dirty right there. Mopping and vacuuming, baby. 2 for 1. And then, you got a big spill? Ultra mode. Ultra mode it. Uh-huh. Whammo perfect. Give me a sponsorship, Jason. And then, you can walk right over it because you got the mop. Power off. Power off. Down here, collects dirty water. The other side of it is clean water with cleaner in it. Right here. And then you just empty it. And it has 2 tanks. It separates from the dirty water and the clean water. It's actually really cool. Seriously, it is fancy. If you don't have one, you need one. It is amazing. It's called Movo. Work those feet. Do. It's like one of those commercials. But seriously, get one if you can. They were 50% off on Amazon. So you no longer have to vacuum and then mop. You can just 2 for 1 it. You got an animal that likes to lose hair like mine, vacuum it up. Your kids don't understand why you have a floor mat at the door. They think it's there for good looks. Vacuum mop it up. This thing is brilliant, and you won't even believe. Listen, I ain't sponsored. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Until they sponsor me, no more free advertisement for you. But the brand is Movo. Well, PsyOps, we were showing everybody that when you become my age, these are the things that make you excited. And the fact that you missed out tells me that you're lacking excitement today. Yes, that's it, Candy Kush. Thank you. Is she going to tell us? I told you 5 times. Movo. All right, look, I'm going to show you a real example because Nelly really did open this bag of popcorn. So check this out. You can spill cereal on the ground and this will vacuum it up. Not even kidding. But look. All right. See right there is a vacuum popcorn crumb. And then right here, there's little crumbs. So watch. It's amazing. And then you got these songs to protect you after. Then you power off and then watch this part. Watch this part. Not impressed yet? Just wait. Best part's coming up. All right. Come on over here. Move my other vacuum. Now, listen to what it does here. You ready? You ready? You're not ready, but watch. You're going to be mind blown. Welcome to the 2025. Watch this. Charging started. Charging started. Now, self-clean, bitches. Starting self-cleaning. Shut up. Uh-huh. My vacuum is now cleaning itself, and then it's going to dry it. Well, they got to sponsor me to pour soda. First off, do you know the price of soda today? I ain't pouring soda on the floor. If you would have said pour some water, yeah, I'll pour water on the floor. But soda, do you know how much soda costs? It's called a Mova. Oh, the camera was off. My bad. My bad. Gee golly, TK. It comes like this. It stopped drying. Pretty cool stuff, man. Pretty cool. All right. I know. I need an affiliate. I'm not an affiliate yet. Thank you so much. I would have done it better if they were paying me, but you know, we need to discuss how Denali opened a bag of popcorn. What we need to really discuss, well, because she's a rat, she used her teeth. What we really need to discuss is who the fuck came up with Mexican street corn. Matter of fact, this shit was so horrible, my grocery store was giving it away for free. So Nellie chewed it open, but she didn't eat the popcorn because it's fucking nasty. Fire roasted sweet corn, Mexican street corn flavored. Yeah, they can keep that. You found it? Is it still 50% off? There's other brands, but I spent literal days going through different, like, I compared it, right? Like I did like the best, whatever, the best value for your price. And the best value I got for my price was this one, 50% off on Amazon. And if it does all your things you need, it vacuums and mops at the same time. I got it for $150. It was originally like $3 something. My favorite. Actually, my favorite is the Amish Market makes fresh popcorn. And I still have a bag here, but it's almost gone. This one is caramel popcorn with peanuts. My favorite is with cashews, and I need another bag. She did. Oh, look, see, soft cleaning complete. Please clean.
Drying the brush roller.
Oh, now it's drying.
About 30 minutes.
Oh, now it's going to dry the roller. How sweet. Thank you. These vacuums do everything these days. Your kids won't do it. Who cares? You don't need them to. Partner's too lazy. He won't clean the vacuum. Huh, we don't need you to anymore. All right, I'll link it for you. You're asking a lot here, if I'm being honest, but hold on. Let me link it. Oh, thunderstorms. You hear them? It is so good, but not popcorn. And you think I'm lying that Nellie did this? Look, I'll show you what the little rat did. I'll show you. Tell me I'm fibbing about this. She chews it like a rat. She is a rat. Oh, I got to take the mirror image off. Hold on. Camera. Mirror. No, there we go. Yeah. Nellie, I mean, your cats don't do this? Your cats don't get into chips? It's about to pour, Jason. I just heard thunder. Oh, you should feed her. You should feed her. Do you know how much the cat fucking eats, Clue? Do you really want to? You know what? I'll show you how much she fucking eats. How dare you? 1 bowl of food, 2 bowls of food. The cat is spoiled, Clue. Maybe you should go vacuum mop or something. Fucking feed. You should feed her. Shut up. You know how much that cat eats? Oh, that wasn't enough. There's a 3rd bowl of food. You want to fucking see that? You want to see that too, Chloe? Feed her. Feed her. What's that? 3rd bowl of food. 3rd bowl of food. Feed her. You must have 1, 2, 3 bowls of food that cat has. Feed her. You should buy me new popcorn for even insinuating such. Fucking cat eats more than anybody. Oh, she wasn't craving popcorn. She was craving trouble, you asshole. She was mad I wasn't giving her attention. Shut up. Where is she, by the way? I think it's raining. I don't know. She's outside. Oh, we're going to have a rainbow. Jesus. Well, she's not fat. She actually is skinny, but she eats a lot, dude. She eats a lot. She was looking for trouble because I wasn't paying her attention. I swear to God. All right, let me link this for you guys. Hold on. I'm telling you though, if you really have never seen one of these, or if you don't have one of these, you need one. If you can afford one, because I get it, you know. 150, 200 is a lot for a vacuum. But it's a vacuum that mops. Doesn't post them is why you Google it. Oh, hold on. All right. I'll just go by the one I actually bought. So your orders, vacuum. It's the Mova K30 Wet Dry Vacuum Cleaner. 180 lay flat. Oh, it's back to regular price though. What's the $50 coupon, folks? Get it today. Get it today. Crime Junkie, thank you so much. We're just bullshitting right now. Hold on, it's going to be an echo. Can you hear me now? You cannot dry vacuum with it. I read that always mops when it runs. No, you can. Look, right here. This one you can dry vacuum with it. You want to see me go over the carpet with it? It's called, what mode is it? Suction mode. Just suction mode. No, not the K30. That's the one I got. What's wrong with it? Yeah, it is a dry mop. I can vacuum with it. You put suction mode only. And it says this, suction mode only. Oh my God, they're the most comfortable things ever. I'm hooked on them. Honest to God. I got the slides right here. I got the regular Crocs. Then I got the Croc slides. And then these ones, the flip-flop Crocs, they're ugly as shit, but they are so comfortable. Yes, I'm positive. Do I need to turn on the camera and prove it to you all? Just suction mode. Yes. They are idiots. Motherfuckers. No, the problem is there's so many different links. Honest to God. But I got the K30. You can get the K30 SE for $249 delivered to you by tomorrow. No, but somehow it vacuums. I'm telling you. I'm not fibbing to you guys at all. For this price, I would never play with it. If it's a thin area rug, yeah. Like you can't do high carpet. You can't do if your carpet's high. The knockoff brands, yeah. I like knockoff Birkenstock. I would never pay the price for a real Birkenstock, to be honest. Yeah, it's a wet dry vacuum. I'm getting insulted like I actually created this thing. But no, seriously. It is fantastic. Is it fantastic? I want to say it's fantastic, but if you don't want to break your back mopping anymore, mind facts only, if I set it to that, exactly, you have to set it to that. But yeah, it's seriously, here it is, right? Apply the coupon. And if the carpet's, if your kids are messy and they spill cereal and stuff, it lays 180, whatever. But yeah, if you, it does, it works. I have a really thin area rug by the couches. The link is 200. Yeah. If you can afford it, it's a luxury to not have to mop and vacuum. You can bang out both in one roll. I've been very happy with it. Yeah, they're the new Croc style. Now, hold on. Here, I'll show you. All right. It was a little gag thing. But the truth be told, they actually work. So, again, get them. Now, I only got the one pair. I do need more. The K30, Chloe. I got the K30. But I was being cheap. If you can afford a little extra, I go with the newer models of it. But again, I compared all over. It will mop the carpet. It will. Like a shampooer, but it will clean pet tracks. Right, exactly. I compared all the prices to everything. I spent like a whole week studying these different mop vacs before I bought one. Because one, I'm cheap and I'm broke. And two, it's a lot of money for a vacuum. But yeah, I give it a 9 out of 10. I honestly thoroughly enjoy it. And then you got to buy yourself a pair of these. Okay. Now I only got one pair. I'm going to add these to my cart. I want no judgment. And by the way, it's not just my daughter also uses this cart. So don't pass judgment on that. Because I just realized you can see shit. She lives in fantasy land where she has whatever she wants to the cart. But these things are 10-10. If you don't have one, you need them. I don't know why you give them out at birthday parties. I think if you do that, your kid's likely to never have anybody come back again. But hey, do your thing. If that's what you want to do, if that's how you feel, go for it. That's a weird birthday party gift to give out. What kind of advertisement? We got to watch this advertisement now. What the fuck kind of advertisement is this? Hold on. Where'd it go? Hold on. Tell us about the... He's just sewing them together. Oh, look, it's me. Psych, it's not me, but it could be. All right, we're just going to watch a video of this guy sewing these. Oh, cool. Wow. Why are you giving them out at birthday parties? That should be illegal. These poor kids are like, Mom, can we go home now? Look at them. You photoshopped them on their feet because they would not be smiling wearing these. Not only that, but they wouldn't even fit them, you liars. These things are big. Oh my gosh, what is wrong with Amazon? That they have agreed to take the case is going on and sealed. Aaron's attorneys. What case is that, Corgi? I'm sorry. I always put out a basket of slippers at Christmas. No one wears shoes in my house. That I get. But are you going to hand these out? Oh, shark vacuum mop. The dirt goes into the replaceable head, so you never have to clean out a dirt container or anything. And the suction is out of this world. I would have thought it would have been more expensive. That little boy doesn't look like any kids I've seen in the past 15 years. Look at his shorts, too. Poor thing. What are they doing to these kids? These are really the ones that are sewing your socks together, not that guy they showed. He just took all their credit. What are they even wearing? Look at me sitting here judging these AI kids. Knock it off, Granny. I better get to cleaning. No, Epstein Island. Tell me more. What about it? You want to come up really quick? I got to pee. I'm a no-shoe house, as well as these slippers are great for that. Yeah, and they're cheaper, right? But listen, God's honest truth, I'll show you, because if it comes up in my purchase before items, hold on. How do you do that again? Your orders. Check this out. Oh, I bought a pack of these. First off, they have crock replacements. Oh, they're out. All right, hold on. Let me see if they have anything similar. No, the dog was not cute. I wanted what I purchased, not your dog. Your cute dog. Buy these. They're usually 50% off because nobody wants them. And if they're just for guests to be able to like take and throw away, right here, you get a whole big packet of them. Hey, Chloe.
Hey.
They have these house slippers for guests and these spa ones. Like they're cheaply made or whatever. Normally there's like 50% off coupons when you click them, but they're semi-decent. So if you're like a house slipper person, you can buy a whole big ass pack of these for pretty cheap. I bought them before. What we got about Epstein Island? What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, so they put out a new video, right?
What are you in the bathroom? You taking a shit?
No, I'm not taking a shit. What is wrong with you?
You're the one that sounds like you're in a bathroom. Don't she sound like she's in a bathroom? Put a 1 in the chat. You ain't fooling us. We know what
I am in the bathroom.
Say, I know it, bitch. She's shitting. You told us that you shit while you're on panel. Now we know you're shitting. All right, I'm sorry. What about Epstein Island? Let me be serious.
Well, I'm not shitting. But
she's
they put out
us.
they put out a video apparently, that was taken like right after they took over the property,
Hmm.
and it shows the kitchen only, right? But it's the photo in the kitchen on the wall that's like, what are y'all doing?
What's the photo?
There,
Do I even want to know? Holy shit.
here, I'll put it in the back chat.
All right. Why are they now being released? Do you know?
So there's a lady, I forget her name, but she's pushing. So apparently the Project Veritas guy obviously has been, I think, trying to do what he does and get answers about all of this. And she is actually on camera making the statement. They have tons of video, and it will probably come out eventually, but there's thousands of little kids in the videos.
Oh, yeah. Mama Michelle, welcome. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you didn't fly away afraid of us. Thank you. So, oh gosh, Chloe. Oh gosh.
Yes, I put that in the back. You'll have to
Are,
read it.
are these like the missing children of the world? Oh no. Oh no. They're like they're unclothed in photos and shit.
Well, I think so. I don't well, that photo in the kitchen was, right?
Oh Jesus. Synchronized pooping was not on my bingo card for today, said we.
Again, I wasn't pooping. If I was pooping, I'd tell y'all. I don't care. But so apparently they are planning to eventually release all this stuff, but the
Oh
problem
God.
is they can't do it with the
Appropriately.
people's faces, so
Right.
they have to, it's going to take a lot of time to edit. Like if there's thousands of them,
Why do you think they're doing it now? What would be your opinion on that?
I don't know.
Do you think it's some type of distraction? Like, hey, look at this instead of that.
Maybe. I watched this guy, he's on here.
Holy fuck, did you know the Island Boys were on Jeffrey's Island?
No.
Bitch, look at this.
You're talking about
Little
those guys that sing?
Yeah. Can
The
you see this?
twins?
Oh, I'm blocking it. Yeah, the twin brothers that make out on OnlyFans.
Yeah,
They
that's
sing
so weird.
I'm just an island boy. Look, they were on Epstein Island. No wonder they're weird. Now I feel bad for them. Look how miserable they look.
I don't even, is that them?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, it doesn't look like them. Oh, what is going on?
Let me put my glasses on. Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's them.
what
That's
the hell is
probably,
going on? Hold on.
that's them.
I tried clicking a link and it's taking me to some weird shit. We ain't going down those weird rabbit holes. Not on this computer.
Look
Yeah,
how
look.
fucking sad they look though.
I know. They're pathetic.
What's it? Oh, a documentary about them being there a lot.
Oh my God. They look so sad in the photos and they're sad in real life today. This is bad. Oh, that makes me sad for them.
What?
And I don't even
Who's
like them.
who's the other little boys with them?
I wonder if the ones, because I know they have a brother. I don't know. That's wow. I never knew they were supposedly on the island.
See what Sip Anon just wrote.
Tens of thousands of tapes with children. Oh my gosh.
That's what that lady said. That's what the woman. She's like the. Is she a DA or so? I don't know. So I watched JD DeLay talk about this yesterday. I don't know if you know who he is, but
Of course I know who he is. Sorry, that's how he talks all the time.
I know he's like
Drives me
very,
nuts.
very like animated. But anyway, so yeah, he was talking about it, and there's Pam Bondi. That's her, the
U.S.
U.S.
Attorney
attorney.
General.
Yeah, she was talking about it, and somebody asked her about, do you think we'll ever get footage, right? Or the videos released? And she said, yeah, but there's like thousands of little kids on there. So it's going to
Right.
take time to go through and blur them out. I
Oh
think it's just
man.
disgusting. I think it's disgusting. I
Yeah,
mean,
right here. No, you know what it is though? There are tens of thousands of videos and it's all with little kids. So you have to go through every one of them.
Yep.
So I wonder, like, are these little kids are, and you know, because there were a lot of foreign children that just vanished. Where did they, I wonder if they're like a bunch of children that aren't, you know, quite American children.
Right. I agree. Like,
Right. Wouldn't that be child porn if they released it though? I guess depending like what the footage is, but you would think there's going to be some sickos that during this segment, Keith said the woman wearing the hidden camera had identified herself as a nanny. Though
oh,
he didn't say how or why that came up in conversation, Bondi doesn't have any children. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. There are hundreds of victims, and no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. Oh,
yeah.
fuck, man. Of course
It's
they could. I think they're all involved.
what, the higher ups, like the elites.
Uh-huh.
No, I agree.
Oh, yeah, not making it political. That's not true. She's not releasing the files because someone that is running the country is all over the files. Right. That's what I'm saying. I do think that, you know, they're not going to release. I mean, he didn't just die for no reason. He died and all these secrets went with it. You want to come up, Jay?
I want to know where these kids are.
That's what I'm saying. Where the fuck are they now?
Because you look at like how many missing kids there are every year. Like, where
Too
are
many.
they? Why don't we
Too
ever
many.
find them?
And not only that, like, you know, of course we have the Summer Wells, the Sebastian Rogers, all the children that we've all spoken of. But then, like I'm saying, during the pandemic, thousands and thousands of foreign children just vanished.
Mm-hmm.
They were separated at the border and nobody
Yep.
knows where they are. Where the fuck are they? Underground, dead, right? Oh, you guys are saying you don't believe Epstein's dead? I do. What do you think, Chloe? You think they faked his death?
No.
I think, you know what? Actually, I got this from somebody else. Said that he thinks that they gassed the chambers, and that's why the guards that were watching him fell asleep. That they gassed the chambers and then to kill Epstein, which made sense to me. Like both the guards didn't just fall asleep. You know what I mean?
I agree with that. But I also think it could just be a fucking cover up too, right?
Oh, absolutely. A child
mean-
that Diddy adopted's been missing? I never even heard of that.
What? I didn't either.
Yeah, apparently he has a daughter he adopted named Ava. I'm sure they got their hands on hundreds and hundreds and thousands of children, to be honest.
I could actually see him taking himself out too. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I could. You're not getting out of prison.
So that's what I thought, right? First off, public humiliation. Secondly, he's a hit piece for people that are also on the island that don't want their secrets out. The highest of the high, I mean, the actual elite, the Illuminati, if you will, had access to him. There's no doubt in my mind that either he would kill himself or he was murdered. But I do believe he was murdered. And I think they gassed, like I said, they gassed the cell. That's what made the prison guards supposedly fall asleep. And they killed him. I honestly believe that he was killed. You believe, he is dead to public viewing. He is on an island somewhere doing what he does. No, I don't think so. I don't think, I think he was I don't think they would let him live.
That's what I was thinking too, right? What Miss North Musings just said. Like, why would they keep the girl alive?
Yeah.
Oh, and see, JD DeLay was also saying the whole thing in itself doesn't make sense because he was like, somebody was funneling Epstein the money to make this happen. He was like, he wasn't a rich person.
Right. No, he was the runner. He's the dealer of the children, if you will.
Yeah, but how do
you
you get money for an island, right? Is what he was basically saying somebody obviously funneled him the money to buy the island, right?
Well, I guarantee it was more the government's island, if you will. Like, they're all in it together.
I won't argue with that. It's so gross. Ugh.
From the minute they moved on, he was dead. From the minute they moved on, he was dead. Well, they killed him because with his death went all their secrets. They were never going to allow that guy to live. And I guarantee Diddy would be dead today if it wasn't for the fact that they already did it to Epstein, so they'll never get away with it again. But I thought for sure when they took Diddy to the quote unquote hospital for something like it was something small, I forget what it was. I thought, oh my God, they're going to kill him. But of course, now they're not. Because they can't. So this is what JD DeLay did. I didn't even see this one. Oh, this was secretly recorded?
Yeah.
Let me play a second of it. Hold on.
No, you know what it is? There are tons and thousands of videos. Yeah. And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
So for those of you who don't know, that was Attorney General Pam Bondi at a lunch meeting. And she was asked directly about the timeline of the release of the Epstein files. And her response was utterly shocking. She said,
but was it utterly shocking, to be honest, or was it expected?
It didn't shock me.
Right. Did it shock any of you in the chat? It didn't shock me. Diddy may be low enough that they will let him be a token example. Yeah. But Diddy's making moves from behind the cell. Like, he's like calling his kids and putting out hits and shit. I don't know. I think they're all sick fucks. And I think they're all in it together. And nothing will ever convince me otherwise. Right.
They said Diddy won't eat any food.
Went to the hospital. He won't eat any food from the kitchen. He gets his out the machines. Say they get pampered in jail nowadays, Chloe. They got the fucking tablets and they got all this commissary. And I'll never forget. I never got child support because he's in and out of jail. And I will never forget arguing with the judge that he makes more in jail, working a job in jail, that he was sentenced to pay in child support.
Yeah.
And that they're saying they're not allowed to like attach to that money, I guess, because he's in jail. And I'm like, so he deserves like tasty cakes and shit that I can't even get my kid because he's not paying. You know what I mean? Like, so it makes me sick. Honestly, the system's so broke.
No,
he's scared of being poisoned.
I don't blame him.
They could still poison his ass.
I mean, I'd be the same way. Look at that fucking judge or the sheriff who shot the judge when he was arrested. He was telling them like, just be fair. Don't beat me. Don't kill me. You know what I mean?
Right. And he was saying, they're after my Jay just played. I just tuned in. Jay the other day was going over that. He was saying they're after my daughter and wife. And I was like, oh my God, what is going on? And then you hear, honestly, a lot of it's coming out of Tennessee with these police stations going down for corruption.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, inmates can be paid off to do anything. But so they have a commissary cart, right? Like you order your stuff, then a commissary cart comes and drops it to your cell, if you will. It's like Amazon Express, but jail version. And so they could still poison them.
Yeah, they could.
So even Diddy thinks he's going to be killed. Remember in the beginning, they said we would be beside ourselves at what was going on and the people involved. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it came out that Trump, Obama, the Clintons, like all of our politicians are involved in this weird shit. Matter of fact, they are. I mean, they are. And I've heard this excuse before. Tell me what you think, Chloe. I've heard before that once you have access to like all this money, you can buy whatever you want, like the Mr. Beast of the world, right? The Elon Musk. Elon Musk could give us all $1 million and still be fucking rich. When you have that type of money, the last thing that, I mean, you can buy whatever you want. So what do you want? Well, you're not allowed to have, but you can't get as a rich, arrogant bastard. And that would be, gosh. That's why I was saying, like, I was jokingly putting on a tinfoil hat, but with all these bodies popping up, around where Taylor Swift is and everything, what if some funky shit's going on?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that. Didn't they find somebody like dead near her property or something?
They found a human leg, but there has been eight bodies found in like 2 months around that area.
Like on her property or just near her?
No, just near, not on.
Oh,
Yeah, I know. They're just using that to catch the headlines because people weren't paying attention until it was, oh, Taylor Swift's property. And that, or they have money, they are involved. I don't believe that all of them are involved, or that because they have money, they are involved. Some, yes, not all. Well, I'm not saying all either, but do I believe there's a big society of the actual elite that gets together and do some funky shit? Yeah.
oh yeah, because didn't they used to talk about like the baby blood and they would scare the babies?
Yeah, dude, going all the way back to, like I was saying earlier, George Washington and Ben Franklin and all them, the amount of bodies that and bones and shit they found in their properties, they were like doing like human sacrifices and shit. They were weird, drinking the blood of humans, and there's all types of documentaries on them. Yeah, I would think the leg needs a body, and these police are still saying, yeah, we don't suspect foul play. You just found a fucking leg.
What, Jody? Jody said something about red shoes made of skin.
Made of human skin that the elite wear? I have not heard of that. But I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, now like the creepy thunderstorms coming down. Telling you, the day's cursed. You guys ever heard of Project MK Ultra? Ever read Transformation of America? Ever read Dave McGowan's book, Programmed to Kill? I have not. The Pope's red shoes? Oh my gosh, not the Pope. Hey, we got an American Pope. I never thought we'd see
I will say this. I do think that there were probably mixed batches of people there, right?
Mhm.
Like, I think that you would have to have events there that weren't weird.
Right, the white party room, right. So he would have like your regular people.
Right.
And they said that. Who said that? What celebrity came out and said, I was at a Diddy party and I got invited to the back house. And there was a whole nother party going in there. And it was a whole nother party that I would never go back to again. What celebrity said that?
Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, it could, I think you would have to have both, right? That way it doesn't look like to the majority that there's anything going on there.
Yeah.
You know what
I
I
agree.
mean?
Well,
So there's a reason that you have this whole island and it's not for nefarious purposes. I think you would have to have regular events that you just invite a bunch of rich and famous people to, right?
Right. Well, and that's been stated. Like 50 Cent's been speaking out for years about Diddy. A lot of people have. Justin Bieber really said that he grew to, God, what's her name? Billie Eilish. He said he wanted to protect Billie Eilish, and he was like warning her to stay away from all these people and shit.
Yep. In that video that you played, that JD delayed, that's where they tour the kitchen. It's in the same video.
Oh, it is? Hold on. Okay.
Just trigger warning.
It's really the kitchen, or it's like...
No, it's the kitchen.
Jesus Christ. Because now sometimes you'll use like a Google image to represent something, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's actually the kitchen. I saw a dude on YouTube one time. He snuck onto the island.
Wouldn't you be afraid that like they're gonna fucking kill you for even showing this shit?
Who?
I mean, not me or you, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, who's that one Disney actor that for years everybody said he was fucking nuts? And there was that other guy that came out years ago. He lit the American flag on fire at one of Trump's hotels in New York. And when he was arrested, he kept telling them, I'm a victim of Sean Combs. Do you know P. Diddy?
Wow.
He's trafficking me. And the people blew him off like he was fucking nuts. Orlando Brown. Yes. The people blew this guy off like he was nuts because he kept talking about Sean Combs. Man lights American flag on, and he said he gave me $1 million to never speak.
I love Lil Wayne. I swear I love Lil Wayne. He's like my favorite.
And with this guy, the cops kept blowing him off like he was nuts until all of this shit came out with Diddy or whatever, and then they suddenly moved him to be protected in a jail. Is it this guy, Jonathan Odie? Yes, Jonathan Odie. Listen to this really. Wait. Golf club coming. I was Diddy's sex slave. This might be him. Anyway, he said that. He said, like, I'm a sex slave of P. Diddy's, or he kept saying Sean Combs, and they're like, yeah, this guy's crazy.
Shoot, that girl Keisha that used to mod for me, she was like best friends with one of Diddy's ex-security guards.
Oh, no shit.
I swear to God.
Oh, that would freak me out. Being
And
that
she
close.
she would talk to him about this stuff that was going on with him.
Ooh. I know a guy that was a bodyguard for Will Smith. And he said Will Smith is the gayest motherfucker. He said Will Smith sleeps with men all the time.
I believe that.
I do too. And he said this years ago, before like the whole conflict with his wife and him being like publicly cocked. He said it years ago.
I also believe that about Diddy. Honestly.
Me too. I think Diddy slept with everybody. And he spent a week with Justin Bieber, and then Justin Bieber was terrified of him. It was the saddest thing. You can see the whole interaction where P. Diddy confronts Justin Bieber. It's like, I've been calling you. I can't get a hold of you. And he's all like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Here's this video. Listen to this guy really quick. He was arrested years ago. So it turns out he lit the thing on fire in Florida, not New York. So I was wrong about that. But listen what he says, and they blew him off like he was nuts until this all came out.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
It is one of the strangest interrogations we have ever covered here on Sidebar. And in light of a criminal indictment against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, some people are seeing it in a whole new way. We're taking another look at
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay.
Quick aside here, the Boule is a real thing. It's the senior leadership of Sigma Pi Phi fraternity. Our understanding, it's the oldest post.
So that's what he was saying. He was saying, like, even the military's involved, and, you know, I'm trying to escape them, and I need your help. And they blew this guy off like he was nuts.
Huh. Well,
yeah. It was so sad. And then again, until P. Diddy arrest came about, and then people like Law and Order and the police and everything finally took him seriously, and they put him behind they started protecting him in jail. But it's sad.
Graduate fraternity founded by and for black men. It was secret in the beginning, but not anymore. It's been rumored that Sean Combs might be a member.
You're listening to, but you don't stop.
He would even say that they use his private jets to move around Pink. And I guess like Pink's like this new type of cocaine or something. I don't know, dude.
it is. It's a designer cocaine. It's actually hot pink.
Really?
Yeah.
That one I love when they arrest these people and they call them TikTok stars, TikTok celebrities. She got in a car accident on that hot pink whatever shit and was like losing her mind. So here's Epstein Island's kitchen photos. Is this right, Chloe? Yeah. All right. Trigger warning, because I don't know what it's going to show, but fair warning.
How would they have it? How would it have gotten to him? Specifically,
appliances. There are sparse decorations, including a few pieces of coral, but there does appear one prominent artwork.
Oh, I see people do that all the time where they put their babies in like the milk and they put like strawberries and all that shit. But that's weird that he has that giant photo.
Well, just wait for what's in the photo.
Oh, no.
Large framed photo of a nude baby in a sink. The baby is holding a phallic-shaped object.
Oh, you son of a bitches. Why would that be blown up?
That's disturbing. That's beyond
disturbing. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's absolutely despicable and a symbol of what they were doing there. Oh my, especially knowing what they were doing there. I mean, what the hell? Oh. And is that like, did he have kids? Was that like one of his kids or something? Like I got the
They said, so JD DeLay said yesterday that in Epstein's house. I think it was his house he was talking about.
Mhm.
Right when you walked in was a picture of Bill Clinton in a blue dress. And he said, JD DeLay was like, he basically, in my opinion, knew that Clinton was coming to the island a lot or whatever. So he basically hung that in his place to say, I got you, bitch.
Oh, I see. Which is why they would have him killed. I'm telling you. I don't think they're going to release us the real files. I don't believe it.
I don't know whose baby it is, but they
Yeah.
didn't specify anything on that, right?
He had Bush playing with paper planes too. A Monica dress. He had no kids. Yeah, so that makes it even sicker. So I was going to say, I have a picture of my daughter. She's like 2 years old. And she has really long socks on and a t-shirt, but she's bare bottom doing the dishes, like pretend doing dishes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like we have photos of our kids in the tub and stuff. This isn't even his fucking baby. And it's in the kitchen of all places. Nobody's holding the baby. The baby's in a sink.
Yeah, it's in a tub, like a sink or something.
Like a little kitchen sink tub.
Which is not an uncommon picture, right? I like there's one of me as a baby where I'm in a tub like that, right?
Right.
You can't see me. You can just see like I don't know, like my chest up. It was taken at a studio, whatever. But this like holding something like that, no, I'm sorry. Like you're a sick fuck. You know what I mean?
And in the fucking kitchen?
Right.
Blown up to that size? Like blown up to that size in the kitchen. Yeah, no.
Oh my gosh, look at what the other Brooke said.
About drowning children?
The artwork in the hanging behind the baby.
This one up here?
No, so she's saying the artwork hanging behind the baby in the picture of the baby.
Right here. Would it be this picture?
Oh yeah, I'm behind on the TV.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. Yeah, so that would be Picasso's drawing about drowning children. See the man's knees behind the baby? No, I just see a sink. No, I don't see. Oh, that's the baby's little baby fat. I don't see knees. Do you?
No, they're looking at. So I think what they're talking about is it could look like on a tiny phone like knees, but it's actually like a bronze or copper basin, and it's reflecting.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Right. I can see what they're seeing there. Oh, a lot of people are seeing it. No, so if you're able to see it off of like a phone or you Google it yourself, it's actually like Clue just said, it's the kitchen. It's like a sink. I don't know if it's a kitchen sink, but it's a bronze color sink.
I hope I'm right about that. It looks like it's copper.
Yeah, I see a copper sink. I don't see knees.
Okay.
Definitely a sink. You can see with the back of the sink here too. Nonetheless, very disturbing. And again, I mean, the location of it, that's bizarre shit. Like, what are they, serving children at the table? Or like, what the fuck is that? Why would that be next to the kitchen table?
Why would you want to eat looking at that?
That's what I'm saying. Like, what are we, ew. That's fine. Is it the menu? You ever see the movie The Menu?
And everything in there is white, black, or silver. Except for that photo. Ooh. It's literally the centerpiece of the fucking kitchen.
It's the only thing in the kitchen.
Well, there's a few, they said a few pieces of coral for like a little decoration, but literally that is the focus point of the kitchen, is that photo. So I'm sorry, but that's gross.
It's beyond obvious what is really happening. Hold on, where they go through the kitchen again. Oh, you hear those thunder?
It's storming here too. Jeremiah, really? Really?
I'm not on the screen. Hold on. What'd you say?
I'm sorry. That was Java Jones. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I didn't mean to falsely accuse you. She said easy to clean.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was a black and white video. I swear to God. I thought it was a black and white video until they got to that photo. And then I was like, whoa, this is in color.
Oh, but did you ever see the movie The Menu?
No.
Okay, well, when I was younger, I had a teacher say to me, and it always stuck with me, that they make movies based off what's happening in current events. So, like, they'll make a big movie about a big tidal wave coming, And then a tidal wave will eventually come. So when I saw the movie The Menu, this was, it was kind of around this time or whatever. And it was basically this very famous chef invites all these elite people to come to his special, menus, his special restaurant for the night, where they're actually serving like humans and shit.
Well, there's like this like theory that, again, they take the blood from the babies, little babies, but they scare the babies. They put fear in them because it releases some sort of endorphin or hormone or whatever
Oh,
that
Christ have mercy.
that keeps you young. So then they get these like injections. Adrenochrome, that's it. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh.
I'm dead serious too. I know it sounds crazy.
No, I believe you.
But
I believe it.
It's a whole like they do that. You know what I mean?
It goes all the way back to like Ben Franklin and George Washington time. They were doing shit like that. It was like their way of being powerful, I guess. I don't fucking know. There's whole documentaries on it. The Naked Truth. If you check out Benjamin Franklin's house, The Naked Truth. And they would go down these weird like caverns, like underground caverns. And oh my gosh, yeah, I believe it. Rose, stop it.
And there's also that like conspiracy theory about Obama ordering like cold pizza and wanting it delivered out back. Like, ugh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Where'd she go?
I'm here. Something fell over and it scared the shit out of me. Between the topic and the weather, I don't know. It's just something, there's like a weird vibe today. I was saying that earlier. Pizzagate, Monsters Inc. Why? How would Monsters Inc. be preparing us for this?
Because your kids are kidnapped.
Well, but they're not necessarily kidnapped. She went through the door.
Well, right. The door to where?
Oh, a quick Google search will tell you. All right. So it's a central secret of the movie lies in its exploration of the consequences of relying solely on one energy source and the potential for new, unexpected sources to be discovered. The secret symbols. Oh, it does. It says it right here. Am I on the screen? Yeah, look. Whatever you just said, adrenochrome.
Mm-hmm.
Someone upon this theory, I love it. Please look up adrenochrome, and I think you'll definitely see some symbolic with the movie an elite drug, harvesting the screams from children, the adrenaline, for their own gains. Oh my gosh. I told you that that teacher said that to me years ago, that they make these movies are like symbolic messages of what's happening or what's to come. A Kabbalah symbol? All right, yeah. That's weird.
I will say this in terms of Epstein. It would be absolutely possible for them to get rid of him and make the masses believe that he did himself in jail. It absolutely would be.
Oh, absolutely. I'm like I said, I'm shocked they haven't gotten Diddy yet, and I think that's because they did it to Epstein. They know the people won't fall for it twice. But what can we do about it? What are we going to do? You killed him. No. You know how many people the government probably kills on a daily?
Oh, I'm sure. Look at these people that invent things where like cars don't need actual fuel to run. They're gone.
Lindsay said earlier she was out because our conspiracy theories. Now she's like, y'all can't be tying Monsters Inc. in now too.
There was a guy who figured out that certain frequencies, when they were like, however he did it, resonated into a human body, would kill cancer cells. And next thing you know, he went missing. Well,
he's dead, right?
Yeah.
And then there's that guy that was going to come out with the big what was that guy? There was some guy that was set to release a book giving out secrets, and then he was killed. Suicide. He was suddenly suicidal. Anybody know what I'm talking about here? You know that locale universe?
Yeah, girl.
Well, I know, but I see more and more people coming over, and I'm like, well, we're not really, representing them here. But anyway, there was this one guy on there that I really like, David Jaffe. He's the creator of God of War and creator of Twisted Metal. Anyway, he couldn't get down with Keem. He thought the guy was a sadist. He thought he was like, he thinks the way I think, that this guy takes advantage of people with disabilities and he gets off on punishments and all that, whatever. So anyway, he ended up getting fired from them. But he talks about shit like this all the time. Like, I really enjoy. I was looking to see if he was live. I'd actually redirect to him one day. But he was just talking about shit like this the other day, like the whole alien thing. And suddenly people are that come out to speak against it are like being silenced. And
Yeah. No, I agree. I'm sorry. Like, I think the government is capable of all kind of shit, and they do take advantage of being capable of that shit.
Right, of course. Hey, Scott.
Hello, Granny. Hello, Chloe.
Hello.
I know this is the first time that many of you have had the opportunity to appear before me, but hello, chat.
I believe it may be. I know Jay says you take over streams, so we're prepared to kick.
You're prepared what?
Prepared to kick you off. I'm just kidding with you.
Okay.
Jay's getting ready to come up too. What do you think about all this, Scott? You think this is overall?
Well, I was just going to say a couple of things. I run a hotline for, well, actually, I don't care to say it. I'm proud that I do it for Alcoholics Anonymous, so I can't stay on here long.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
But there's a program. Yeah, I heard the other day that you're in recovery.
Yeah. Not AA, but NA.
Right. Same struggle, same path, pretty much.
Exactly. Same end goal.
Hello, Scotty.
Hello, how are you, dear?
I am well. It's nice to hear you.
I was the other day, have y'all heard, I'm sure y'all have heard about Anthony Fauci and all the COVID stuff?
No,
I have not.
All the gain of function research that they were doing that had to do with the origination of COVID in the lab over in China.
Okay. I'm familiar with it, but I haven't heard anything recently.
right. Like I knew there was some kind of a link, right?
Yeah. And I know they denied it.
I read an article the other day. Now this is pretty rough to handle, but while Doge was going through, Doge with Elon Musk and his team were going through and finding all of this waste, fraud, and abuse in all these different programs, government programs, that in some of those studies, they found one that was, and it's going to get controversial, but I'm kind of a controversial guy. There was a big push for the free abortion clinics because there was a program all related with Big Pharma and ran by Anthony Fauci, the same type programs as the gain of function stuff, to where he was needing, this is gross now, the scalps of freshly aborted babies to graft onto lab mice to do studies. Now it's pretty rough.
That's pretty wow. Never heard that.
Well, it's no different than organ donation or whatever. Skin is your largest organ on your whole entire body.
It's true.
And they sell, people in third world countries, they'll sell a kidney or whatever, for money to feed their family. I've got plenty of stories of things that I've read up and researched on that. Another thing with the kids, the trafficking and the tunnels and stuff, I watched this. It was a documentary, and what the guy had done was he was able to embed himself into a militia group, a homegrown militia group on the border. It was an undisclosed location. He couldn't tell, where they were doing it at, because that would ruin their plan. What they were doing, this particular group was. This was during the last administration. They would get a guy to act as a coyote to smuggle Mexicans across the border, or immigrants, not all Mexicans, but immigrants across the border. And they do definitely have tunnels that run, from Mexico to, different places in California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, wherever there's, the United States-Mexico border is. And they would find the entrances that they would use of these tunnels and overtake them from like the cartel members. And they had their own compound built on the United States side. What they would do is they would line up truckloads of immigrants to go through these tunnels, promising them safe haven and jobs and everything in the United States. Well, when they would get the tunnel almost full, they would block off the end in Mexico about the time that the first Mexican that was coming through. I don't know if you know the Lady of Guadalupe is what they call it in Mexico. You see it on all the Mexican candles and stuff. They worship, a large amount of them worship the Virgin Mary, kind of like the Catholics do. And they would have a Mexican girl, teenage girl, crucified and disemboweled. And
where the hell are you getting all this from, Scott?
Man, I tell you, it gets crazy. And then they force them on through. They can't turn around and go back because they blocked they came in and blocked the tunnel going back to Mexico. And of course, they see, a disemboweled, crucified Lady of Guadalupe, and it freaks them the hell out because they realize, oops, we've been had. There's no jobs over in Mexico. Well, they get they get out of the tunnel, and of course, their demise is their demise. There's everybody knows that dead bodies end up in the desert, never to be found. We all know it. It's a horrible thing, but it happens. It is what it is.
I saw a movie like this on Shudder, to be honest.
Well, when the guy was interviewing the guys in the militia in the compound, they said that this shit is all networked out. It's all funded. Millions of billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of people involved. But they had separate tunnels that they would use to traffic immigrants. And then they had tunnel systems that they would use to traffic kids. And then they had separate tunnels that they would use to traffic drugs, contraband and stuff.
Yeah. They don't really need to do all that.
Each of them was a network. I mean, they had their deal. This is my gig. This is your gig. This is your gig. Kind of like, turf. It's their turf. This is what we do. Don't fuck with our tunnels. Don't bring your kids and try to traffic your kids through my tunnels. And I won't traffic my immigrants through your tunnels. And don't you bring my drugs, try to smuggle cocaine through my human trafficking tunnel of these kids, and I'll leave your drug tunnels alone.
Right. We get the sentiments of it. I'll be honest, I don't believe it too much. I don't even know where you're getting it from. it doesn't even seem plausible that they'd have to do that, because the fact is that immigrants come over and Americans are kidnapping them anyway. So why would they need to do tunnels and all this fancy other shit when they're
because
simply doing what they're
there's money
doing?
in it. There's black market. Black market is, if you can go to the store and buy a pack of cigarettes, a pack of Marlboros for $10 a pack, or you can rob a tobacco truck and sell a carton for $10, what are you going to do? So basically, these militia groups, they set up and they get their own product, whether it be human, whether it be drugs, whether it be sex trafficking, whatever. And they make they become the middleman of transactions.
I mean, I'm sure there's some type of trafficking. I mean, trafficking's always been a thing. Underground railroads, the whole. I don't know if I believe it's to the extent. I mean, jump in, ladies, at any time. Yes, Jay.
I brought up a different story. So, you guys were talking about like MK Ultra and like, we've got like, I know you've looked into it and different things that have happened throughout history, right? We wonder like, oh, were they a part of MK Ultra or were they a subject, right? So like last week, I don't know why I get weird things that come up in my feed because I watch weird stuff probably.
Yeah, that's probably why.
I didn't remember this because I was just a kid, but in 1987, a news guy was actually held hostage on live TV, like during a news broadcast. And the guy that did it, he came in, he had a fake gun and everything, but they thought it was real. And the guy that did it his dad worked for the news station, but he was all into computers. He looks really like someone who'd be like super smart, maybe a little bit on the spectrum, but back then you wouldn't know that, right?
Right.
And he comes in and he reads this letter live. And it's about the CIA and computers. I don't know if this guy got into like a computer he wasn't supposed to. It was wild.
So he was basically forcing the news to allow him to say this on the news by coming in with the fake gun and holding a person hostage.
Yep. Never wanted to hurt anybody. Just wanted to be heard.
Just wanted to get his words out.
Yeah. I've got it pulled up if you want to watch it real quick. It's pretty interesting.
Pull it up.
I'd love to know what you guys think. If you guys just think because back then it's like, oh, he's just crazy, right?
Right.
All these people were just wrote off as crazy. Okay, so watch.
It's like the Joker movie.
Yeah,
that's
let me
what
know
came
when
to
you
my
want me
mind.
to play it.
Yeah, play now. Go ahead.
Okay, here we go. So he's a consumers reporter. So he was like reporting on taxes or something random. And this is an 87.
Gary suddenly appeared on the set of KNBC's evening newscast just as consumer reporter David Horowitz was being introduced.
Pardon me? What is this? Let me see what it says. All right.
He's got a gun to his back.
I love how the reporter's like, all right.
Dude, isn't that weird? It almost seems planned, right?
Right. Right, because how do you react? He's a news reporter. How else do you react other than, oh, this is real? Okay, all right. Like,
look at the lady, how she sat back. She's like, oh shit.
Yeah, she pulled back immediately. And you hear the person behind the producer saying, "There's a gun. There's a real gun." Wow.
Does anybody in here remember that? Are you old enough to remember this being like live?
I wasn't born until '88.
You weren't even born yet.
I wasn't even born yet.
I was a little girl.
I was
a little
3.
girl.
You were 3?
Yeah.
I was 13.
Someone on the set who's standing here and would like me to read this copy which was just handed to me. You want to tell me your name or not? What is it? And Gary, where are you from?
KNBC then cut away from its newscast.
It was like the Twilight Zone. I didn't know what was going to happen. And
how he was being nice to him was so smart. Like, what's your name? Where are you from?
Dude,
like,
he handled it great.
He did fantastic.
That's why it almost seems like, prepared. I know it wasn't, but he really handled it great. But wait till you listen to the letter.
And I didn't realize, I said to myself, this is not really happening to me.
Stolman's statement was a bizarre tale of space creatures and the CIA. Minutes after he handed it to Horowitz, the police arrived, and Stolman put the pistol down and was led away. A KNBC sportscaster who watched the drama unfold said no one realized Stolman's gun was just a toy.
Well, people were terrified. You know, there have been situations where they've gone into studios in other cities where those guns have been real guns, and the control booth immediately, it was kind of like, oh my God, he's got a gun. They immediately said, go to black and kill the mics.
Stolman was no stranger to the people here. His father used to work for the station, and the younger Stolman had been given permission to watch the broadcast from the studio. Stolman's father later released a statement that said his son had a history of mental problems. A police spokesman, meanwhile, who said Stolman's been charged with a threatening action with intent to terrorize, indicated Stolman did not intend physical harm.
He saw us arriving. He put the gun down and said, I don't want to hurt anybody, and that was it.
Moments after the police left the station, the KNBC newscast resumed with a report on the incident.
They
Ann
fucking
McDermott,
resumed.
CNN.
They fucking resumed their day like no big deal.
Just went on like nothing, right?
In today's world, he would have been shot immediately. Instead, they just pulled him by his arm off stage. They didn't even really do anything wild with him.
No, it was weird, right?
It
They knew
was.
who he was. They knew who he was. But he was talking about the CIA and aliens,
Wow.
which
Would-
is really wild, right?
Does it go on to actually break down what he was really saying, or?
Let me see. This is, yeah, it's right here. This is the most, yeah, right here.
Because, you know, one of the nicest things about shopping by mail order, pardon me?
By mail order.
What is this?
Yeah, Granny, back in the day, we used to have to order from catalogs.
I was thinking mail order brides and shit. I don't know what I was
I
thinking.
knew that's what you were thinking.
Yeah, then I
Let's see what it says. All right.
He's
All
got
right,
a
well, let
gun
me
to
read
his
this.
back.
Folks, we have someone on the set who's standing
This
here
lady's
and would
shitting
like me to read this copy which was just handed to me. You want to tell me your name or not? What is it? And Gary, where are you from?
At that point, the control room was ordered to go to black, kill the studio mics, and put up a standby slide. But Horowitz continued to read, and the gunman kept the gun in his back.
I was warned in 1981 by someone with connections at the CIA to stay off the computers, that they didn't trust people on computers. When I began receiving disturbing calls from my parents, which led me to believe that something terrible was going on, I was then forced into a mental hospital in Tallahassee, where I learned that my brother-in-law had been driven insane in the same manner that someone was trying to do to me.
The gun was a precise replica.
So did you hear that? Pretty wild,
That
right?
is wild.
And police, who by then had entered the facilities, made plans to deal with the situation. But when the statement had been read, the gunman placed the gun on the desk, and anchorman John Beard grabbed it.
He moved quick.
Burbank police wrestled the man to the floor. He has been identified as Gary Stolman, and he said he never intended to harm anyone. Indeed, the gun proved a fake. But Stolman may still face a variety of charges. He is the son of pharmacist Max Stolman, a former member of the Channel 4 News team reporting on medicine and related issues. Max Stolman said, I do have a sick son. He has been hospitalized a number of times. I am thankful he wasn't killed. At a news conference this evening, Horowitz, who appeared to maintain his calm throughout the ordeal, acknowledged his fair share of anxiety.
And I've covered enough hostage situations, and I've been in Vietnam, and I know that when someone points a gun at you, you do what they tell you to do, and hope that someone's going to.
There you go. That's how he knows he reported in Vietnam.
That makes sense because he was
Right.
way calm.
Way
Well,
calm.
have you never been held at gunpoint?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I have. They say it happens to everyone at least once in their life, and you will be calm.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I never have.
We were sitting outside of a gas station, and they were cleaning the floors. I was with one of my exes at the time, and we couldn't be inside while they did it, so we were sitting outside in the truck, and this dude came up and had his gun on us. You're calm.
Scary. But did you notice too his dad's a pharmacist?
I was just about to say that. Dad's a pharmacist.
Yeah, it was weird, huh? And he's like, I got warned in 81, so that was 6 years prior, not to be on computers. And this is like War Games shit. Like, remember that movie War Games where he was on the computers, breaking into the government computers? with like a old school modem where you put the phone right on it, like the landline phone fit right on the modem. He was breaking into the computers in that movie. And it made me think of that. Like, was this guy breaking into these computers? Were they threatening him?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure. But wouldn't they just arrest him too? Like, you're breaking into governmental computers.
I don't know.
Would they just threaten him, or would they arrest him and then, convince everybody he's crazy? Like, that's a pharmacist. My son has mental health issues.
Yep.
I wonder whatever came of this guy. Has there? I mean,
Green Eyed PI said he got 3 months of probation for that, but I don't know where he is now.
That's what I mean. Like, where is he at today?
I don't know.
Yeah, computers weren't in every home back then.
No, not at all. They do have like a 50-year like interview with the guy or 40 years, where they re-interviewed somebody. That's a different hostage.
The reporter.
Yeah, but I don't know about the guy. I'd have to look into him. But yeah, that's freaking crazy.
Yeah, I think we had Atari, whatever. There was no public internet.
And it's like you said, like, I don't know. I can't remember what I was going to say. I read chat and
you would think, you would think if you, yeah, I read chat too now. Hold on. You would think that, like I said, the government would just come and kind of like arrest them and throw them in like the loony bins.
I know what I was going to say.
Dismiss them.
What you were saying about movies, like being premonitions.
Oh, yeah. I
right?
do believe that.
Mm-hmm. So
believe that.
If they did this War Games movie where he was able to like use a modem and get into computers, could that have really happened?
Oh, absolutely.
He does look like Anthony Fox. He does look like him, but I don't know.
Was he related to a doctor on there? They look alike.
Let me do a little Google search here.
Most top tech people wouldn't let their kids on the internet. Well, the creator of the internet said that people aren't ready for the internet, and that's for sure. But the government's always like 20, 30 years ahead of us. Like, they had, electronics and internet and all that shit
computers
before
and
us.
internet like back in the 60s, 70s.
Yeah.
Within themselves.
My grandfather, when he was on his deathbed, he told a lot of secrets of things that he was part of.
Really?
Yeah.
I find that so interesting.
It was amazing. He helped design toilets for spaceships. That was pretty cool to know.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
The rest of the shit, I don't even know if I can, like, he waited till he's on his deathbed to say anything about anything, you know what I mean? So it was like, I guess his last get it all off his chest type of thing. Charles Manson rabbit hole. Do you know how easy it would be to do a Charles Manson type of shit today with the internet? Like, I believe there are people, like, and I know this is an exaggeration, but like the Green Team, for example, I believe they're like easily led people that could easily fall for some type of cult shit.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to you. I'm just looking to find out where this dude is.
The guy that did that to the news agency was lying or sick. Why do you think he was lying or sick? Why do you think it's not possibly true? Especially knowing what, like, everything that we know today about, like, all the shit these people are up to. I think aliens is nothing more than
especially a fake gun. Like, he really did not want to harm anyone. He just wanted to be heard, right?
Right. That's what I mean. Like, it's not like he was looking to hurt anybody. He just wanted to be heard. But then again, would he only go away for 3 months if what he was saying was true? When they, like, want this guy silenced for forever?
You would think. Well, they put him in a mental hospital, right? And put him on psychiatric drugs.
Well, Scott H. did send an article that's fact-checking the fact.
Really?
Dr. Anthony Fauci found it grafting baby scalps onto mice. I don't even want
to.
Yeah. Ugh.
There's some things that are just too deep that I don't even want to know. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, that's like, all right. So I just had this conversation the other day because I like to watch like arrest videos or whatever and all those things, and some of them lead to like children being removed from bad moms and all that stuff. And a lot of times the kids get out the house and the parent doesn't know it, and they're autistic kids and blah blah blah. The one lady last night, she was like, 2 out of my 5 children are normal. The other ones are autistic, da da da. And I'm like, dude, what like autism is so rampant. And I get it, I've had people close to me say, well, it was always rampant, but it was brushed off as either kids being kids or they were children that were thrown into facilities and deemed, quite frankly, the word they used then was retarded. That's what they called them. I'm not saying it today. I'm saying that's what they called it then. But what are the odds that autism is so fucking high now? Like there has to, I don't, is it really a case of like, well, it was always around, it just wasn't diagnosed as such? Or
I think
is there
so.
something going on that autism's so rampant?
I think it might be a little bit of both. I think that I don't know. I think that a lot of the preservatives and stuff in our foods,
That's what I'm thinking.
are I mean, it's more prominent now, right? We have
And
more
I
chemicals than ever.
more than ever, we're trying to produce food at such a fast rate. They're fattening up our chickens to get more meat and whatever. Now, and I know there was a study done that said that it was dude's autism was linked to vaccines, but that guy was actually imprisoned, and it was debunked that what he was saying was a lie. But my friend does swear that her son was normal until he got his 2 or 3-year-old shots, and then he regressed. So I don't know. I don't have an autistic child to say what it is or isn't.
I think about like kids back in my classes before all of these diagnoses, right? Or diagnoses, whatever, however you say
Yeah.
it. And I think about like the kids that would probably have been labeled autistic that weren't, you know what I mean? The ones that seems like they label the ones that like are disruptive or can't
Rambunctious and
yeah, they can't
the
focus.
class clown, if you will.
Mhm.
Today would be
And
labeled autistic.
yeah. I don't like the whole school, like, I don't know. I think too many kids are given medications to focus at school. I think the problem is school is fucking boring. And it
There's
has
not
like,
enough breaks.
and they don't like, I don't know. It's just so,
Dude, my kid gets 20 minutes of recess and lunch.
yeah, it's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
It's not enough time. It's not enough time to eat. It's not enough time to get all your energy out. It's very like sit. And not only that, but in today's world, most kids are addicted to electronics. They're addicted to their phone and stuff. And I was reading this one article that was really well done that, at school, if your kid's on their phone, they'll take the phone from them. And they compared it to taking a drug addict's drug of choice away for 8 hours a day and then giving it back to them.
Mm-hmm. I just think that if they like kind of curtailed like curriculums and the way they teach,
yeah, so lame.
It's so boring, right?
Right.
It just is. And they don't really focus on creativity, which a lot of kids are so creative and it's stifled. A lot of these kids that are labeled and drugged, in my opinion, probably have a lot of potential.
Well, and I've
we're not
also,
aware of.
I've said the same thing before too. Like I know parents that would be like, "Oh, I think so and so is autistic," and I'm like, "Dude, you don't do anything with them all day. Like you're not giving them like good meals to eat. You're not sitting down and doing any activities with them. You're not taking them outside to play. You're not taking them to the park. They're pending up all this energy, and then you're labeling them out of control. When the fact is, they just need some attention and direction.
Mm-hmm.
It's really sad.
It is. And school is just like you either get it or you don't. Right? Like
Right.
there's no curtailing how kids learn. And I think that's why a lot of kids, they just lose it. They're not interested.
They tune
That's
it
how I
out
was.
because it's lame as shit.
I hated
I'm with you.
I love learning, but I hated school.
Right. No,
But I
I
do
get
have
it.
an update on our guy here.
Oh, what you got?
So here, let me pull it up. It's his dad's obit. So the pharmacist, he's passed away now.
Yeah.
But it looks like, remember the guy said he was put in a mental home
Yeah.
in Tallahassee? It looks like he still lives there. But listen to
Oh.
this. This is the dad. Registered pharmacist. He died in 2007. It says a passionate advocate for patient-centered pharmacist care, social justice, and the separation of church and state. That's a whole lot of things.
Yeah, that's a lot of different interest.
Uh-huh. So then it goes in to talk about what he did, where he went to school. And then it says, with a lifelong ambition to become an actor, he performed in amateur theater and worked as KNBC's friendly pharmacist on News 4
Oh.
LA, which is what we saw. He got a Purple Heart. He was in World War II. And then he was part of all this other stuff. But look here's where it says he's survived by 2 daughters, Rita of Minnesota, Kay of Oklahoma, and his son, Gary of Tallahassee, Florida. Mhm.
Wow. Well, I hope Gary's doing well today.
Me
and,
too. So Gary is 71 now. Wild.
71. Wow.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Thanks for letting me show that. I've been it's been bothering me to talk about that.
Well, and did it come out? Correct me if I'm wrong. Clue, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Bitch is never quiet unless she's on my panel. Talk.
No, I'm sorry. Baby Clue's in here.
Oh, she's
up,
graduating,
bitch.
right?
Yeah.
Congratulations.
She get her braces on?
Not yet. She gets them in June or July.
Damn.
Oh. And
Well,
right,
that's
right
the
after
double.
graduating photos, right?
Right.
That's
Go
awesome, though.
figure.
Congratulations, Clue.
That is exciting. Man, I was such
Thank
a
you.
mess that day. I'm like, no. And
Those
now
were fun
she's in college.
times. God, it seems like just yesterday. My oldest is going to be 30 in July.
Wow. That is crazy. It does fly by.
It does. I'm telling you, from the time he graduated at 18 to now, it's like he's gotten married, he's had a child, and it's just like, whoa.
Yeah. It's like you blink. I know. It makes me so fucking sad. I'm telling
It
you.
is sad.
My son came one day and he was a foot taller and he was like, Mom. I mean, he made me jump. I'm like, the fuck? Like, where did that? I'm like, where's the little cute baby voice? Bring it back. I want it back. And then my daughter, my God, I actually get so emotional at this shit. I honestly do, because it terrifies me.
It happens fast.
It does, too fast. I'd do anything to go
He's
back.
like a grown-ass man. Like, I go over there and he's got his own home and his own grill and his own garage. You know what I mean? Like, it's just
Scary.
wild. You walk in, you're like, wow.
Not ready for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing. And on one hand, you're really proud. Like, I'm getting emotional.
Yeah.
Because you're so proud. But then on the other hand, you're like, where's my baby?
Right. No, it's freaky.
It's scary too. Like for me, I don't worry so much about her because she's, going to be like a badass, but it's like the world we live in,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the world's scary. Bunch of creepos. Like, you got creepos stalking out minor children because they don't like their mom's opinions on the internet. It's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
Well, I think more about like just these people that like, I don't know, like I was watching this thing the other day and it was these 6 teenagers. It was in Florida. You know that Grady Judd or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah, he's always putting everybody on Front Street, man. He
I
don't
love
fucking
Grady
play.
Judd.
But it was these 6 teenagers and
I saw that.
they like
saw it too.
just hit this guy on the electric scooter.
Yep.
Like, I don't know. That's the type of stuff that I worry about, right? Like, is some idiot trying to get away with robbery and you happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time?
Yeah, I know. You got to try not to think about that stuff, though. I think about it, too, because, like, my daughter calls me, like, on her way home from work every day. And, if I don't get that call, like, I start to wonder, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'll check my phone, reach out to her, whatever. I get it.
This is so weird. I just got an emergency. I never got one of these. Flash flood warning. This is a dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not try to travel unless you're fleeing an area. I've never gotten that.
Really?
Yeah.
Shoot,
Scared
we
the
get
shit
that
out of
here
me.
every week.
I've never gotten that. Remember one time we got a tornado warning and I was like, it was like middle of the night. I woke the kids up. I'm like, we gotta go. We gotta go in the basement. They're like, leave me alone. Nothing happened, thank God. But yeah. No, that was scary. And the fact of the matter is the whole world, these kids are out of control. I feel like an old lady when I say that, but
No,
kids
they
out
are.
freaking
That's
nuts.
Really changed. I mean, my 25-year-old daughter will say how different she thinks like kids are.
Right.
That's how, but it's like over like the pandemic. I feel like things really changed and never.
Well, they missed out like 3 years of their lives, right? It was
Yeah.
like really 2 years, but it almost feels like it feels like a lapse in time, like that time just disappeared. And yeah, they weren't socialized. And not only that, but they're socially awkward anyway. They don't even know how to converse with you because they're on their phones all the time. It's so weird.
That shit didn't help though at all. And like my son, who's 27, he's like, through the pandemic, like there was nothing to do because Michigan was completely shut down.
Yeah. I actually enjoyed it being shut down, if I'm being honest. Like, I think the world should shut down.
Imagine though being like 24, 25 years old.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I imagine more being these babies that were born during that time period. They didn't even see humans' faces without masks for like 2 years. What is that going to do to their development? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's weird. Like, I don't know. It's such a, but I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I enjoyed being like kind of shut down and stuck. And I think that's bad too. But I do think the world should have to do that. Like we should be forced to do that like once every 6 months.
Just
for
think
like a week.
I mean, just simple things, Granny. Like yesterday I was talking to my daughter about like the movies. We were talking about the Menendez brothers and how they were going out to the movies the night they killed their parents.
Yeah, aren't they just resentenced so they
were.
get out? Jinx, I read that so wrong. I thought Jinx was saying, I'm worried one of my children are going to be, like you were worried one of your children were going to be part of the LG. Like I read that so wrong. I'm like, no, you didn't, Jinx. But no, you didn't. I apologize. Yeah, they were just resentenced so that they can be released. What do you think of that?
I guess it's up to the parole board. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't feel as strongly as I did in the beginning when you and I first talked about it.
What do you think, Chloe? You think they deserve to be out?
I don't know. I honestly can't say for sure. I haven't done enough research on their case.
It was gruesome.
That's what I've heard.
It's been 30 years, right? It's been 30 years. Look at Gypsy Rose.
Oh, Gypsy Rose, she deserves to be in jail. Gypsy Rose deserves to be in jail.
I agree.
Now, can the argument be had, like you just said? The whole point of jail is, can they be rehabilitated, right? Do they serve a danger to the public? Do I think they serve a danger to the public? No, I don't. Am I worried the president is sets when you let somebody like them and Gypsy Rose out and all these people that say, oh, well, I was abused. You take away a kid's phone today and they're saying they're abused. So like, are these kids going to end up being little children of the corns out here slaughtering all us parents and they're saying, well, I was abused.
But they were abused though. I mean, if you believe their stories, it was pretty graphic.
And I agree it was graphic and I agree they were abused, but it was overkill. And then they took all that money and they lived it up. And I don't know.
See it kind of is like, you know, him, like the dad being the record exec or whatever for Sony. He was like the Latin Diddy. He was very powerful and he did a lot of bad things.
I agree.
A lot like the not Menendez, but what was that group? Menudo. That guy, one of the guys in Menudo came out and said that Jose had done things to him as well.
Yeah.
I think they were monsters, but it's just, how do you, like, I don't think you're justifying it. I think what they're saying is, okay, they're resentenced. The parole board will figure out if they're safe to be out in the community.
Right.
But I don't know how the California parole board works. Like if they're lenient or.
My thing is California parole board, they're letting out pillow rapists. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
My thing is, I don't think they should be allowed to, and I don't believe Gypsy Rose should be allowed to come out and be celebrated, be celebritized, be, oh, let's give her a TV show and Gypsy Rose, the dick is fire, all that, like, like you're not an idol. You're not somebody to be idol. You should keep a low.
Don't you think
profile.
that should have been part of her parole? Like,
yeah,
to stay off social media or some shit. Like,
I do.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be allowed to profit off your murder. And Gypsy Rose has profited off her murder.
See, it used to be people would just write books and they'd say, oh, you can't profit by writing a book. But now we have social media. And I think they should upgrade, like get up to speed on the digital aspect of release, right?
And the TV shows that are, making them. And
Lifetime. Yeah,
I don't think that it should be allowed. I don't know. She is creepy. Gypsy is creepy. And a lot of people are saying, and of course it's rumored, who really knows, but that she's not much of a mother either, which wouldn't be surprising. Yeah.
I mean, has the girl ever gone through therapy? I doubt it. Even if she did, it was probably half-assed in prison or something.
I don't trust her. Yeah, I don't like her at all.
I don't either.
But then that's my worry, right? Because right when we mentioned them, you brought up Gypsy Rose, and that's the comparison people have. And it's like, yeah, should they come out and be able to profit and be celebrities and be? I mean, they made the Netflix series made them. Everybody was like, oh my god, they're so hot, and they're good looking guys. But
But
should
you know
it be
what?
like that?
That's another thing my daughter and I have discussed. Like, she watches all the Netflix like the movies that come out, like the Ted Bundy with Zac Efron and Dahmer.
Right, they make
And
them
they
all
make them
like good
cute.
looking and relatable, and now they're swoon over, and
And
everybody's
she's like, Mom,
oh.
this is so disturbing, because she like looked into the real, after watching it, she like Googled it, and she's like, this is disturbing. Like, why are they making them attractive? These guys are like disgusting.
And really, it should be more about their victims than them. But
yeah, it's fucking sick what Netflix does, I think, with those killers.
They were just saying not that long ago that I guess it was the aunt was shown the crime scene photos, and she wasn't forewarned, and it ended up putting her in the hospital with a heart attack, seeing the way that their parents were slaughtered because they was overkill. And that's my thing. It's not like they just, it wasn't defensive. It was literally cold-hearted murder.
Oh yeah, Casey Anthony too. That's another one.
Yeah, that fucking bitch. All that money she's making off that like fucking website thing.
Now she's a life coach, right?
Yeah,
What
life
a fucking
coach.
joke, man.
Yeah, what is your experience getting away with murders? It's like
You didn't even raise your own kid.
Right.
Oh my god.
It's like people writing, how to get away with essay after
yeah,
prosecuting people. Like, ooh.
So did you guys hear about I'm so excited to talk about this later today, the Dateline thing with Idaho. Oh shit.
They're in trouble.
I didn't watch it. No, I heard they came out with a bunch of evidence against.
Dude. So get this. Yesterday, Koberger had a hearing, and the second half of it was private. No cameras. And then after that, the judge came out with 2 orders, one for the prosecution regarding law enforcement and anybody who has ever handled any of the evidence that was put out on Dateline, and then a separate order for the defense.
Yeah, because for letting that information out, right?
Yep, and he put an order that they cannot disseminate anything that is on any of the electronics that have viewed or had those items on them.
Yeah, because I was wondering how they can get away with that. Like, because what they did is by coming out with all that information, they totally tainted public perception.
Dude, and that's what he wrote in there. He was like, this could possibly, taint the jury pool, which will result in more money to go through more questionnaires for the jurors. So he says that within 7 days, he wants written out, or he's going to have them in camera, which means like a private hearing with them.
Yeah.
And he wants a list of names
of who
from
had
both
access.
Sides. Yep.
Ooh.
Dude, he ain't playing. I was like, holy shit.
He shouldn't know.
No, he shouldn't.
No, he shouldn't. And listen, no, not today. Yeah, not everyone watches Dateline or even knows about Brian. Yeah, that's true. But then you have the social media frenzy that comes afterwards that then spreads the word and all that.
Well,
so
they have to do the extra questioning for appeal purposes, because he could come back later and say, I think the jurors were tainted because they didn't ask X, Y, and Z questions about Dateline.
Well, and I'll be if I was in his position, I would hope my attorney would argue that, like that this tainted the jury pool.
Yes. I mean, they've done this before, right? Like Dateline has put out, I think in like the Vallow case, they've done plenty of cases, but this episode in particular was loaded. They played sounds from the light bulb camera.
I gotta watch it.
They played video of him speeding out of the neighborhood, him driving up and down King Road before. They had a rendition of the murders, like a 3D rendition based on information collected from the investigation. They had so much pictures from Brian Koberger's phone.
Who gave all this shit out?
That's what the judge wants to know. Who did it?
You think they were paid for it?
I don't know.
Can't
But
they
it sounds like he's
subpoena?
well, that's what
Dateline?
he wants. He wants all of the list of people who had access. So he's not, I don't know if he's going after Dateline. I looked this morning and the episode is still up. So I'm assuming they didn't get any kind of legal thing yet.
Because I'll tell you what, I had said something to my mom about it. We were out to eat, my mom, my sister, and I, and they brought up the Dateline thing. And I said, I didn't watch it yet. And I said, but I'm not totally convinced he's guilty. And they were like, after you watch this, you will be. And I'm like, really? It was that bad? Like the evidence against that?
Yeah. I mean, there was video and audio. It wasn't just words, saying this. They showed pictures from Koberger's phone. They showed a text message between him and a girl he met at the pool party. But she's the one that I think gave that one. But they had a lot of evidence that can't be disputed as not being evidence because it's straight video and audio.
But that's the problem. Somebody had to give them all of that info,
For sure. So is it one single person? I guess it sounds like to me he's going to be getting to the bottom of it, if you will. If he wants a list of names, I think he's going to go one by one. Because he said they cannot delete anything. They can't delete apps. They can't delete history. Nothing. It's like very
what happened?
Detailed.
What will happen though? Can they be arrested? Like,
yeah, it says in there, like, yeah, they could if he decides to. Because I mean, what if it could be anybody, but what if it's one of the main prosecutors? What if it's one of the cops? I mean, that's not good, man. Someone's gonna lose their job.
It sounds like they should though, if they're if they're willing to.
I agree. But what's their motive? Do you think money?
Probably.
Yeah, because there's a gag order. Violating a gag order, you can go to prison. You can go to jail for that.
Money or just such disgust with Brian that they're tired of people saying, oh, they don't have enough. Oh, he's innocent. And they're like, yeah, you think he's innocent? Here, hold my beer. Prosecution had nothing to gain by releasing this or the defense attorney to throw the case.
Oh, so the prosecution definitely had a lot to gain.
Yeah, I was going to say the prosecution did, but not the defense.
It walked through a whole scenario of how it all happened. And it played sounds from they literally walked you through a timeline.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I mean, it was loaded.
What was the pool party? What is that? Because that's what my mom said to me. My mom said that he had an obsession with one of the girls, and I'm like, why? I've never heard this before.
Well, he went to a pool party in Moscow back in, I think it was July, if I'm not mistaken. He was invited by his neighbor to go to this pool party. And I guess he went there, and there was a couple guys that had interactions with him and, told their stories. Like, it was just awkward, like, had nothing in common with them. Like, had to tell him, to get out of their space, just stuff like that. But he did ask this girl for her number, and they exchanged numbers. He texted her later. I don't know if it was the next day or Clue. Do you remember when he texted her back? Like, about
I think it was the next day, maybe. Yeah, it was.
He texted her like, "Oh, I really like that activity. We talked about hiking. Let me know. Thanks." She just never responded to him, but she did show the text where, he wrote Brian Koberger when he texted her, like, how you do that to exchange numbers.
Which I don't understand. Like, why would you give someone your number that you never want to talk to?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've done it out of feeling like pressured and awkward,
feeling
to be
obligated,
honest.
just to get away from the situation with no intention.
Not me.
Especially
I'll
'cause
Google
now-
like a fake number. They have those numbers that are like, this person obviously didn't find you attractive enough. Sorry.
Yeah, but when you're on the spot like that, and some people are so pressured, they're so pressury that they're like, "Oh, give me your number, I'll text you right now."
Yeah,
And then
exactly.
it's like you can't really get away with giving a fake one.
I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. So he said, "What's your number? I'll shoot you a text. Then you have my number." And he texted Brian Koberger.
Yeah, now if that goes down, that's kind of hard to,
And what else was weird, you guys, was the Korean girl in the Dateline thing that he worked with.
Oh, yeah, she like wanted him.
Dude, they slept in the same bed. I'm telling you, they knocked boots.
I think they did too. I think she's lying because she doesn't want to be known as the girl who shagged Koberger, which whatever.
Or they don't want to like put that out in the public, right?
Yeah, keep a little bit, because then people would be like, "Yeah, you're a Koberger lover." Like, people are psychotic.
I know this poor girl. She looks so like naive too. She's from Korea, and
I gotta watch it.
That was like the only person she knew because they shared an office at WSU. And she was the one that went in her apartment. She had baked a cake, I guess. And I don't know, is she going to be a witness? This could be more, you know. She baked a cake, had put it on the stove. It was in the microwave. And then her cosmetics were lined up on the toilet seat in her bathroom.
So he took the cake and put it in a microwave and then lined up her cosmetics?
To like creep her out. So she had, only person she knew, she was scared and she called him.
Oh, for comfort.
Yeah. Yep.
So that he can come and be like the hero.
She went over there. And then after that, he set up cameras in her house.
Ah, the fuck?
And then she realized, like she wanted him to, like, for
you know what this is like, Jay? This is reminding me of Stearns. Remember his roommate supposedly had like a foreign girlfriend and he put the cameras up. Yeah.
Yep. And then she noticed that her key, like she had a spare key to her apartment and her desk drawer at work. She noticed it was gone. And she said to Brian, you know, my key's missing or whatever. And then a couple hours later, it was back in her drawer.
Oh, after she mentioned she knew it was missing?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Wow. Which part, Brianna? I'm sorry. It sounds like it's a whole rabbit hole. I gotta watch the
Dateline. I still have the Dateline up on my Kick. I have a feeling they may take it down. If this goes further, like they may get an order to, like a legal order to take that shit down.
Well, that's what I thought. I would have thought that would have been one of the first moves they made, right?
That's what I thought. That's why I checked it this morning because I'm like, those orders went out yesterday. I don't know. We'll see.
He took a sentimental letter from her house too.
He took a watch and a letter. Yeah, they were like prized possessions of hers.
Wow.
And a watch and a letter were missing.
No, I get that, Ars Creek. I didn't get it at first, but then Jay did say no, she wanted him to. So then I understood it. But I thought like he creepily set up cameras, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, she slept in bed with him though, y'all.
Oh, yeah, they, like you said, I mean, you're sleeping in bed with a man.
That's wild.
God, imagine now you slept with a serial killer.
That is wild.
Like, what do you do with that information? Do you remain celibate?
Do you
guys ever trust to fuck again?
Do you think that she'll testify?
I mean, yeah, right?
I mean,
why not? I mean, obviously she's a big part if she was part of this Dateline.
I mean, they did say that in court that there's 100+ hours of interviews of people that had interactions with him, over 100 hours, and none of them had anything good to say. His own lawyer said that.
His own lawyer said nobody had anything good to say about him?
She wanted those interviews taken out because they all said mean things about Mr. Kohlberger.
But it does make you wonder. It makes you wonder, though. Did people say mean things after it was already like, oh, this guy's a serial? Like, imagine if you found out today I was a serial killer. Can you imagine how many things you could say was weird
I'd
about
be like,
me?
oh my God, she's so weird. She was wearing those weird mop shoes.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Right. Like she had those mop shoes and the way the bitch like Crocs. Like, that's weird. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, you start even like thinking about a guy you dated. And when you're dating them, like, all right, he's cute quirks. But then when you start not to like him anymore,
Granny,
you're like, you're annoying bitch.
But we can't ignore that some of these people that were interviewed filed reports on him prior to the murders. He made them feel uncomfortable. One student he followed out to her car, got into an argument with her. She reported it. Yeah, there were reports before of his creepiness. And I think they were interviewed, after, but then there were probably other people that had stories as well.
Do you guys really think
I want them taken out? They're mean to my client.
Makes you wonder how he managed to get so far. You know what I mean?
Right. It makes you wonder if he's ever killed anybody before.
Fake it till you make it. He was interested in this shit, right? So that's what I was saying yesterday. You're a student studying criminology. I mean, people aren't going to, like, if you're asking a lot of questions about killings and killers to random people, they're not going to think anything because that's your job.
Do you guys really think that my mop slippers are that weird?
No.
No, I love them.
Oh, thank you.
I love them.
hurt my feelings for a moment, but now I feel better. Thank you.
I
No,
fucking love
they're
them.
really genius, honestly. And I didn't realize you can get like a bigger pack of them, and I'm going to because they're really, really useful.
I think you should do more reviews on shit you buy, actually.
Well, I
Those
think
are
they
fun
need
to watch.
I think they need to start sponsoring me. Is that a good way to get sponsored? I don't like
Sure.
this the sponsorships I'm getting. I don't like them. They're fucking weird. So how would you
Same.
ever trust your date in judgment again? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like if you slept with him. But was he an incel? There are women that find him very attractive.
Yeah, that's true.
I
You
don't know if
know?
he was an incel. I think he was rude to women. I
Shut
mean,
up,
we've
Christine.
heard that he was fucking, he didn't think that women, like in his high school, what was it, public safety class to be a cop or whatever. He
Yeah.
didn't think women should be in there, and he talked down to women. And they had to kick him out.
Oh, he's like a Seth Rogers.
I think he's a dick. Yeah,
He's
I think he's.
misogynistic.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. Yep.
Incel. I can't
Makes you
get
wonder
women.
about his mom and his
Oh,
sisters to me.
yeah.
I'd
That's
love
true.
to know their dynamics, dude.
I would too.
Oh,
Now,
I'm the same. Like one of you becomes a psychologist, the other one wants to be a criminologist or whatever, and winds up possibly allegedly killing poor
And
people.
one's in a slasher movie.
Yeah, like it's
Wild. It's like a
and then
movie.
the way Dad went and picked him up, do you think that he knew he was helping Brian like get away from like a murder?
I don't know.
I
think
don't
it's
know.
weird that he called his dad 3 times that morning. I mean, look at Roberta Laundry.
Well, same with Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah.
Like I
Well, and that's what
never at college age called my parents like that ever.
Well, that's what I was saying when we were out to eat, when I was talking about it with my sister and mom. I'm like, but you don't understand how weird the surviving roommates are. Like, I find their behaviors beyond odd. And I know trauma response, young kids drinking. I
Dude,
get all of that.
if we would have called our parents in the morning after thinking that something happened and we saw a black masked man, like our parents would have said, either go check on your friends or call the police.
Right.
I mean, what the fuck? You're calling me? So it's like, what did they call them for that early? Is that normal? Is that normal for Brian to call his dad at 3 in the morning? Because he's in Pennsylvania. Brian called him at 6 in the morning. It would have been freaking 3 a.m. Is that normal Brian's up at night. Is his dad up at night?
Well, right. Well, it's just like, is it normal that Chris and Katie spoke on the phone for 3 hours? It's one of those things. Like, if we don't know the baseline, we don't know.
But
Would
I'll
it
tell
be
you
normal?
what, my parents, if I didn't call the police and I thought something bad had happened, my parents would have done it.
I absolutely agree.
I agree. But I also, people always say like, oh, well, it's kind of like an unspoken rule in the fraternities and stuff. You can't involve the cops. And it's like, what? You're not going to stop me. I don't care. Kick me out. But if I feel like I'm in fear for my life, I'm calling 911.
Wait, is that what they're saying? Like, you don't?
Yes.
I'm not going to allow my daughter to go live on campus if that's the case. That's like a secret thing. We don't call the police.
I swear to God, you don't know how many times I have been asking or talking about the roommates, and they say you do not involve the police in a fraternity or a sorority. You do not call the cops.
Like an unspoken rule. But however, you got to remember they had those calls on them. What was it? 3 noise complaints. And they were told if there was one more call to that house that they were going to be notifying their sorority.
All right. But okay, fine. I get that. Right. But at the same time, you're literally knowing that something just took place where you live and you've done nothing about it. I'm sorry. I know people got on me before because I went down a whole.
No, I think it's weird too. I think it's weird too. And I think it's weird. Like they were calling their parents because what were they saying to their parents?
No, I'm not.
Did the parents think they were being drama queens? Like,
right.
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. But why wouldn't they go check? Like, oh, mom, stay on the phone with me. I'm going to go check on Xana. There's got to be more. I don't know. Is there more? I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me.
It sounds like there's more. And then the fact that they never even went in and checked or anything. Like the first thing I'm doing when I wake up from that, drunken stupor, whatever you want to call it. They were drunk, high, whatever. They ordered food, so who knows? But the first thing I'm doing is going to check on my friend to see if what I did last night or not was real. Like, did I really see what I saw, or you know what I mean? Like everybody
right?
Cool?
And it's daytime. Yeah, like when the ass crack of dawn, I would have been like, okay, Bethany, we got to go check on them. Like,
Right,
let's
we
go
got to go
together.
stay. Instead, they didn't. I don't know. And then remember, Olivia did that thing with that one of people that were in like the Snapchats with them, and they were like, "Look, all the Snapchats are gone," and everybody's like, "Yeah, yeah, right." But the FBI did erase everybody's Snapchats from. They didn't erase. They took it from all of them.
Right.
Whatever happened with that? Why did they do that?
I don't know.
Where
It'll
was
be
Santa
interesting
found?
to
I'm so
see if we find
confused.
out.
Right, and that's the other thing. There was literal blood coming out of the side of the building, but they didn't see any blood, nothing. I don't know. Something's weird.
So
I get
apparently Ethan was on the bed and he never got out of the bed, and Xana was on the floor next to the bed with her head by that wall where the blood was
but
seen.
oh, poor girl.
And then her feet were in the doorway. Like you could see her feet. So it looked like maybe she was passed out on the floor.
Love
But
that
I
idea,
don't know,
Janice.
man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, I got to remember though too. I've been in like a state of fear because I'm a big baby. I've been scared before, like watching a scary movie or a scary show.
Yeah,
Where
you don't even want to move.
you feel like someone's behind, like looking over your shoulder and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I know
I mean,
somewhat of that feeling.
I get that too, right? Like there was one time, like no, I get it. I get it. Like you kind of freeze, you don't want to move, you're scared to even put like your leg down because something's gonna grab you. Like I get that. But then but they're making phone calls and they're running to the room to meet up with each other. And, and then the very next day, now the sunlight's out. By that time, your fear surpasses. And now you come to be like, wait, did that really happen or not? They didn't even come to that moment. And they're not kids. I know, to us, they're kids, but they're not kids. Yeah, Steve Gonzalez said there was a huge battle on the second floor.
I mean, maybe they didn't know if the person came back. But then again, Dylan's on LinkedIn. I mean, how worried are you if you're on LinkedIn?
Right, that's what I mean.
Instagram, TikTok.
Yes. Like you're just scrolling the tubes like nothing happened. I don't know.
Yeah, Xana did have a black rug, garden glitter. I actually got a picture of her room yesterday. I was like, oh, I've never seen the chair. The chair that he's allegedly sat in is like a white, fuzzy, like a furry chair.
Yeah.
Why would he? I don't know if he was like tired or what.
That's
like
what they said. Like,
what do you mean he sat in it?
He sat down.
He sat down for a minute after killing all four of them.
So they would have his DNA on that chair.
Not necessarily. I think
Then
it was
how would
someone
they even
else's
know
blood.
he sat on it?
Blood
Because he
imprint.
left a blood imprint.
How do we? Okay, I still don't get it. But how did he murder?
Maybe
that
he
many
wiped
people?
Maybe he wiped the knife on his ass and then sat down. I don't know.
But they never even found blood, like none of his blood or any, no DNA or anything. Like, do you know how clean cut of a murderer you have to be
He
able
was
to
covered
do that?
head to toe. Well, because he studied how to go into a crime scene, right, and not leave your DNA. Like when criminologists go into the crime scene, they're dressed just so they don't leave their own DNA while they're collecting DNA. He knew how to do that, so it's almost like a reverse.
All right, I do get that, but I still don't understand how he was able to do all of that in the time frame he did. Sit down in a chair to relax for a minute, and then get up and golly about and go take a
And walk
shower
out.
and selfies, and I don't get it. Like,
It's wild, that's for sure.
did they ever find what he had on that night? Did that come out?
We don't know.
Mm.
They know he bought a Dickies jumpsuit. They have the receipt.
That's what I'm with you. With all the details we currently have, no version of the story works. Like
But
something's
no one
still off.
else's DNA is there either, right? Like mixed in with the victims, like there's no one else's DNA. Just
But I thought
his
they
on
said
that
there
sheet.
was. I thought under the fingernails they found DNA that wasn't his.
It was inconclusive. So there was a mix. And she had been out that night, right? So there'd probably be a lot
Right,
of
that's
different
true.
DNA. But there's DNA on a railing that they didn't test,
Well,
which is
why-
bothersome to me. I
Right,
think in
why
a
the fuck
case like
didn't
this,
they?
test it all,
Right.
right? And they didn't. So I don't know how that's going to fare.
There was mixed blood on the beds, they said too.
I don't know about that.
Right, and blood could soak through a Dickies jumpsuit. So I'm just trying to figure out how he would have bloody butt cheeks to leave a bloody butt cheek print.
I don't know.
Like you said, did he wipe, the knife off on his butt? Like I could see that.
Like
sure.
how much blood did he leave on the chair? Is it a full ass butt print? Is it
Right,
a little
is it-
bit?
part of a cheek print? Is it full? Yeah, I'm with you. Like how much?
And it was on a furry chair, so it seems like it would be more difficult to get an imprint with all that fur. You know what I'm talking about, those big
Yeah,
fur.
yeah. My daughter
like-
has one.
Mhm.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But this is what I'm saying too. Like there was no DNA anywhere. I mean, that's still
Yeah, it's crazy. But I
say
think
what you will, but that's pretty miraculous to not leave a single bit of DNA.
I
just
agree.
think the circumstantial stuff is what's going to add up. That's why both sides said we don't even care if the DNA is put in or not. They both said that.
Was it a chair like this,
Yep.
like this type of
And
furry?
it was white.
Yeah, a white one.
It's the white one. Yep, just like that.
Oh man. And why would he sit on a white chair knowing he just murdered all these people? Like I don't know.
I don't know.
It's so hard to understand it. I mean, there is no such thing as a perfect murder. I mean, again, he was caught, right? So it wasn't perfect. There's
There's that
mistakes
little DNA on the snap, and then some like a lot of circumstantial. The videos, I don't know.
Yeah, I bet, Liz. I mean, imagine I would too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he fell. Yeah, maybe he fell back. Like that. Yeah, that's true.
And you know what's crazy is they managed to keep all that shit under wraps for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's getting that has to be frustrating as hell.
I'm listen, we just went through the fight of, should cameras be allowed in the courtroom or not? And now you got like all this insider information. I don't know. Do you think what if it came out his attorney did it just to offer like a defense?
Oh, like because it's a tainted jury now.
Yeah, because it was already tainted because they did the polls. Have you heard?
I thought
You know
of
what I
that
mean?
too. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be the prosecution because he
Right.
ordered both sides. They
Right.
all have it.
It could absolutely be. Taylor Swift is fine.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's think about the weird people that the defense has had testify, like that Cy Ray. They've given evidence to a lot of quote unquote experts as well.
That's true. That's true.
I'm not sure
I
where
don't know.
Taylor Swift is, but she's okay. And if you're a Swiftie, we like Taylor. Don't attack. Sorry, he's got to protect ourselves from no Swifties, man. Ooh, Joe.
Anyway, I gotta drop down.
All right. Are you going live?
No.
Oh, okay.
I will talk to y'all later.
See you, Chloe.
Bye. Have fun with baby Chloe. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. When I was actually at the orthodontist with my son, when he got his lip, he got in a fight and his lip got stuck in his lip, in the braces. I mean, it was really bad.
Ouch.
He didn't get in a fight. He actually got assaulted. But anyway, when we went to the orthodontist, they had this there was a little girl there that was so little. And I was like, oh my God, because I remember with Chris Proudfoot, people were saying the braces on his daughter. And I'm like, she was too little to have braces, but they had a little girl there getting braces.
Really?
Yeah, man. I was shocked. She was so small.
I've never seen that.
I'm really wondering if they also found the other BK's DNA in the house.
Well, you know what else I'm wondering about is the collection in PA of his stuff. Number 1, it just says knife. Like it doesn't say what type. And then if you go down, there's like another knife and it says like Taylor cutlery knife. But the number 1, it just says knife. So I'm wondering if they didn't recover the knife somewhere.
Well, that's what Sias was saying. Why are people now saying that they have the knife?
Maybe.
And I guess that would be why.
Cy Ray was one of their experts that was going to be able to testify that the cell tower will put him at that YYY State Park in Washington. He was the guy that testified in one of the hearings. And then I criticized him and he on his podcast, him and his wife talked about me. And Lana loved
Did they really?
Yeah. The judge called Cy Ray a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. So okay. It does make you wonder though. Why would he take that knife all the way back to him with PA? Why wouldn't he get rid of anything along the way of PA?
I don't know, but he was
Like, at any
searching up to
point.
buy a sheath on Amazon maybe to replace the sheath and put
That
the
he
knife back in
lost.
it. Mm-hmm.
Did they mention him going back the next morning?
Yep. On Dateline, they sure did.
Yeah,
They
what makes him a
literally made a
conspiracy
timeline of the
theory?
whole thing.
Really? Well, I get there's road cameras, but at this point, like he's leaving. I mean, there's places without cameras too, right? Like I would have, I don't know. The judge is what called him a
Yeah,
conspiracy
the judge
theorist.
said it. Mhm.
Wow. The judge ain't playing.
No, he's a defense witness, not a state witness. Ray. Look him up. Him and his wife have a podcast. And remember I showed his shorts like a while back when we found out about him. I
Yeah.
showed his shorts and he had some weird short about candy canes going in about people putting candy canes up their, like
What the
blue
fuck?
gumballs. Yeah, I was like, this dude's a fucking weirdo. And I criticized him and I played a bunch of his videos in my live and then they talked about me.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's weird. They talk a lot about like sex trafficking and really dark subjects. I don't know.
And he's a specialist.
He is a specialist in like self-taught specialist in
Oh
like
my
cell
gosh.
phone data or something. And the judge said that his theories were conspiracy theories, and if they were going to bring them in, they would have to have more proof or something along those lines. I don't remember the judge's exact words, but
wow. I do you think that after watching Dateline, like they definitely got the right person?
I mean, the timeline was interesting, but I'm just wondering if, I want to see more. I want to see, like, can you see him in the car? Like, because they said also on Dateline that when he sped away, he almost hit someone. So did that person see him? Do they have an eyewitness? We just don't know.
We just don't know.
There could be a smoking gun. You know what I mean?
And it sounds like they gave all the bullets. Can you please repeat what made people think they have the knife? What did you say it was, Jay?
So when they did the warrant in Pennsylvania, when they arrested him, I think it's the search warrant from the house because they have one for the house and the car and his person. The one from the house, I believe, number 1, it just said knife.
Oh.
And then if you go down the list of everything they collected another knife, but they label it a Taylor cutlery knife. They're specific. They weren't specific about number 1, just said
right.
So I don't know. What is that knife? What kind of knife? We don't know. Maybe he got a second knife. That could be.
Right. Maybe he knew.
Like got rid of the murder weapon and bought like another K-bar.
Like something similar because, he wants to keep like a memory. They usually say that sometimes serial killers keep like stuff from the scene to like relive that moment.
Yeah, he had a lot of stuff too. Like he had 10 ID cards in his glove box. I'm wondering whose IDs those were.
That's fucking creepy.
Right. And then in one of the Gonsalves interviews, they were talking about how they haven't gotten Kaylee's wallet back. Or no, they did get her wallet back. And her mom says, no, but we didn't get all her cards.
Oh, no.
And then her dad goes, yeah, she had a lot of ID cards, college, driver's license. Like they were talking specifically about IDs. I wonder if they were hers. Wonder if he grabbed her wallet.
Ellen C., welcome back. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. Ethan's brother apparently grabbed a knife, according to Kaylee's dad. Ethan's brother apparently grabbed a knife, according to Kaylee's dad. The judge also
wasn't there.
Right, I was just thinking that. The judge also said the knife would be in a display box. Why would they display it in a trial if it wasn't used in the crime?
Oh, sorry. Jody said it wasn't in the glove box. It was in a glove.
It was IDs and a glove in a box. Oh, now that's even fucking weirder.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
I think the reason people think they have the knife, the judge referred to it yesterday in court. Yeah.
He did. Yeah. He said that they would have to be in a case. He said there's no guns in this case, but the knife will have to be in a case.
Ooh. The other Hunter, not Ethan's brother?
Yeah, Hunter Johnson.
It wasn't Ethan's brother. It was Hunter Johnson. Grabbed a knife when he went. Oh, yeah, like going in to make sure, like he's going in to check because these girls didn't do it. So he grabs himself a knife to walk in with. I see that. I mean, that wouldn't be anything to me. That's like if I grabbed a baseball bat before I'm going in to check. You know what I mean? You don't know what's in there.
You grab whatever's there.
Right. Okay, I see that. No, they have one to show what the weapon. It could be that they're just going to demonstrate what the weapon would be, and they're going to have it in a display box because, of course, they will. They're not going to have a loose knife for the,
Yeah, we don't want Brian to grab it.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Could you even imagine?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Dude, I
don't know. I mean, I'm fairly confident they do have the right guy. I'm not saying. I just want to see everything. I'm really anxious for the trial.
After hearing all of this, I'm more confident than I was. And I didn't even watch Dateline. I'm just going off what, because I mean, my mom and sister were like, "No, you don't understand. You got to watch the Dateline episode. It gave more than enough." And I'm like, "Wow." Look, I just got an alert. Well, it was 2 hours ago, but Moscow murders. The trial proceedings will be live streamed by the court. That's cool. I'll be live streamed.
I forgot what I was going to say.
During today's hearing, the judge stated the court's. Go ahead.
Listen, what does Brian have access to all of his discovery? What if he sent it to Dateline?
Oh, he could.
Could he have?
He could have, because they do get access. They get access to everything.
Could he have had someone give it to Dateline on the outside? I mean,
like
I don't know.
His dad or a family member. Sure.
Is it likely?
Or could Steven Gonzalez? I mean, not for nothing, but he's given out a lot of shit already.
You know what I would love to watch, but I can't play it on my channel because they sued me. Right after Dateline came out, Ashley Banfield on News Nation had Steve on to get his thoughts about Dateline, and I didn't.
Oh, really?
I haven't watched it yet. I wonder how
you want to pull it up. Are you allowed? Are you even allowed to be on here with it?
Yeah,
or
yeah.
like I don't fucking know.
Granny's like, I'm gonna put you down in the back office while I play this.
Are they gonna get me too, or how's this gonna work?
Do you have it? Do you want me to find it?
Is it this one? Well, we have 6 days ago.
Yeah, that would be it.
I also never saw this. He struck her, Kaylee, multiple times and broke her nose.
Yeah. She was.
Oh fuck, man!
She was beaten.
Was she his main target? Is that what they were
they
assuming?
think Maddie was, and then what he said was like Maddie was more intoxicated than Kaylee, and he attacked Maddie first, and Kaylee woke up during it.
And if she wouldn't have waken up, then he may not have attacked her, right? Like, why did he not attack Dylan?
Well, he may have just gone in for Maddie and didn't expect Kaylee to be in the bed with her.
Right. Okay. That does make sense. But then why? Okay. So then why go in and get Ethan?
Well, I think that he chased Xana. They say he chased Xana.
That's what my mom was saying. Okay. That's where that came from. She's like, no, he chased her.
Yeah. She heard the ruckus upstairs. They say she ran up the stairs to see what was going on. He chased her down into her room. She struggled with him. Ethan was in the bed.
Never even woke up, right?
I don't know if he woke up or not, but he had one strike to an artery on Ethan.
Oh, fuck.
And then they said the killer did something strange. He carved the back of his calves, and carved was the word used.
He carved the word carve?
No, they said he carved.
Oh,
the
you're
back
saying
of his
they
legs.
used that word to describe it.
Yeah, and then Dateline said the exact word was carved.
I wonder what did he carve? Like, was it a heart? Was it a star? Was it a word? Like, what type of carving did he do?
Carve something out so he couldn't get out of bed? Did he carve a word? I mean, that's what we were saying. Like, is it like carve a pumpkin, or is it carving something
like a tattoo,
symbol, or
right? Jesus,
disgusting.
Well, I guess it's a good thing that Dylan was too afraid then, because he didn't catch Dylan running down to Bethany's room.
No, she did that after.
Oh gosh, I can't even read it. He carved the curved calves so he couldn't walk.
Yeah, because remember it came out early on. 10 to Life put out that his hamstrings were cut.
Oh, God.
She was wrong about the hamstrings. It was the lower leg.
Oh, my God. You know how fucking bad that would hurt?
Then they played audio, right, in the Dateline of
Oh my
whimpers and
God.
the thud and then the dog barking.
So when that guy came out and said this is audio from that night and everybody said he was lying, he wasn't lying?
No, he wasn't lying. It's real.
And that he was like
They
chased
have
off the
more.
internet.
They have more. Betty put out audio. So what was interesting was when Betty got back from Idaho with Olivia,
Uh-huh.
she actually put out audio from one of the rings because the Gonsalveses went there immediately and went door to door. Olivia did.
Right.
And asked for any footage. And they were given it. I mean, who's going to say no? They
Right.
got all the footage. And then I think Betty recorded it while she was at the Gonsalves' house.
Uh-huh.
She put it out. And then all of a sudden it was put out on News Nation. Then they
Right.
all of a sudden retracted it and said that it was fake.
But it wasn't.
Now I'm thinking it wasn't. Right.
Well, and I just heard audio the other day from a different channel, and granted, it's background, but you can still hear it. Let me see if I can find that. I saved it, and I think I sent it over to Clue. I'm like, did you hear this yet? So it was the day you two were having that panel.
I have the audio that Betty put out. I saved it.
Yeah.
It's horrific, dude. You can hear what sounds like Ethan scream. It's horrific.
Well, and what
the
I
one
hear,
on Dateline wasn't that graphic.
the audio in this one, it wasn't. You can hear somebody scream Ethan's name and shit, but they're also implying like, here's their dog, and here's the police coming that night.
You can hear the dog going crazy, and especially for like a golden doodle, it's like rah, 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 rah. You can tell it's in distress.
That's what I mean. And how didn't anybody like kind of wake up to like again?
Well,
how
party house?
Sure, okay.
There's always shit going on. They didn't, I don't know. It's a bunch of kids passed out in their own homes.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Okay.
I think it was very planned.
I want to see. All right, I'll play this because I want to see where
Is this the one with Steve?
Yeah, this is 6 days ago.
Okay, cool.
I want to find that other one too and have you guys hear this audio. I know I sent it to Clue, but it'd be on my other phone. So hold on. I'll play this and grab the other phone.
And I'm joined by Steve Gonsalves, father of Kaylee Gonsalves, who was one of the 4 kids murdered inside 1122 King Road. Steve, there's a lot of blockbuster revelations by NBC. One of the ones I found so upsetting was the allegation that these are pictures of University of Idaho girls on Brian Koberger's phone. Do you have any idea if Kaylee was among them?
I don't know, but I find it very telling that there was other students that are supposed to be in their friend circles that are on that phone for sure.
And do you know anything more about what that mother, Angela Navejas, with the daughter Ashlyn, who was best friends with Maddie? Do you know anything more about that child's story? I mean, that girl's story. You know, Ashlyn was supposed to spend the night there. It's just so upsetting to think what happened. Why didn't she?
I don't know the details on Ashlyn. I definitely know Ashlyn. I've met and hung out with her. We've done fundraisers together, and her mother. So, yeah, I know that she spent. She used to be a roommate there. So, I'm a little surprised at how that night, but I'm not surprised that she would be over there and hanging out with the girls at all.
Boy, have you had a chance to talk with her since the revelation that she was supposed to be there and wasn't and decided not to be?
No, and I just heard that she doesn't want to come back to Idaho, and now I've got a daughter who's going to Texas for college now, so I kind of understand how it feels for some of these side victims, that how they feel like they just don't feel safe and they want to just run, get out of the area. So her saying that is kind of rang true with our daughter.
The internet search is alleged to be, Ted Bundy and then non-consensual violent sex. You've said that this stands out because of reports before from the.
I found the other audio. Ted Bundy. What are they saying there, Jay? I'm sorry, I just kind of popped back
that
over.
He Googled Ted Bundy and that a professor at his school wrote a paper on Ted Bundy and he downloaded that.
Okay.
And then he dressed up like Bundy and took selfies as well.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And they released those selfies from his phone.
Oh. Yeah. What the fuck?
Survey that
dude, I'm telling you,
Brian
they put out a
Koberger,
lot of shit.
Sent out as a criminology student, asking other criminals about their methods. Talk to me more about that.
Yeah, we got a letter and
Can
it
you
had a
link
phone
me to
number
your
in there. And we
cake in the
called this
back?
individual, and he said
I'm
he had
getting it right
been
now.
interviewed by Brian, and he got the sense that Brian was getting off on his story, and his story was basically he'd listen to a police scanner, wait for somebody to call the police on a domestic violence type thing, and then the male would be arrested, and then he would
That's
go into
creepy.
those neighborhoods, and that would be the house that he would rob. So he said that Brian seemed to enjoy his story.
So Koberger used to do that?
Okay, so Koberger had a survey up on Reddit that he was conducting on criminals. And he asked a bunch of questions about how, how they planned the crime, what they did during the crime, how it made him feel, all this, that, and the other. Well, Steve is saying that he had an answer to that survey by this guy that contacted him. And Brian wanted to know more about his crime, and that he kept calling back and asking more questions.
I see.
And that's where I'm saying, like, if you're a criminology PhD student, you it doesn't seem weird, right? It
No.
seems like research. So
Right.
you're going to be under the radar. People aren't going to say, "Oh, that's fucking weird." I mean, it might be a little bizarre, but he's
But it's
studying
also
that.
right.
So
So
it
you think
wouldn't
he's just
be-
doing research for his career more so than this creepy, fascinated guy
I
who's
think he was
right.
researching this. Yeah, and he said he kept calling him back to ask about the details of listening to the scanner. When there was a domestic call, the guy would take the opportunity after the man was arrested to go in and rob the house. But he didn't do anything to the women. He just robbed the house.
Right.
He dressed like Bundy out of that movie with the hoodie.
Does anyone know if they got the black jacket that was at the bottom of the driveway?
I don't know anything about a black jacket.
Me neither. It's first I've heard that. All right, let's see.
And he said that he had some kind of, he felt like he started enjoying certain aspects of his story where he would talk about drunk females passed out, and he basically said, I could have done anything. I was just going for jewelry, going for money, going for whatever he was. But Brian would call him back repeatedly and want to know more details on that story.
It's all just so
I
upsetting.
mean, Steve has no
and I know
reason
we're
to
getting
lie about
closer and
this
closer
shit.
to
You know
this
what I
trial.
mean?
And you can tell he's telling the truth, to
No,
be
I mean-
honest. I mean, you can see it.
Yeah.
Where we will hear actual evidence as opposed to reports. Steve, thank you for that. I also want to let our audience, Steve, know that your family has to travel upwards of 8 hours.
The GoFundMe. Here's this one, right? And that's the end of that, right, Jay?
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Oh, all right. Let me finish it, and then
to be at the trial
I
of
want you
Brian
guys to
Koberger,
hear
and it's
the.
expected to last for months. So,
Oh, yeah,
folks, a
GoFundMe.
friend of the Gonzalez family has
Yeah.
set up a GoFundMe to help them make that repeated travel. It's called Help Kaylee.
Yeah, help Kelly Gonzalez family. Okay, so look, here's this alleged audio. You guys ready? It's a little freaky. I don't know if it's real or not. Okay, I don't know.
Is this Joseph Morris or whatever?
No.
Oh, okay.
This is yeah.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready? People are claiming that they were at the grub truck at this time.
I never heard of them being at the grub truck. They were at the frat party, which is right there by Linda Lane. I mean, this is at 120 though.
Right. It's a
the audio they played in Dateline was from I think 417.
Okay, here's this one, 318. There's somebody moving there.
he's putting on a forensics to trip out, and then when he opens the fire.
Yeah, they're claiming that forensics and all are here at this point. That's what they're claiming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wow, it gets weird.
And some other guys gonna come after him and do the same thing. They're gonna start staging body like
Now he's saying you're going to hear the Chrysler 300.
No, this is other guy. And remember when the supposed bank over their car comes around, you're gonna hear another alarm. And then when it parks, it talks to somebody. But I forget this guy came out right here from the name. This is the guy with the knife.
This seems fake.
Yeah, he does a lot of weird shit, but there is over here. You start hearing voices. Granted, I don't know. You know, I didn't follow this case as close.
I shouldn't park anywhere here. They told her to park at the bottom part of the lot.
I mean, like, there's a lot of kids coming home from the bar at that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
In these
The footage
apartments
can literally be anything. Over
I
here,
have the clip pulled up of that audio they put on Dateline if you want to.
Yeah, let's hear that, because I can't tell if this one was fake, real, not. But what he's claiming is that they basically covered up shit, is what they're claiming.
Yeah, I've heard of the Linda Lane footage. Okay, take a listen to this part.
Sources the killer did something strange. He carved Ethan's lower legs. Carved is the specific word that was used.
If you view that person as
Oh, yeah, look who was on here talking about all the sexual aspects, of course.
Oh, is that Gary? Dr. Gary? Is that
is.
him? He
Yeah.
gained a lot of motherfucking weight.
And then this guy here is from Chris McDonough's Cold Case Foundation.
He looks cold.
He's got
Don't
Wait,
he?
I thought I had it pulled right up. What the fuck? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to let it play because the damn thing will
It will strike
be-
us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to find. Let me mute it and play it.
That's what I was saying, Cricket Day. So there are several people in the back behind the fence, and what sounds like a gunshot, and then a truck pulls up, and you do hear like Ethan, Ethan. But I don't know if it's real or not.
I think I went too far.
4:48 a.m.
Yeah, that's after the murder. Hold on. Oh, right here.
Oh gosh, that's scary looking. All right.
Okay, so they basically made a rendition. Watch. I'll keep the audio off so you can see it. They made like a 3D. And this
Can you
is
full screen us?
Oh, yeah.
All right. This is a rendition of the room.
So that's Xana's room, what we just saw. So now he's talking about what he did to Ethan.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. Ugh.
She heard him say it.
Oh.
So what I think happened, Granny, was I think when he chased Xana down, that they had a fight. He subdued her. I think she was on the floor or something. He did Ethan and then noticed she was still alive and said, "Don't worry, I'm going to help you." And then maybe did her off. Like, I don't know.
Right.
Was going fast.
But the clock's going normal. So was it really sped up? I don't know. And yeah, he looks like he barely makes that turn.
Yeah, listen to. Did you hear the?
Yeah, you could definitely hear it. It was, that was fast.
So if that's his car and they can prove that's his car,
then it's pretty damning. I mean, he's not out stargazing the night 4 people are slaughtered to death.
Right.
Had gone off camera and apparently
so
parked nearby.
Here is
that was his car pulling up.
Yeah,
I
he went
see.
up and down the road. Watch this. And listen, I
Oh,
saw
is that what the
somebody
knife
on
looked like?
Yeah, I saw somebody on Facebook that had a K-bar and they put it up to like their girlfriend like side, and the
Yeah.
knife would literally go all the way through you.
Oh
If
my
you're like a
God.
normal size human,
Right.
it's long enough to go all the way through front to back.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, there was the tire tracks in the road that the police were looking at.
Right, Cloud.
And I'm going over this in my live today is the Papa Rogers person that was on Facebook.
Yeah.
This slider actually had like a handle on the inside and the outside. And they say the killer opened the door and left it open and just walked right out and didn't close it behind him. So Papa Rogers made note in one of the photos that investigators only removed the outside handle and not the inside handle because the killer only touched the outside handle. And I'm like, how the fuck does this person know that? Like,
Well, Papa Roach knew a lot of things that people were like, yeah, he shouldn't really know that. Like, he knew about the sheath being left behind before anybody
yeah,
knew,
he knew
didn't
a
he?
lot of shit. I'm going
Yeah.
over all his posts today.
That was definitely him. Oh, I'm looking forward to you doing that, 'cause that was definitely him.
I think so too.
I thought they actually confirmed it to be him.
I don't think there was
Gary.
Oh, I know.
Not our Gary, this Gary. We love you,
Okay.
Gary.
Yeah, we love our Michigan Gary, don't we?
All right, let's oh God, the choke.
One swift blow of the knife, blood spatter shows the killer struck an artery.
Oh.
They have the blood spatter to show that happened. Ugh.
Right.
I just want to stop it for a second because I don't want you to get dinged.
That is the audio that Betty put out, isn't it?
I think it's part of it. I think they edited it and they didn't play the horrific screams, right? We can just hear like some voices and then a thud and then the dog.
Oh, Jesus. That gives me literal chills. Oh, I hate how they dramatize though. Like, and then a dog started barking
so
as if
creepy,
something
yeah.
was wrong. It's like, yeah, no shit, something was wrong, you fucking idiot.
His voice is so cryptic.
I hate that. Carved Ethan's. Oh, just like what? In case he was going to get up and walk or something. Why the fuck did he have to do that?
Know. But you know what? If you remember in the probable cause affidavit, like in the beginning, they actually attached Ethan's autopsy to that. And it was redacted, but it was probably to show the horrific.
That's what happened. Yeah. Oh my God, that just breaks my heart.
Can you imagine his his brother? And you know, that's another thing. Like, people have to remember too that his brother lived right across the way and could look out the frat windows and see this house.
Oh,
that would be really difficult if they to see that house every day. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I agree.
I do get both sides of that, but I wish it would have stayed up till the trial.
They get that. I don't like that they knocked the house down.
Right. I understand it's hard for everybody to see it, but it's also important to lock someone away if they did this, right?
Yep.
Tripp says, I believe carved is used as a term for a deep cut. It would be interesting to go back now to what that weird coroner said in the beginning. Remember, she started talking and wasn't supposed to? The Moscow coroner?
Mm-hmm.
She let out a bunch of info about like the jagged, like she was descriptive about the kind of marks. Now that we know that about Ethan, it would be interesting to hear her again. Oh, I think she was talking and she wasn't supposed to.
Sorry, my attorney just messaged me. I was messaging.
That's all right.
You something. Guess that's what happens when you keep lying to the public. They'll eventually figure it out. Oh, I don't think it's that important. How many houses do they tour during trial? It's not. I'm with you, right? Like, is it necessary for the but they do a lot of times. They will take a jury to a crime scene. They did it with this one case I was watching where was that a fabricated movie though? No. Hold on. So They did with Marta. Yeah, they do it. They do it more often than you think. I don't remember if what I was watching was like a made up movie or based off a true story. So I shouldn't even compare it to that. They did it on OJ's case. Scott Peterson. They put the jury in a boat. Yeah, like you have to get the vibes. This you can't, you can 3D it all day. They took the jury of KR to the house. Karen Reed. Model that they used the house actually is to scale to an extent to show how long the hallway is to Xana's room. Like he fucking chased her. Does that not give anybody else like just unbelievable chills that he chased her?
Yeah, it's scary. Like she heard something going on. Well, this is the thing too. Like she got the DoorDash right at 4 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And Brian was, I don't remember the DoorDash. I think it was 3:59, but Brian was, like coming in and out, like driving up and down that road at different times during 3:30 and 4. So
Right.
so imagine this though. Let's say the DoorDash dropped it at the front. And let's say while Xana goes to get her DoorDash at the front, he opens the back door and walks in and goes upstairs. She brings her food into the kitchen to get it ready to eat and hears the shit going on upstairs and looks and sees the doors open and says, there's someone here. And then goes upstairs to see who's there because the dog's barking, whatever. And Dylan said it sounded like they were playing with Murphy. So
Yeah,
Xana
that's
goes
right.
upstairs. Brian sees her coming up or hears her or whatever, chases her down into her room. It's terrifying. I mean, that would have been the perfect time for him to slip in.
Yeah, you're right, actually. Chose the house as a
The
target.
question
rather
is,
than
did
the
he order
people.
the DoorDash or did she?
Oh, I never thought of that.
Do we know who actually ordered the
Ordered
DoorDash?
DoorDash, right.
Like, did DoorDash come to the door and knock? Did Xana answer the door? Was she expecting it? I mean, do we know for sure? I'm not sure.
That's a great, yeah, I never considered that. It is horror movie stuff. Hey, Feisty.
But the only way he would know is if she was awake. Like, if he was watching them,
And spying, yeah.
See, there's different people saying we know it wasn't Xana who ordered it. It was Ethan's phone. I don't know.
It could have been Ethan, though. Oh.
But they say he was passed out. Remember, college guys. I mean, think about a college guy passed out from a night of drinking. You're crashed out in your girlfriend's bed. Dogs are barking. You're probably not going to be too disturbed by it.
No.
Hey,
Sherry. That's what I'm saying. Like in the audio that, I don't know if it's real or not, but you do hear somebody screaming, Ethan, Ethan.
Yeah.
It's just so sad. Like when because we talk about these cases and we can see these video stuff, but when you let the reality sit in that these were young college kids, and you got like Regina just wrote, like when you think of the reality, Santa fingers.
I mean, imagine your daughter being in a position like that, a totally unexpected attack.
I know. You can't fathom the thought. It just makes you want to bubble them up and not let them leave.
Yeah, it's really scary.
No, you're not the only one, DJ. Matter of fact, you're not the only one to write. Am I the only one?
You're definitely not alone there.
You're not alone. When are you going live?
At 3.
Oh, okay. Perfect. I don't think you should be able to hold someone's house in perpetuity if he files appeals. Should the house remain for the duration of those or just the initial trial?
I don't know.
At least through trial. They took that down pretty quickly.
They did take the jury out to the Murdaugh house during his trial. I didn't watch it, but I know that they did.
That's what we were just saying. They did it with OJ. They put the jury in a boat with Peterson. It happens, especially in big cases like this.
So what they did, it was really sick yesterday. Sometimes the crassness of even the prosecutors makes me sick. They have a rendition, right? house, like a model that they've made scaled to size that they're going to wheel in when they need it. Fucking weird. Idaho's so weird. But anyways, they have this rendition they're going to wheel in when they need it. And the prosecutor yesterday called it a dollhouse.
A dollhouse?
I was just like, come on. What are we going to have, little dolls of Kaylee and Maddie? Like what? And then he apologized for using the term.
Well, I'm glad he apologized.
Me too.
Because, you know, you kind of, I can see
I
where you
pictured
can
a little
slip up
girl
and
like,
say
oh,
it.
here, you can have this after it's a dollhouse. Like,
Right.
He did call it.
He called it a dollhouse, but he apologized.
He did apologize, but it's kind of weird. Are they going to have freaking dolls?
Yeah, probably. It's not unheard of.
I would
Like a
much
whole
rather see like
reenactment.
a like what Dateline did, like a
4D rendition of it. Yeah.
than a dollhouse being wheeled in. That's
And like
fucking
how
weird.
Right. And how big's the dollhouse? Like, it's going to be big enough that everybody can see it, or
Right? Can you see the road that he drove in on? Probably
Right.
not.
Like, it's going to be like, you know, how they make those little train
Dude,
cities.
I'm telling you, you know what would have been really interesting if they kept the damn house up. The back window where Maddie's room was, you could see from the parking lot right behind there for the apartments. So he could have been parking there and watching. You know, there was 23 times they caught him within like 100 meters. I don't know how many feet that is, but it's pretty close to the house. So he could have been sitting back there. It would have been nice for the jury to be able to sit back there
And see the view. Yes.
Yeah, could he actually see her? Or are they just telling us that? Oh, it's not even to scale? Oh, wow.
Oh. I've seen the
Yeah,
movie
the Pharaoh
Westerly,
scanner. Diorama. Yeah.
The Pharaoh scanner video, what is that?
That's where they take out and they like scan it. They did it in Sebastian's case when the FBI was out there. They have like these things they put on a tripod. It's like a camera and it scans everything around like 360.
Oh, okay.
And then they can make a digital rendition, like you were saying, like a 4D
Right.
or. So they did that in Sebastian's, which has always been interesting to me because it seems like maybe they wanted to reenact something.
Right, because what do they do that with his house?
They were in the yard doing it.
Wow.
So I always wondered, like, what did they do that for? Unless they do that just to, you know, because sometimes, like, if someone's never found, let's say 30 years later, the house is different, right? They've planted trees and they built on. Maybe
Right.
it's to have like what it was like the day that he went missing, to have like that kept.
Like a time capsule, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
did we ever find out who the investigators were with the cowboy hats? That was so bizarre.
That was fucking weird. And how they rushed out of there with their heads down, like,
Yeah. That was weird.
there were so many FBI agents because now we found out that the FBI was doing their own separate investigation from Idaho State Police in Moscow. So they did their completely, like, FBI was working also independently. So that makes me wonder if they weren't looking into other cases or something too, for them to be conducting their own investigation separate from the Idaho State Police.
Like, if it would, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, maybe somebody, you know, they had a similar
Going
type of crime
deeper.
scene in another state that they wanted to compare it to or something.
Yeah, like something like that.
Yeah. I do wonder, like, did Brian ever commit any crimes before? I know
I
in the
think he
beginning
has.
people found all like the unsolved PA murders and stuff, and they were comparing and asking.
Well,
And
we talked about Buddy the dog the other day. I forgot all about Buddy.
who's Buddy?
Buddy the dog was 2 miles from the murder house, and I believe it was 2 weeks before the murders. This older couple, JLR interviewed them. They let their dog, their Australian Shepherd, out to go potty. Didn't come back, and then they later found it skinned. And they never found the pelt.
What the
The
fuck?
only thing that had fur on it was its face and its little legs.
Oh my God.
And that was 2 weeks before.
I never even heard of this.
JLR actually went to their house, I think, and talked to them when he was out there.
Oh my
They were
God.
absolutely devastated. The woman said that the dog was sliced like it was going to be eaten, like filleted.
Oh my God.
And
Like
remember Brian,
like Brian's blade.
and the fishing job he had as a teenager.
Oh yeah.
Remember the guy that came out and said he was cleaning fish?
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's wild. So
Like,
you
was
got to
he
wonder, was he
prepping?
practicing?
Yeah.
And then another weird thing, like when this was new, I started reading all of the police blotter to see if there was like weird things. And I found a police report on the 13th, which was the morning of the murders. They called 911 at 10 or 11:56. This report was at 11:30 at Ethan's frat house. A dad had dropped off his son from the weekend and found a small brain on top of the dumpster at
What?
Ethan's frat house. Yes.
What?
I got the police report. I FOIA'd it. And I was like, what the fuck? The
And
morning
how-
of the murders?
The morning of the murders, a brain?
Yeah, the dad called it, looked like an animal brain, like a small brain.
Was it the dog's?
Well, I don't think so, because she said the dog still had fur
Oh my
on
God.
its head. So I don't think the dog's head was messed with.
Oh, I can't wait for your stream today. You gotta show
Dude,
that.
there's
You gotta
so
go
much
over that.
weird stuff, you know?
It's
And
almost
then-
like he was like, if it was him, like he was taunting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that old couple was just, they were terrified. They couldn't
Oh my
believe it.
God.
Poor
And
people.
I'm shocked after a dog was like literally skinned that police weren't doing like, regular drive-bys of the neighborhood.
Yeah, then remember there was a knife threat in September where all of the kids on campus got a vandal alert, they call them. There were kids, and I don't know who it is, they've never been identified, but there was kids walking on Paradise Path, which is right by Greek Row, and they were approached by a guy in all black on a bicycle, and he threatened them with a knife and took off. And they actually
Oh.
sent an alert to all the students to be on the lookout for this man. I don't know if they ever identified him, but that was in September.
Wow.
So there's a lot of things, I went really deep because I was like, if he planned this and he was like fucking with people, maybe, he was making those cop calls to get the cops to their house to fuck with them. Or
Right.
maybe when the cops were there, he was watching.
Maybe he was watching how they interacted with the cops. Were they afraid?
How
Did
long
anybody-
did it take the cops to get there?
Oh, good one. And
Right?
like, did any of the kids run out of certain directions? Like, if he did go in and they were
Right. Who skedaddled?
active, right. And which way would they run in case when he went, somebody tried to run?
Because remember the one call that they got, those kids did fucking skedaddle.
Yeah.
They were out of there. They were running across the parking lot like, oh, I don't know who lives there. And none of those people that lived there were even there.
Oh.
And there were kids in there partying. So I just think that it was like a free-for-all house. And he found like a good target, right? That would be easy to sneak into, that would be unlocked, that would
Right.
be open.
That's used to noise and people coming in and out, and so
Yep.
they're not going to wake up at the slight, sound of a sliding door.
Crazy.
It is absolutely crazy. That's like
This is the kind of stuff I like. I like talking about like that kind of like psychology behind it. It's interesting to.
You know what I worry though, like knowing that Brian idolized, other murderers, especially Bundy and all. Does he want to be famous? Does he want to be, notorious? Does he want to be known for this? And if so, should we give him that?
You know what I think he wanted? I think
What?
he wanted to kill and get away with it.
I think
And
he
I
wants to
think
get
he
away
wanted
too,
to
yeah.
be the best criminology teacher ever because he's actually done it.
While being an
one-
actual killer.
Yeah. I mean, look at him. He couldn't excel at the things he really wanted. He wanted to be in the military.
Infamous,
He wanted
that's
to
the
be
word.
in a policeman. He wanted to be hired at Pullman Police. He
Yeah.
never was. He was never accepted, I think, like he wanted to be. And I think that another thing, Granny, he was watching YouTube. So he watched Dr. Grande. He
I thought you
watched
were going to say Dr. Gary.
No, Dr. Grande went over is the Idaho Killer like Ted Bundy? He watched
Right.
that. That was in his history. And then he watched Ken Maines, the
No
cold case
way.
detective.
Yeah.
He watched Ken talk about
Wow.
Bundy. Mm-hmm.
What if you found out he watched you? Wouldn't that be so fucking
That would be
eerie?
so weird. Well,
Oh
remember
my
when
God.
T-Rev was getting those weird call-ins?
Yeah.
If you were going to kill someone, how would you get
How would
away
you-
with it?
Yeah. Do you think
Who
it could have been him?
I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, we know that he was messing around on accounts at that time.
Right. I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't either. My question for the people that question the roommates, would you have the same questions or feelings if they were your daughters that went through that? Well, obviously not, because we would trust that our daughters,
We would know what happened, right? We'd know
Right.
the ins and outs if they
We'd
were
be
our
able to
kids.
question them and say, why didn't you? Why'd you blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's hard. It is. I get what you're saying, Trips. Like, it is hard, because are you victim blaming at that point, right? It's a thin line. But you got to admit, some of Dylan's and Bethany's behavior is a little odd.
It is odd.
Yeah.
It is odd. But then again, we don't know, like, I don't know. It's hard
We
to
don't know
it's
the
hard to
information.
but it's hard to explain it away when they were on Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn, calling parents. Like, where's the sense of urgency? Where's the scaredness?
Right.
Is what I'm lacking to see, right?
And like I said, they took the Snapchat. There was schoolmates that were saying they were interacting with us on Snapchat during the time that these murders would have happened. And they just couldn't believe it. And then when the kid met up with Olivia to show him, he's like, oh, it's all gone. And he felt like he was going nuts.
Kaylee's LinkedIn, remember that happened? Her sister showed, I think, Olivia, that she was on Kaylee's LinkedIn and it literally disappeared. It was gone.
Right in front of
Probably
them.
the feds.
The feds did that, yeah.
But then you've got, WSU mom, who everyone was saying was crazy.
Yeah.
But how do we know that there wasn't a word that something was wrong that morning?
Right.
Someone texted Dylan at 11:50 and said, "Bro, why? Why they didn't call for 6 more minutes? Why did someone with the first letter J text Dylan and say, bro?
Bro, just bro."
Yeah, like what was that all about? And then they have text between Dylan and
somebody said bro stood for like be right, like over type of thing. And I'm like, no, it doesn't.
I asked my daughter, who's 25, I'm like, have you ever heard of BRO being be right over? She said, no.
No.
She said, y'all are old. No, it means bro.
It means bro means bro, right? Because I heard others like saying that. And I asked my daughter, she's 18. And then I asked my soon to be 13-year-old. Both of them were like, no, bro is bro. Like, stop trying to, same thing. Like, you stop trying to guess our abbreviations. Leave us alone. Yeah, it's just bro.
She said, she's like, yeah, you guys are old and just overthinking it. It's really just bro.
We're like, be right over.
That's funny. You're blaming me if who appears in chat.
WSU mom. You guys were right about my guest up when I was talking about Lily and Jack, which I have some updates on, but I'm thinking about just doing a video, not a live stream. But that was Miss Harmony. Whoever was you guys were in the chat. I don't know who Miss Harmony is, but the chat was going nuts about her.
What happened?
So a lady came up my panel under name of like Anonymous or something. And the chat was going nuts saying that's Miss Harmony. That's Miss Harmony. And I'm like, I don't know who
it was.
It was. She did email me and tell me like, yeah, that was me.
Why did she come up? I know who she is.
I have no idea who she is. But
why'd she do that? Like to be
she even emailed me from Miss Harmony. The email account was like Miss Harmony. She's like,
she
hi.
Say she was a local?
No, she didn't say she was a local or anything. She just wanted to come up and discuss the case. I guess maybe she's done some funky stuff in other cases, so people don't like her. I don't know.
Probably. Maybe. I mean, I haven't really followed her. I've just seen her. She's come in my chat.
Yeah, I didn't know that she was like problematic, but I appreciate her being honest with me. And
she's a LARPer? I didn't know that. I've never watched her.
The chat was going nuts, bro. They were going nuts.
Really?
Miss Harmony, we know it's you. Go back and something with Summerwell's case. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
I know Miss Harmony from Watts. Like, she pretended to be FBI? No way. I didn't know all that.
Is she the one that used to come up here and pretend to be a private investigator? Do you remember that lady that used to always come up and lecture me? Oh, she didn't always come up. She came up like twice, but she lectured me on like what PIs would do and what I should do with my litigation, all that. I was like,
I vaguely
if it was her. Yeah.
It didn't sound like the same voice though, did it?
No, it didn't, but the same like slow speak pattern.
It seems to be a trend around here.
I know so many slow speakers, and I speak 100, words
I
a
mean,
minute.
people tell me I talk slow, but I have seen a lot of people that talk way slower than me.
No, I think you're at a good. I talk too fast. You talk just right. Some people talk
I feel like I talk
this.
slow, but Pearls takes the freaking cake. I don't know how the guy talks that slow.
I know. It's almost like you have to train yourself
Like
to
you have
be
to do it on purpose.
Yeah. Like, always trust your subs chatters.
Yeah, your mind
Granny.
can't work that slow. There's just no fucking way.
Scott said, I hear slow. You speak slow, Scott. You speak very slow.
Yeah, he's Tennessee. He's in the holler.
The holler.
They're in no hurry for nothing.
Yeah, all the time in the world to let that sweet tea
I
cook
fell
down the
asleep
sun.
on Scott H's panel one night.
Did you? Oh, is that the one where
Seemingly.
you were snoring? I remember you talking about it.
He was, oh my God, his voice is so like soothing. Like it was a late stream. It was like after midnight,
Yeah.
And he was telling me a story about the holler in Tennessee, and
I fall asleep too.
I just like cut some Z's.
We
laugh about it.
We should definitely tell stories. Like she could read a child's book or even an adult book.
Yeah.
She has like the perfect voice for it. Like her voice really is soothing. But yes, you were definitely a slow
We
talker,
could be in
me.
like cartoons.
Oh my gosh, she really could.
Like she could play so many different like animated
Even with her little
characters.
giggle, like
Yes. It's cute as shit.
The type of juries the other night. I'm still embarrassed.
I picture a cartoon that looks like Holly Hobby. That's like we.
Oh, that's actually cute.
Yes. She's so cute.
What if we really is a wee Frosty?
Ewok?
Ewok.
She's a cross between a Yorkie and an Ewok.
Or even like a little fairy. Like what if she's just like this little I'm fucking delusional at this point. Little
You need to
Tinkerbell.
take off that tinfoil hat now.
I know, it's time to
I
come
think
off.
you're sweating underneath there.
It's messing with the signals.
Girl, I gotta tell you though, you had me cracking up with your fucking demonstration.
Well, I'm trying to get sponsored, bitch. Girl needs to pay these attorney fees.
Seriously, I love seeing that side of you. It was fun.
It's just, everything's always so serious anymore. I'm just like, fuck it. Who cares?
It's nice to see you have fun after everything.
Plus, I got to clean at the same time, so that's
there you
cool.
Go.
I thought it did too, Butter, but I am going to wrap it up. Jay's going live very soon, like an hour from now. Give you guys a little break in between us. She's going to have all the deets on the Idaho for Brian Koberger.
We're going to go over Papa Rogers.
Papa Rogers. And you got to bring up the skinned dog. No, not many of us heard of that before.
Okay. We'll go over Buddy.
Yeah, poor Buddy, man.
Dang.
Bloody Buddy.
Oof. And then you know what? People made a conspiracy up because remember they were trying to blame it on Kopaka.
Yeah.
Well, Kopaka had like something blue in a picture that looked like, I don't know what it was, but it wasn't Buddy's collar. But people said, oh my God, Kopaka did it. He's got Buddy's collar in this picture. And
Jesus.
Oh, it's just been one thing after another.
That picture of Koberger coming out of the shower that night, that smile.
Isn't he sexy?
Oh, sexy.
Wouldn't you want to go on a date with him?
He looked like a crackhead Twilight character.
What if he asked you out? You know what, though? I asked my daughter, I said, do you think he's creepy looking? And she said, no. She said, he looks like a regular person. I said, what?
Oh, did she know that he did the crime? Or that
he didn't know exactly what happened.
Okay.
But she said, no, I think he looks like a regular person. And I said, maybe it's because I know what he did.
Right. Well, and I asked myself that too, right? Like, is it one of these things where we know what he did? Like, look, he kind of looks like Bundy.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess I can't take away that I think he looks creepy now.
And it's because, like you said, we do know what here, does he look like he's that bad looking of a guy? No. You can tell he's a little out, but here he looks like a Edward from Twilight, creepy, cracked out vampire or something. That's a weird photo. But if we just like this photo, I
wanted to share this really quick if you don't mind. It's only 2 minutes.
Pull it up. Thank you so much, Janice.
I think you'll really like hearing this. So
we did discuss this one day.
We have to give credit to Mike. You know the Mike.
Oh yeah, he likes
called
to
my
send me emails and curse me out, and then he fucking says hi to me in a chat. So
yeah,
bizarre.
same here,
So
same here.
bizarre.
But he did send me this video, and it says NS missing children. I think that means Nova Scotia.
Oh yeah.
How posting theories online could land you in legal trouble. Did you see this?
I read an article. Yeah.
Oh, do you mind if I play it? Because I haven't watched
No, go
it.
ahead. Yeah.
I thought it would be interesting. Okay, here we go.
3-year-old Dylan Ehler's disappearance in 2020 instantly sparked despair and concern amongst the public, as many took to social media to speculate on what could have happened to the boy who had seemingly vanished mere seconds of being left alone in his grandmother's yard. But online theories quickly spiraled into unproven information, some users going as far as accusing his parents of killing their child. Ehler's parents have never been charged in their son's disappearance and filed a civil case against 2 Facebook users that ended in a court settlement. But 5 years later, as another missing children's case rocks the province, widespread speculation has returned.
Similar to what we dealt with on the Ehler case, there are a lot of online rumors that I'm noticing online, and a lot of accusations against the parents.
6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan were reported missing from their home in Lansdowne Station on May 2nd. A police investigation into the missing children is ongoing, but that hasn't deterred the public from launching an unofficial investigation of its own on sites like Facebook, Reddit, and X.
With respect to the spread of misinformation, inaccurate information, and speculation, I just want to say that's harmful. It's harmful to the families and communities who are trying to work their way through a traumatic event. And so I really want to encourage people to be kind.
There's a lot of information and the police have to follow up on every lead. But when a lot of it ends up being rumors, it's taking away from valid calls that they're getting and valid information that they would like to follow up on.
And the average social media sleuth could be risking far more than a slap on the wrist.
If it rises to the level of criminal harassment or threats, the police will certainly get involved and there can be criminal charges laid. On a civil side, the victims of these bullying posts do have some avenue to get justice. So they can file an action in Supreme Court for a cyber protection order, and a judge can order the people that are posting to stop, to take down posts, to remove groups from online, and even to the extent that, depending on the harm that is done, damages can be awarded against the offending party.
And for anyone who is experiencing cyberbullying or is worried about information that's circulating about themselves, they can reach out to CyberScan to get.
Sounds like they're not playing.
Yeah,
Nova
Canada
Scotia.
doesn't play. They're very private with their information. Like, for example, although we've covered, Lily and Jack, I've never done the conspiracies of, they found zip ties, they found the sock, they found the bloody underwear. Like, that's the shit that's dangerous, And when these people are encouraging, right, we need to get that in America, I'll tell you that. That would be great. And it's ironic because that's kind of what the Green Team was trying to do. And in all actuality, they're the ones that are hosting the people that are doing the harmful speculation, and they themselves are making up blurb images to implicate people and all that shit.
And here we've got our media entertaining that shit.
Right. Despicable. And meanwhile, Canada's
very...
don't even try it with us. Get the fuck out of here.
I love that.
Me too. I wish everywhere was like that. These victims are, families deserve that. Like, people still go on about the Wells and how they know they did it. Well, obviously, they're not smart enough to outsmart fucking police for 3 years now.
Right.
I don't know.
It's just wild, man. Isn't it crazy how, people just, kids just disappear and they're just never, ever found?
Yeah, it makes me sick.
Me too. Hey, this one is close to you. And Ken Main's covered it. That Cherry, her name was Cherry. She was the little girl went missing after being dropped off by the bus. Butler, Pennsylvania.
Never even heard of it.
It's a cold case, and Ken Maines is working on it with the family. Cherry
Mahan.
Cherry Mahan. Yep.
39 years later, yeah.
Are you near there? Saxonburg?
No, that's Pittsburgh area.
Butler County. That's where Trump was shot, right?
That's where barbecue is.
Okay. Well, she was dropped off by the bus and never seen again.
Wow. That's terrifying. Like, how does that happen?
She's declared legally dead.
Oh, she was just a
Yeah,
wee
she
little
was
thing.
50 feet from the base of her driveway. And they said there was a weird van with like a ski slope, like a skier going on a ski slope that some of the kids on the bus remember seeing.
1985.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Poor thing.
That's so sad.
But, you know, it's like, are we going to see Sebastian like 30 years from now?
Right.
Like
Or
his picture?
Summer
frozen in
Wells
time?
or Jack and Lily. I hope not.
Michael Vaughn. I mean,
Right.
crazy.
There just doesn't seem to be answers. It's really there's a little girl near me, Dolce.
Oh, yeah. Dolce, the little
Yeah.
Hispanic girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Still
I've
no
seen her on
answers
the
with her.
FBI site, right?
Yeah. It does make you wonder, like, where are these children going? And I'm sorry, I know yeah, it's hard not to question the parents, especially in like Lily and Jack's case when there's so many inconsistencies. They, you know, at first they keep emphasizing on the door, and then now he's saying that, you know, he did hear the door open. Like, I'm sorry, that's a big inconsistency. And here's the other thing, because Dulcie, I know that, you know, people do the whole like victim blaming thing and all of that. There is a way to do it. There's a way to have these discussions without coming out and saying, oh, they without a doubt did it, and here's how they did it. They use wrist ties and blah, blah, blah.
Or calling them names and calling them, you know, things because of their house and stuff like that.
Right. But there is also, you know, they have board games. I mean, there's TV shows based on, people like theorizing, people like giving their opinions on things and giving their, I don't think it's something to be shamed. I think there's a way to do it and there's a way not.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Like, and I keep seeing like these clickbaity titles and Betty and all this bullshit they're saying. It's just like, it's always the same characters too, the same players.
No, there's definitely a line, and a lot of people cross it. But I love these discussions. It's okay to discuss.
Right, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not going to be guilted for discussing it, but I do understand
You
the
have
harmful
to look,
side of it.
like, you have to look at they're the number one suspects for a reason. They're the last, and the guy being the last one to see him, you can't ignore
the whole day of the search.
Yeah, you can't ignore those facts. I'm going to send you this link, but Pat Brown, a lot of people don't like her, but I watched her on this case. She put out a video yesterday, and she was like watching other YouTubers, and she was like saying, you know, I think you're right in suspecting that something happened at home to all the YouTubers that covered it or whatever. But she kind of walked through what her thoughts were on the inconsistencies, and it was interesting.
Oh yeah, I'll have to see that, because I'm going to make a video here in a little bit about the different red flags I've picked up on.
Do you know who she is?
No, I don't.
I'll give you the link in the back chat.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's always interesting hearing others' opinions, you know, and taking them all in. It's not like just because I listen to Pat Brown, I think, you know, everything she says is correct, but I love hearing like tons of different opinions and then putting them together, you know, and forming my own.
Right. Exactly. It's the way it should be.
Whoops, I tried to put it in the chat. Okay, there you go.
Thank you very much.
I almost felt like she was kind of because I don't know many YouTubers that have really gone too deep, and you had the locals on. I wonder if she watched you, because you said also you were contacted right by
Daily Mail.
The Daily Mail.
Yeah.
About your coverage. So maybe she saw your coverage, and I don't know, I felt like she was kind of vindicating like what you said in a way.
Oh, I have to check this out. Oh, I have heard of her, by the way. Yeah, I'm subscribed. Yeah,
She
thank
used
you
to
for
be on
sending me
talk
that.
shows like back in the 80s, 90s. She'd come on like Sally, Jesse, Raphael, like those old talk
Oh yeah,
shows.
those ones.
She'd be a guest on like the Today Show or something to talk. She's like self-taught profiler, but I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think some of us can study things and not necessarily have a degree and still have an instinct and a good, you know.
Well, to be fair, a lot of my instincts that I picked up on, I now see others highlighting, and I'm like, yeah, we picked up on that the moment we covered it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, you can, you know, especially like us, when we're watching all these things, we're into all these things, we could definitely be self-taught.
Yeah,
Chris and Moon hit the thumbs up in every
I
tone.
noticed, Lala Lauren, that a lot of these so-called, experts don't like criticism at all. Like Dr. Gary, he was like all in my comment section on an Idaho video in the very beginning.
Yeah, you get so insecure about it.
And he got all worked up and emailed me and was like, you need to delete these comments, because I was like, dude, you need to come on my show. Like, I didn't know who he was. Okay. I was like, I want you to come on because I'm sharing your thoughts. Like, we're on the same path here. And then he wanted me to block people and delete comments that didn't agree with him. And I'm like, dude, I can't do that.
Right.
I've had people following me for years. I'm not going to block them for you.
No, that's insane.
So I was like, forget it. It's not worth it.
Yeah, when
Summer
they're so
girl.
fragile. I never understood that. Like,
They are.
especially when you're in those type of professions, you're gonna have people that disagree with you. And the fact that you can't handle that, it's insane.
She is smart though, like with her instincts. I like to hear her out.
Any emotional outcry. Yeah. Went back on that verification.
Hi, Miss
Why would you
Harmony.
let people met? I didn't read your email, Miss
Wait,
Harmony.
what?
I just saw the thumbnail. I mean the thing about it. Got a text that, and I explained in my email all that went on back then. In fact, I didn't watch it. I didn't open your email. I mean, if you want me to prove that to you, I can.
Verification.
I get a lot of emails every day. I just saw that you said it was Miss Harmony and that you were you. That's all. But I didn't actually click them. I get tons and tons of emails every day, and quite frankly, I don't care about your past or anything. I just appreciated that you told me that it was you.
No one said anything bad, really.
I can flash it on the screen and show you your emails were never opened. Not to be rude, but as you can see, there's a lot of emails I just don't open. I'm very busy when I get off of here and stuff. So I don't care about your past, Miss Harmony. I liked your conversation. I was okay with you, and the chat had a hard time, and that's, they dealt with it. Yeah, that was explained that it wasn't you. But I'm glad you're here. Thanks for watching. Hit the thumbs up.
Hit the thumbs
Hey,
up.
Aries. Hit the thumbs up. We should make a song. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Up. Can I get to the 500? Y'all giving me a complexity. Can I get... It's okay, I'm cool with you. Rumors are done on us. Exactly. We don't fucking care. Messer in the first place. Shut the hell up, Aries.
Did you ever pick out a sweatshirt?
Yeah, to be honest.
What?
So I picked out the two, and then I went back and got the other. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist.
Did you?
The
They were all
ish.
cute.
Yeah, I ended up getting where is my
Miss
dang
Harmony, I'm
purse?
sorry. I know you from way back when. I thought it was through Armchair Detective in Watt's case. I don't recall. I remember you and Dad TV. I mean, I'm going back 7 years, girl. My mind, I'm 50. My mind, fuck, I can't remember shit when I was 42, 43. You're killing me here.
Yeah, we didn't think that much into it.
Yeah,
If you
it wasn't
mention the
that deep.
latest from Criminal Tony, what is the latest? I can do
What
a
is
whole
the
stream
latest?
off his cease and desist if that's what you're talking about, but no, I didn't go into depths with it.
Oh, did you talk about it this morning?
Yeah, I just told people that he sent me one, and
Oh,
I'm
okay.
guessing that attorney doesn't realize we're already in litigation, and it's a way for him to mitigate his damages already, and quite frankly, it's harassing if you ask me, and it's full of shit. 5 more
Unbelievable.
likes. Can we do it? Lazy Wolf says we can. How you caught up to us? We probably sound like.
Oh, let me hit the thumbs up. I didn't.
Jay, the
Sorry.
betrayal.
I
Oh my
know.
god.
I hate your poll, so I like always close it out and then I forget.
I hate fucking polls, dude. They're so disruptive towards the chat. So you
I'm
either
like,
gotta
damn
vote or get rid of it. Yeah,
Okay,
CJK.
well, I hit it.
Son of a gunner. Yeah, there's a few things to update you guys on going on with that litigation. I'm really not even that interested in myself anymore, so I figure nobody else really is either. But
You did it.
You know.
1K.
1K, we did it on a not trending topic. We did fucking great.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was.
I would love
Sweet
to hear a
faces,
stream
thank you.
about that. I think everybody else
Yeah, I
would
will
too.
then. And maybe I'll do it under members only. So Tony Baloney has to pay if he wants to spy in, you freakazoid, in my opinion. You can't be a national spokesman and say, my privacy was lost because of you. Your privacy was lost because of the choices.
You're a national spokesman
I
by
caused-
your
I caused-
own admission.
Right.
On court TV, you fucking moron.
People keep saying that Brittany's drawing portraits of me. Like, what the fuck?
Dude, I told you.
Yeah, I know, bro. I know. Ugh. Who was AD's assistant in the Wasp case? Oh, that was I do. Hold on,
Who?
I know. Oh, come on. I was a big Wasp Island. I know who you're talking about. Was it Kimberly? I know who you're talking about. Liz T, I don't remember Miss Harmony at all.
I
but
didn't
listen,
cover that Cash Gernon case. I know
Yeah,
nothing about that one.
I called out the fact that Benny Keys cut it up to the woman who was taking care, and then kept Bubbles. Thank you guys. And then he
Bubbles.
kept the balloon string from the balloon release for Cash Gernon. Like it was some weird souvenir. It was fucking bizarre.
Who's Bubbles?
Bubbles was AD's assistant.
Oh,
Yeah.
I never watched AD.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's
I
crazy.
did catch him sometimes, but he was wild.
Yeah, Tripper. I know you guys. are-
Jay started the portrait rumor. It probably was me because that night I pulled it up and I was like, all right, we're going to do a poll. I'm like, do you guys think this looks like Granny's watching or not? And we did a poll. So now everybody's probably running with it.
Oh, the boobies were nice, so thank you for the perks.
Those things were awfully perky.
Oh, thank you, Miss W. I appreciate that. You don't. Well, that's okay, Miss Harmony. Just change your name
Miss
and
Harmony,
use a
it's all
voice
good.
changer.
Yeah, it's all good. I don't have nothing against you.
I think he does know he's up Schitt's Creek, and I think he's trying to do damage control. But the fact that you hit me with a cease and desist now and not before you threw me in litigation is quite ironic. Like,
Idiot.
now I get one? Are you fucking kidding me?
You're right. He gets an anti-slap and then he has the audacity to put a restraining order on you.
Right, trying to cease and it's
Or
very
cease and
similar.
desist. Sorry.
It's very similar to the other ones too. Like, make a video and tell your people to follow suit. You know what's crazy, Jay? You brought up the quick deed before I did. So why the fuck am I getting a C&D?
Right? I don't
Fucking
know.
stupid.
Well, I don't know. Maybe because now you're talking to the media. Maybe that made him a little scared.
Oh, a little worried, but he should check the docket. We already sent in, Barbecue's attorney sent in his quick deed cell to the judge. So tell the judge it isn't what it is.
I
Which
think,
is
yeah.
fraudulent, whatever it's called. He sent me a picture of a check for $30K from 2022 to prove that he sold that property at a regular value or some shit.
No,
I'm
he
like, dude,
didn't.
swear
He
to God.
sent you a receipt.
Yeah.
That's even
picture
funnier.
A picture of a check is all it is.
That's funny as fuck. That's
I
like
mean, the
Crime
check could
Time
be
Buzz.
for-
Crime
right.
Time Buzz and their cease and desist to my email, but their attorney says we're not going to name the person because they don't want their name out there. Fuck off. Who am I
This is
supposed
so
to cease and
weird.
desist on?
Right. Yeah, it's a check and it's from 5/17/22. The check could be anything. I don't know what that check it could be even fake. I could have somebody
it
write
made
me a
out to
check right
anybody?
now. Yeah, it's made out to Tony from the in-law name. Yeah.
Wonderful. So what's that supposed to mean? Because he didn't do this shit till 2025. What's 2022?
Right. How does that help? It says here, he's not avoiding creditors and he never hired TikTok accounts for any purpose. Well, we got proof of that. He's a successful sales representative for Craneworks. At least he was before you destroyed his character.
Does that mean he lost his job?
I guess.
What a
Mrs. Mathis'
dipshit.
parents have been building a home on the lot where Mr. Mathis' shop and office is located. So my client sold half that lot to Mrs. Mathis' parents for $30,000. A copy of the check is attached as Exhibit B. That is none of your business. But my clients are now forced to reveal their private information to protect their reputations from your recklessness. No, they you didn't have to fucking send that to me. Not only that, but like my attorney said, your finances are all going to be out there anyway, buddy.
It
Like,
is
you're
your
in
business.
litigation. It is my business. Well, that's what I'm saying. This attorney must not know we're in active litigation. He then says fraudulent conveyances do not involve an actual exchange of value. This was an arm's length family transaction for fair market value. Okay, well, again, it was done in 2025. You sent a check from 2022. I don't believe you. So what? Convince me otherwise. I don't care.
Is your lawyer going to reach out to that lawyer?
I don't know. I told my lawyer about it. He found some of it pretty comical. He
bet
said
he
it's the
did.
way for Tony Mathis to mitigate his damages. It also says I caused him physical illness.
Oh my God.
It also tells me I can go to jail for a misdemeanor in Oklahoma.
What?
Yeah,
So
I swear to God.
Oh, wow. So
Yeah.
it's your fault. His eyes look in different directions, I guess. You did that
Right.
to him.
I guess it's and again, I'm not the first one that came out with this information. First off, JLR came out months ago saying that Tony was sued by a church. I think you were the first to actual break the information about the quick debt or whatever. The
It was either
property.
me or Skolnick.
Yeah, one of you guys. And everybody talked about it thereafter, but nobody else got one, just me. I mean, we're already in active litigation. So this to me feels like a harassment. I feel like I'm being harassed and intimidated further because he just lost.
That's how I would take it too.
Yeah, and I'm gonna make sure the judge sees this.
That's messed up. I would want to know if that lawyer is aware of the other litigation going on.
I know. I should ask my lawyer if I can call this lawyer, or if he plans on calling this lawyer and just
Mhm.
seeing, like, do you realize you're participating in targeted
I
harassment?
think he should call that lawyer and say, I represent Jessica in this matter that is still ongoing with your client, Tony, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't threaten somebody with litigation while you're in active litigation. Why didn't this come from Lasniak? And not only that, but to top it off, you don't have jurisdiction over me anyway. You'd have to file in Pennsylvania, not Oklahoma.
Right.
So
He
no,
thinks you're going to go to jail in his state?
in Oklahoma. Oh, and not only that, but it's not defamation because I don't know. What I've said is what I believe. Can't tell me otherwise. They're saying now that I know because they sent me this information, now it's defamatory. No, it's not. It wasn't
No, it's
defamatory when
not.
I said it.
Oh my
Right.
goodness. The games that people continue playing. Did
It's not
Barbecue
the
get
same
one from him?
attorney. Nobody else got one. Mm-mm.
Just you.
Just me.
And it was
Yep.
paper or
Yeah,
email?
it's paper. No, it was
Paper.
process served.
Oh.
Not
Yeah,
to me,
Crime
though.
Time Buzz sent me a C&D, but that came from a lawyer via email.
Right. No, this is actual papers. Yeah, maybe I will give this attorney a call because I don't appreciate the tone he took with me. I don't think he knows what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think the judge would look kindly on that.
I
You
don't
guys-
I feel like I'm being harassed.
It is harassment. I mean, they're not allowed to retaliate because they lost and got slapped.
Right. And not only that, but the judge, is dismissed with prejudice. So you're quite frankly, you're not even, you can't even take out litigation on me on the same shit you already tried. And you did try. You
Yeah,
tried
I would-
42 different counts against me, one of them being defamation, and the judge found no proof to your claims. And even with this appeal, because they're poking, trying to get us to say things for this stupid appeal, you can't present new evidence in an appeal anyway. So stop poking. Still here, whoopsie days. They still here.
So this C&D has nothing to do with at night.
No, nothing.
Local to him.
It was almost to
attorney?
the point I was worried if Tony even realizes he's in litigation with me, quite frankly. Because I have never, ever seen some shit like this where you send somebody an active cease and desist or warnings of filing a defamation suit against somebody that you're already in a defamation suit with.
Right.
Right. Anyone can go back data check. Tony Mathis just show the check was cashed. Right. Not only that, but explain it to the judge. I don't give a fuck. Explain to the
almost
judge
like-
why you're a quick deed when right before a judgment.
You know what it almost sounds like? He gave you information that he wanted you to go live and repeat.
It did. It tells me to.
Oh, it tells you to.
Yeah. It tells me
Wow.
to. It tells me I have
Yeah.
3 days to do so. And to tell you all to stop.
I would definitely. That's exactly. That's what Crime Time Buzz said in hers too. I would
asked my
definitely
lawyer if I
give
could
that to
call
your
this lawyer. He said, "You're not calling any lawyer."
No.
Like, "Grr."
Let him
I don't even know
call.
why I asked, to be honest.
That's crazy.
Oh, well, this process, I gave Barbecue the number to this process server, so maybe she can serve Hung and Nick. I said, you still looking for a process server in the area, girl? I got one.
Did a
Came
server
right
come to your door? Or
apparently it was one of my kids. I wasn't even here.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. So I was debating even acknowledging that I got it, to be honest, because
They
who the
left
fuck
it
you
with
give it
wow.
to? Yeah.
Huh. Did they have to sign for it?
No.
They
And when I was live that day, the guy was knocking. But Clue, remember? Clue. I asked Clue to come. I asked Clue to hold down my stream one day because somebody was knocking at my door, and I told her I'm afraid to answer, and she said why, and I said because this lawsuit and shit. I don't know. I don't like answering the door anymore. I'm fucking traumatized from it. And I said people don't knock here. Here it was him. It's been a few. Yeah, it was him.
Was he a real process server?
Yeah. No, he's legit.
He's legit.
Yeah, very. Business.
That shit worries
person.
me, man.
That's what
Tell your
said to
tell
my
your kids not to open that fucking door to anybody anymore.
Well, and that's what I said. What did the person look like?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, did it look like that? I showed like Hong, Nick, all of that.
God, them fucking guys. Fuck them. This makes me so mad.
Pretty damn creepy, though.
It's very creepy, Granny. I think you should take it very seriously.
Right, that's what I'm saying, Heather. If he sold something in 2022, it would have been recorded by deed at said courthouse also in 2022. You don't transfer property without proper recordation of deed with the county. So you show me a check from 2022, but this was all done just now in April 2025. I think he forgot to put the right date or something, or pulled out an old check. I don't know. But again, I don't care. Go explain it to the judge. How do you think I got the word fraudulent conveyance or whatever? It came from my attorney. So have your attorney call my attorney. I don't know.
I feel like they're still just playing harassment games, intimidation games.
That's how I felt, Jay. I feel very harassed and intimidated. Telling me, like the judge already put in her ruling that, you're trying to intimidate these people that they may end up in jail. And then here comes this fucking thing that says
saying that you may end up in jail. Yeah.
Right. Like what the fuck?
Totally against what the judge just fucking ruled against.
Right.
Or, ruled in whatever, however you word
right,
it. You
that's
know
what
what
the judge
saying.
just said. I mean,
yeah.
And then here they go. It's right here. The judge wrote, the repeated references to criminal conduct, criminal liability, and the alleged involvement of the former Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania suggest that it was the intent of at least some of the scriveners to scare the defendants into believing that there could be or might be criminal charges filed against them. This is from the judge.
So and then just snaked another lawyer into doing the same thing.
The same thing. That's what I said. I said, I feel like this lawyer doesn't even realize that he's participating in harassment. And I dare say of a witness, the same term they used. I'm a witness in my litigation. I feel like you're trying to harass me further. Fuck, man. Leave me alone. Not only that, but when's the last time I even spoke on fucking Tony?
Right. It's weird.
So, and again, nobody else
he
got
wanted
it.
That information repeated. That's why.
Well, like my attorney said, is to mitigate his damages, right? Like, oh, well, look, Your Honor, she was defaming me on, I guess, I don't know. Because again, why didn't you get it? Why didn't Julie get it? Why didn't Clue get it? Why didn't Queen get it? Not that I want you guys to get anything.
No, it's weird.
But why would it just be me? Not only that, but why the fuck didn't you send one to me 9 months ago? At least I finally got one. It's a little fucking late, but.
No, I agree. It's weird. I mean, I've said a lot of things too. And it's like, I don't understand it.
I guess thanks for the heads up this round or something. I don't know. Like, can I pet that illegal property transfer? Right.
I mean, for him to even take any action on what was said about the property thing is weird to me. Because, like, why wouldn't you just wait for your day in court to prove? That's why I think he's trying to do damage control. He thought you'd be dumb enough to go, oh, Tony explained what happened. Like,
no, I still stand by what I feel it was.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is he thinks that he can get people to do things. He thinks he's smart. Like,
and remember when he said that what Julie was coming out with involved them losing a child? Well, I got a full in-depth report of that, and nothing about the loss of a child is in here. So,
wow.
Yeah. Oh, apparently I caused them to have public hatred, be content and ridiculed. And apparently my recklessness has inspired other online personalities to repeat and publish the lies. But again, I wasn't the first one to fucking do it. Dumbass.
No. He's an idiot. I can't stand him.
I agree.
Threatening you with jail time? Fuck off.
Yeah, and then giving me the same demands. publish a video on your YouTube channel retracting the statements, educate my viewers about the truth revealed to me in this letter, apologize to his client, and direct my viewers and other content makers to cease publishing defamatory statements.
Oh my
Jay,
God,
don't ever say anything about Tony Mathis again.
That's almost verbatim what Crime Time Buzzes said.
Yeah, and then it says, provide written confirmation to this office within 7 days that I've complied with these demands.
Big middle finger. Fuck off.
Failure to comply will leave my client with no choice but to pursue all available legal remedies, including but not limited to seeking monetary damages, injunctive relief, attorney fees. We also reserve the right to report this matter to YouTube for violation of his community guidelines and terms of service.
Wow.
Yeah, and I have the right to report your client, given a judge just ruled in my favor. So maybe I should start reporting all their YouTube channels and shit if we want to play that fucking game.
Right. I think you could take the same course of action on Seth Rogers' YouTube channel.
Yeah, but
Betty's YouTube channel.
I mean, the judge ruled in my favor.
Stop it. I mean,
right.
The threats. This is
Right.
threats. If you don't, this is what will happen.
Right. I don't like it. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Not only that, but like I said, the judge said with prejudice. I don't even think Tony would be able to even pursue something against me again.
No, but
Not
the
for
fact that
same
he's
fucking
trying should be known, to the judge. The fact
Right.
that he's even trying.
The fact that he's at this while we're in active litigation. Yeah. And again, I argue what I said. It's not defamatory. Might have not been. I don't know. How do I know what he's even giving me is the truth? Maybe I don't. Thank you so much, Shai. I do appreciate you all so much. You know what I'm supposed to believe, that this check from 2022 has to do with what happened in 2025.
He thought it would convince you, I think.
Yeah, well, it didn't, because it has
What
the
a
wrong
fucking
date, so it didn't
idiot.
convince me.
Throwing spaghetti at the wall.
Well, the quick deed was already submitted to the judge by Barbecue's attorneys. They sent that into them. This, I guess, we'll send it in somehow. Irk the hell of me. I think he specifically served you because you called his moves for exactly what they were. Yeah, he's trying to flip the narrative. He should clean up his reputation with Sebastian. Don't worry about the reputation with litigation. Yeah, it's an Oklahoma lawyer. I'm not going to give you guys the lawyer's name, obviously. He doesn't deserve any of that. Like, I'm not going to give this information. Oh, so he can't bring the same claims. He's making new allegations, which he could, and he would get slapped again. I'm not giving the name of the attorney, guys. Sorry.
And don't say anymore. Let him dig his own hole.
The attorney's just doing his own job. You know what I mean? He probably doesn't even realize that we're already in active litigation. It's not his fault. I was going to be an asshole and I was going to reshare the stream, but I was like, don't be an asshole, Jess. Just, you pushed it far enough.
Yeah, let him go to court TV and Quisenberry and get his story
Right.
out. Fuck
Good
him.
coffin doffers of the world. That's what other people said. He might be worried because now news organizations are reporting on this. And that
Yeah.
he's worried that, like, we're going to say it to, like, one of the news people, like, oh, well, Tony, ironically made this move.
Granny, look at this shit.
What are
We were
looking
just talking about Grady Judd.
What'd
He
he
just did
do?
a press conference 2 hours ago. Look at this thumbnail of
One
someone he
ugly
arrested.
woman.
Trafficking. This
Oh
man
my
is
God.
one ugly woman. 200 plus arrested.
Oh my God.
Look at that person. Is that a girl?
I don't know. Click it. Show us.
I'm trying to zoom in. Okay, hold on.
Today, we're going to roll out in the next little
This
while.
man is one ugly woman.
Big boss.
Hold on.
He's an Army veteran.
Oh my
He's
God.
married. He was.
Oh.
Are you ready for this?
Oh,
Get
I
a
don't know,
grip.
Grady.
He
I don't
was
know.
married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor
Oh,
in
fuck.
Hillsborough County.
Oh my God.
That's right.
Gee.
He left his phone at home.
Mm.
So his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was.
Oh, now she knows.
When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified and she packed.
I'm sure
You
she
are
was.
HIV positive.
I love how he shows.
Look what
all their
he just
pictures.
said. He said, I'm.
What?
Rewind to what he says about this guy.
Which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida. Undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of.
Oh, he was HIV positive.
Oof. Thank you so much, Regina. It's a CMD from the law offices of Betty and Ninja Associates, only the elite.
I'm trying to find the ugliest woman. What are these things?
He said that this man is the ugliest woman. I think.
Oh, right here, right here.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
Okay, here we go.
All right, I'm going to go through these.
He's a
How
trip.
about Jason Bathis from 40?
It's a guy.
I know, that's what I said. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathis from 43 from Davenport? This is our human trafficking and prostitution, folks. He's charged with offering to commit. This is this Jason Bathis, okay? When he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman. And I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman, right? This is what you really get when the makeup comes off.
Oh my
This is
God.
Jason Bathis. Now I want you to
Wow.
think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right?
He's a trip.
And
I love
then
him.
as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like.
This dude, that is a
Yeah,
dude.
he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after, you know. When you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex ugly. Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there.
Oh my God, Grady. Wow. I've never heard him roast someone like that.
This is fucking brilliant. Oh my God.
Oh man, we need sheriffs like this all over, don't
I
we?
swear to it.
And he just doesn't stop. I mean, on and on, picture after picture.
He
after
said,
picture.
chew your arm off and leave the Rolex.
He totally did.
When you try to drink them pretty. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Right,
This is
Katara?
Polk County,
No.
Florida. That is right by Orlando. Like
I
just
know
south
how
of Orlando.
you could even see that he was trying to keep a straight face. Nobody behind him even laughed. I would have
They
been
know.
dying.
They know.
They already know what time it is with him. They probably all said it in the back room. Oh my God, that's hysterical.
He's great.
Rolex ugly.
I did not
Oh.
expect that though. Chew off your arm.
He said this is when you meet him at the bar and you try to drink them pretty. This is what
Yeah.
you wake up to.
You get like he always says, like, you don't come to Polk County. They put him on blast. He's great.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back. All right, Jay,
He
you're
does.
about to
All right.
go live.
I know,
I'm going to
girl.
wrap it up. Thank you
Okay.
so much for being
Thanks
with
for
me
having me
today.
up. It was fun.
Of course. We'll be over at yours. See
All
you
right,
soon.
bye guys.
Bye, friends. If you guys haven't, would you please consider hitting a thumbs up? Last I checked, we were close to that 1K, which is great for a not trended topic. I challenge others to try the same, but they won't. But I'm going to redirect you all to one of my favorite fucking places. You go in there, you drop the watermelons. I don't care if you stay or not. They're a little weird. They're a little wonky. They're a little after darkish, but I enjoy them. And I hope you all enjoy them as much as I do, because you're about to be transferred over. I shall see you in there. We still have to troll Gray Hughes, by the way. I keep forgetting about that. But yeah, I'm going to head over. I hope you all head over too. And just tell them, say, hey, Granny dropped us by. It's a little, they're a little, woo, they do some dark shit, conspiracy, all fun things. I like them. I like them. I hope you do too. Thank you all so much for being with me. It's been a long day. Protect yourselves. Get yourself these mop socks and live your best life. Goodbye.